Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526, Lost Telegraph Hill Heights. The members of the Kiev Hussars never thought that one day they would be killed by more than 50 people by their own friendly forces. What's worse, the regiment leader of their own family was also killed by a bullet of the friendly forces. The opponents of the French Saharan coalition also did not expect that the Russian infantry would be able to attack their own cavalry. How great is the grievance between the two sides? And the initiator of all this, Lieutenant General Kiriako, was able to laugh heartlessly after ordering his infantry to attack his friendly army. This is simply a real rascal. Thanks to the assist of Lieutenant General Kiriako, the friend of the coalition forces, the assault brigade, which originally wanted to rely on the hollow phalanx to defend against the cavalry troops, gave up the conservative tactics under the order of Major General Boakes. Major General Boakes, who was riding on a horse, raised the command knife in his hand and pointed the tip of the knife to the height of Telegraph Mountain and gave the order, "Listen to me all." The soldiers of the assault brigade resolutely took off their rucksacks and went into battle after hearing this order from Boakes. I don't care if you are teammates or enemies in front of you. Your task is to rush to the heights for me to knock down those ***** Russians. If your teammates are down, there will naturally be follow-up medical staff to send them to the back. You guys just give me a head and rush there. Can you hear me clearly? Major General Boakes said in a loud voice that roughly the same meaning as Sir Cambering's. Understood. The members of the assault brigade in the front row also responded in unison to Major General Boakes. Rush me. With the order of Major General Boakes, all members of the assault brigade attacked the Telegraph Mountain Heights in columns. The sound of gunfire resounded on the battlefield one after another, and the white gunpowder smoke produced by the firing of the mine gun filled the battlefield, blocking the sight of the soldiers of the Zouave regiment, making it impossible for them to see the Russian soldiers on the Telegraph Mountain Heights. Determined the approximate location of the Russian soldiers on Telegraph Hill and shot it. Even so, quite a few Russian soldiers fell to the ground. 426 meters, 382 meters. The soldiers of the Zouave regiment and the Sardinian chasseurs walked at a constant speed while taking out the stored minor bullet from the backpack, tearing the package with their teeth, pouring the black powder into it, and then putting the minor bullet into the gun. After the tube, use the push rod to compact the magnet, then pull the trigger. The short distance of more than 100 meters is enough for a skilled Zouave regiment soldier to fire 2 bullets at the Russian Imperial soldiers on the high ground. The brave and skilled Russian Imperial Army has not caused any casualties to the French Empire. The bullets of the assault brigade and the Great Napoleon. The guns were terrified, not to mention that there was also a friend of the coalition in their camp. Under the attack of artillery and rifles of the French Empire, the Kiev Hussar regiment, which had lost its commander, first fell into collapse, and they began to flee backwards without obeying the command, in an attempt to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. The collapse of the Hussar regiment was like the first domino to fall, which had a devastating blow to the morale of the Russian Empire on the heights of Telegraph Mountain. The Moscow regiment and the Minsk regiment also could not bear the passive beating situation. Lieutenant General Kirikov completely lost confidence and the soldiers began to retreat back involuntarily. Come back. Don't run. You cowards. You are still not soldiers of the Empire. Lieutenant General Kirikov, who was half drunk and half awake, yelled at the group of cowards in front of him. The main reason for this defeat is not the unit itself, but Lieutenant General Kirikov himself. If it weren't for his successive strikes against the Russian Imperial troops stationed on the high ground of Telegraph Hill, the 3 regiments, 3,000 Minsk regiments, 3,000 Moscow regiments, and 1,000 Kiev Hussar regiments would not have been killed by France so quickly. The army is overwhelmed. Poor Lieutenant General Kirikov could only watch the Russian Empire soldiers abandon their positions and retreat back, and he did not pay any attention to his position commander. If it weren't for the still loyal Minsk regiment commander, Brigadier General Kirikov would probably have been dumped directly on Telegraph Hill, and became the first high-ranking officer of the coalition who did not take prisoners. the head of the Minsk regiment, covered in the blood of friendly troops, came to Lieutenant General Kirikov and pleaded sincerely to Lieutenant General Kirikov, "Your Excellency Lieutenant General, the defeat is like a mountain. Let's run. As long as there is life, there is hope. Leave the Green Hills." Not afraid of running out of firewood, however, Prince Menshikov asked me to guard this place, and it's only been a day since I fell. Lieutenant General Kirikov, who was approaching the incident, once again showed a cowardly character, afraid of being caught by Prince Menshikov. Sent to the military court, he hesitated whether to leave with the troops. "Lieutenant General, I can't predict whether you will be punished by Prince Menshikov after this battle, but I can be sure that if you don't run now, you won't have a chance to run away in a while." Kaptinska responded bluntly to Lieutenant General Kirikov and then pointed to the French army that was climbing the hill. Lieutenant General Kirikov glanced at the French army that was about to climb to the middle of the mountain, remembered the hatred between the Russian Empire and the French Empire during the Napoleonic Wars, and shivered involuntarily. "Quick, let's go." Lieutenant General Kirikov, who had not walked 2 steps, felt dizzy for a while. The consequences of drinking in the wooden house before were completely revealed in a moment. The head of Minsk, who was standing on the side, had to send 2 soldiers to take Kiriko. Lieutenant General Husband fled Telegraph Hill Heights. After set up point, the assault brigade stepped up and rushed into the first trench. The latter part of the soldiers occupied the entire Telegraph Hill highland and planted the flags of France and Sardinia on the position. Another part of the soldiers continued to move towards Kiri. The direction of Lieutenant General Kov launched a charge point. In order to cover the retreat of the main force, a battalion of soldiers chose to sacrifice themselves to save the Russian Empire. After the death, these Russian soldiers, led by their battalion commander, lined up in 2 columns to charge the chasing assault brigade. The battle is on the trail leading to Sevastopol. Blood stained the dirt on the road. Hundreds of Russian Imperial soldiers were wiped out by the Zouave regiment far superior to them, and not a single Russian soldier surrendered. When Major General Bosquet came down from the high ground of Telegraph Mountain, he saw the group of Russian soldiers who would rather die than surrender, and could not help but become solemn. "Bury them for a good life. They are a group of worthy opponents, but they are a general who is not worthy of trust." Major General Bosque ordered the soldiers of the Zouave regiment beside him. "Yes." The Zouave regiment soldier responded to Major General Bosque point afterwards. Major General Bosque returned to Telegraph Hill Heights, and Brigadier General Mark Mahone and Brigadier General Bazin on the heights of Telegraph Hill to carry out the next plan. "I have already informed Commander-in-Chief Pelissier of the occupation of Telegraph Hill. I believe that it will not be long before Commander-in-Chief Pelissier will be able to receive the news. I hope your troops can adjust their status as soon as possible to meet the next day battle. Alma is not the end, but the starting point of our journey." Major General Bosque said solemnly to Brigadiers General Mark Mahone and Brigadier General Bazin. Brigadiers General Mark Mahone and Brigadier General Bazin immediately assured Major General Bosque that their forces could continue to fight, point in stark contrast to General Bosquet's effortless capture of Telegraph Hill Heights. The Kurgan Hill offensive, on the left end of the line, was led by Sir Colin Campbering, Sir Joe Brown, Duke of Cambridge, D. Lech. The troops of the Highland Brigade, the 1st Division, the Guards Division, and the 2nd Division led by Sir Ricevan, under the command of Commander Aglan, launched another attack on the Kurgan Mountains in different directions. The most violent force was the Highland Brigade, which was attacking from the front point in just half an hour. Nearly 500 British soldiers died on the road to attack the fortress. Most of them were injured by artillery. Of course, Prince Menshikov, who is on the defensive side, is also uncomfortable. While the well-trained British soldiers were repelled by artillery again and again, they were also attacking the Russian army again and again with strong firepower and tenacious will. Counterattack. Time passed 20 minutes again, and Sir Canning Bay finally led the Highland Brigade to the hillside less than 30 meters away from the fortress. The vines and stubble trees on the hillside became an excellent shelter for the British army, which made the Kingdom finally had a chance to breathe. However, Menshikov will not give the Highland Brigade this opportunity. He will personally lead the troops to defeat the stubborn Highland Brigade soldiers. just when Prince Menshikov wanted to lead the Kazan infantry brigade to counterattack. Menshikov's adjutant, who stayed behind at the temporary command post, appeared in front of Menshikov and informed Menshikov that the troops from the Telegraph Hill Heights were in front of Menshikov. The herald, who is now waiting for Prince Menshikov at the temporary command post on the top of the mountain, said that if there is an urgent matter, he must report to Prince Menshikov in person. "Won't you bring him to me?" Prince Menshikov yelled at the rigid adjutant. "I'll go." The adjutant turned around and wanted to return to the temporary command post to bring the messenger to Menshikov. "Forget it. I'll go there myself." Menshikov had to return to the temporary command post in a hurry, but before leaving, Menshikov gave a special order to the Kazan infantry brigade. Menshikov, who returned to the command post, met with the hussars in charge of the order, and the Kiev hussars reported to Prince Menshikov the loss of Telegraph Hill. Prince Menshikov, who heard the news of the fall of Telegraph Mountain, was stunned, as if someone had hit him on the head with a wooden stick. And a sense of powerlessness and dizziness poured into his head. The hussars standing on the side saw the swaying Prince Menshikov hurriedly helped to prevent Prince Menshikov from falling. After a while, Prince Menshikov recovered, and he widened his eyes in response. He shouted to the messenger cavalry in front of him, "You say it again. What happened to Telegraph Mountain, Your Excellency?" You reading www.urkanshu.com. Telegraph Mountain has now fallen. Lieutenant General Kiriako has led his troops to retreat to the Sevastopol Trail. The messenger cavalry responded to Menshikov with a wry smile. Road, "Can you tell me, how did you lose a high ground in such a short period of time? And it is still a high ground. That is very important to us. Could it be that the French soldiers can all fly? Or the one from Chilyako the idiots are drinking again on the battlefield?" Prince Menshikov asked the hussars who were in charge of the order in an exasperated manner. "None of us expected that the French army would risk climbing up from the cliff, and when we found them, the French army was already 2 or 3 times the size, and they had artillery in their hands. The power and the guns in our hands are roughly the same, so we have no choice but to retreat." The messenger hussars told Prince Menshikov the whole process of the fall, after being polished by General Kiriako. "You mean that the French brought their naval guns up from the cliff?" Menshikov frowned and asked the messenger cavalry. "It may not be naval guns, but their power is not much worse than our naval guns." https://1117/1175/64754412.html Make France Great Again https://chapter 527 Rout Russian Army. It's not a naval gun. The power is not much different. Could it be that France has developed a new type of artillery? Prince Menshikov frowned and muttered softly. In his impression, French artillery has always been at the forefront of Europe. Some European countries, including the Russian Empire, rely on imitation French artillery and then gradually improve them its own artillery, so it is not a surprise that the French Empire developed new artillery. However, it was at this juncture that the French Empire put its artillery into the battlefield, which was too bad news for Prince Menshikov. Thinking of the next Sevastopol fortress battle, it is very likely that he will face the artillery Menshikov of the French Empire and feel extremely uncomfortable. "Your Excellency Commander, Your Excellency Commander." A shout from the messenger hussars pulled Menshikov's dream back to reality. Only then did Menshikov remember that his current situation was no longer objective. The 36,000 soldiers deployed by the Russian Imperial Army around the Kurgan Mountains are now in a state of isolation and helplessness, and they continue to stand here and wait for Menshikov. Only death. The plan for now is to retreat the troops from the Kurgan Mountains in batches, return to the Sevastopol fortress through the Sevastopol Trail, and rely on the fortress's bastion system to effectively attack the British and French allied forces. However, the premise of all this is that the Sevastopol Trail cannot be occupied by the coalition forces. Once the coalition forces occupy the Sevastopol Trail, the Russian Imperial Army can only consider abandoning the Sevastopol fortress and turning to the other side, Lekop, to ensure that the road between Crimea and the Russian mainland is not cut off, and where to wait for reinforcement. As for going over the hills and returning to the fortress of Sevastopol, it is even more unreal. After all, not every general was called Suvorov, not every Tsar called Empress Catherine. Thinking of this, Menshikov turned his eyes to the cavalry and said solemnly, "You go back to Lieutenant General Kiriako immediately and tell Kiriako that you must guard the road leading to Sevastopol. As long as he can guard the arrival of the main force, then I can forgive him for all his actions on Telegraph Hill. On the other hand, if Lieutenant General Kiriako escapes without authorization, then he will be sent to St. Petersburg to wait for His Majesty the Tsar. Holy Inquisition. Do you understand?" "Understood." The hussars hurriedly assured Prince Menshikov that he would definitely bring Prince Menshikov's words to Lieutenant General Kiriako. "Go." Menshikov waved to the hussars, who received the order to return, walked away from Menshikov's line of sight, and returned to the Sevastopol trail. Prince Menshikov, who watched the hussars leave, sighed for the ill-fated Russian Imperial Army, and then ordered his adjutants to call General Peter Gorchakov over. This General Gorchakov is the brother of General Mikhail Gorchakov, who is currently serving as the commander of the Danube Allied forces. Born in 1790, he fought against the Ottoman Empire for many years and represented the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire. The Treaty of Adriatic Fort was signed in 1829, so after the Crimea began, before Britain and France joined the war, Prince Peter Gorchakov was killed by Nicholas I at the age of 64. Prince Peter Gorchakov, retired in 1851, was re-recruited into the army as commander of the 4th Army, stationed in Korea. Now Prince Peter Gorchakov is on the front line as a captain of the fire brigade, constantly reinforcing the defense lines that may be breached. When Prince Menshikov's adjutant found Peter Gorchakov in the bastion on the left flank of Mount Kurgan, General Peter Gorchakov was leading 2 battalions of soldiers out of the trenches and heading towards his subordinates. A battalion of Scottish musketeers of the 1st Division launched a bayonet charge. Here is a sentence. In this era, whether it is the British and French army or the Russian Imperial Army, the generals like to stand on the front line and stand with the soldiers to charge. There are few generals who strategize like Napoleon and Old Marquis. This has also led to the high attrition rate of generals in the European army. It was not until the emergence of breech guns that the generals broke away from the fate of charging and focused on decision making. The soldiers of the Scottish musketeers who were caught off guard did not have time to fire at all, and they joined the sudden arrival of the Russian army. In close hand-to-hand combat, the Slavs, with their strong physique and favorable terrain, repulsed the soldiers of the Scottish Musket Battalion and left more than a dozen corpses on the hillside. Looking at the British-Scottish musketeers who were slowly retreating, Prince Peter Gorchakov took a deep breath and led the remnants of his troops back into the trenches. Prince Peter Gorchakov, who had returned to the trench, was about to lead his soldiers to support another battlefield when Prince Menshikov's adjutant stopped Peter Gorchakov. Menshikov's adjutant informed Prince Peter Gorchakov that Prince Menshikov wanted to meet him. After Prince Peter Gorchakov thought for a moment, he ordered his adjutant to go to the next location to support him. Peter Gorchakov himself followed the Menshikov adjutant to Prince Menshikov's place before. "General Peter, you are finally here." Looking at Peter Gorchakov, who was returning with his adjutant in front of him, Prince Menshikov came to him in 3 steps and held the prince's hand, said enthusiastically, "Your Majesty, is there anything I need to do?" Prince Peter Gorchakov asked Prince Menshikov bluntly. "It's like this." Prince Menshikov told Prince Peter Gorchakov everything that happened in the Telegraph Mountain Heights. That guy Kiriako. Damn it. Prince Peter Gorchakov gritted his teeth and said murderously to Menshikov, as the main person in charge of a position, he gave up the position so easily. For someone like him to be able to hold the post of lieutenant general is simply an insult to the army. I also know that Kiriako should be damned, but now is not the time to deal with him. He still holds the armed forces of 3 regiments in his hands, and the Sevastopol trail is also the only way for us to retreat. Menshikov sighed and then said solemnly to Prince Peter Gorchakov, "I hope you can lead your troops to support. Only by defending the Sevastopol trail can we escape smoothly." "I see." Prince Peter Gorchakov nodded and responded to Menshikov, "I will lead 8 battalions of troops to support." "Okay. We are able to escape from here smoothly. It's all up to you." Prince Menshikov let go of Peter Gorchakov's hand and watched Peter Gorchakov leave point after Peter Gorchakov left Menshikov's line of sight. Menshikov closed his eyes and quickly returned to the direction of the main battlefield point. At this time, Prince Menshikov did not know that after he left, the Kazan infantry brigade on the frontal battlefield was also facing a precarious situation. The British Highland Brigade, which was a frontal force attacking the Russian Empire, was dodging and advancing under the leadership of their brigade commander, Sir Cambering. The neat formation soon became messy, and every British was trying to avoid the Russian Empire as much as possible. The army launched an attack on the Russian army on the faceted fort, while the bullets of the army muskets were fired. As the British army got closer to the multifaceted fort, the army became more and more scattered. Seeing that the army could not be reorganized, Sir Campbell chose not to regroup. Shout out, for Her Majesty the Queen, for victory, go. After the officers of the Highland Brigade heard Sir Campbell's words, they did not try to regroup, but charged towards the trench with their soldiers in front of them. The officers' decisive charge led the soldiers, and more soldiers began to charge the Russian Imperial Army on the faceted fort. When the two armies fought, the most important thing was the moral competition. The Kazan infantry brigade around the multifaceted fort saw that the British infantry rushed towards them despite the fierce attack of the Russian Imperial artillery. The soldiers of the Kazan infantry brigade, who were squatting in the trench, were a little stunned for a while, and the Highland Brigade immediately arrested them. After staying in this gap, he quickly rushed to the trench where the Russian Imperial Army was located. When the soldiers of the Kazan infantry brigade reacted, nearly 2,000 British soldiers had already rushed into the trench. The Kazan infantry brigade and the Highland brigade, these two elite troops belonging to different countries, fought in the trenches. Riyadh1.com. From bayonets, daggers, flintlock pistols, to fists, soles of feet, teeth, and even nails. In short, the two tried their best to cause harm to each other. The death toll rose sharply after the British army entered the trench. In just 5 minutes, the casualties of the British and Russian armies had reached 600, of which the Russian Empire contributed 320 and the British Kingdom contributed 280. It was almost a 1-to-1 situation. Just when the two sides were fighting for one, there was a cry from some unknown source: France. The French army will support us soon. The Highland Brigade, who heard the news of French support, instantly boosted the morale, while the morale of the members of the Kazan Infantry Brigade immediately fell to the bottom. Some of the soldiers of the Kazan Infantry Brigade began to retreat consciously, and the Imperial Russian artillery units in the rear even pulled up their artillery and ran towards the back. Soon, the multifaceted fort was occupied by the soldiers of the Highland Brigade, and dozens of cannons became the spoils of the Highland Brigade. The flag, which symbolizes the British Army, is slowly raised above the multifaceted fort. Chapter 528, Crash across the board. The British 1st Division on the left flank of Mount Kurgan saw the flag of the British Army was raised on the frontal bastion of Mount Kurgan, and immediately made up his mind to conquer this ***** ditch in the shortest possible time. Send. By order. The entire Scottish Musketeers are in charge. No matter what the price is, I just want victory. Sir George Brown, the commander of the 1st Division on horseback, ordered his adjutants to rush to the Scottish Musketeers to take him. The order was conveyed to the regiment commander, who did not want to be the last army to reach the top of the mountain. Yes. The adjutant saluted his commander with a serious face, and then rode to the commander of the Scottish Musketeers in charge of the attack, and conveyed Sir George Brown's order to the commander. The commander of the Scottish Musketeers, who received the order, looked at the adjutant in disbelief. No one understood more than their regiment how tenacious the group of Russian soldiers on the mountainside was. In just over 3 hours, nearly 1/5 of the soldiers in the entire regiment had already won the prize, and now the division commander did not let the regiment return to rest and recuperate, and even asked them to attack regardless of casualties. Does this mean that you don't treat soldiers as human beings? You sure this is an order from the division commander? The commander of the Scottish Musketeers asked the adjutant in front of him again. He wanted to hear a different answer from the adjutant. Unfortunately, the adjutant's answer is still exactly the same as the first time. I know it's not easy for you. Since the commander's order has been issued, then please execute the order immediately. The adjutant said to the regiment commander. There was a wry smile on the corner of the head of the regiment. He knew that after this battle, his regiment would face the risk of completely losing its combat effectiveness. As the adjutant said, even if the regiment commander already knew the fate he was about to face, based on the obedience relationship between the superiors and subordinates of the army and the honorary title of the Scottish Musketeers, the regiment commander could not back down. The commander of the Musketeers took a deep breath, and after trying to calm down the feeling of wanting to scold the street, he solemnly said to the adjutant in front of him, "Please tell the division commander, the Scottish Musketeers will fight to the last man for honor. We will never back down until it is completely wiped out. I will tell the commander exactly what you said." The adjutant also responded with a stern look at the head of the Musketeer Corps, who revealed his will to die. After the adjutant left, the head of the Musketeer Corps gathered several battalion commanders under him to convey the command of the division to them. "Why are we?" one of the battalion commanders said angrily. "Are they just sitting in the back and enjoying the success? We have paid too many brothers for this **** trench. This is an order. There is no room for bargaining." The regiment commander responded to the battalion commander word by word, and then looked around. "We are soldiers. We must resolutely implement orders, even the most dangerous orders us. Resolutely implemented too. For the honor of Britain, we must fight to the last soldier. As the commander, I can assure you that I will stand with you." Then, the head of the Musketeers shouted, "For Britain." The battalion commander also followed the commander and shouted, "For Britain." After a simple mobilization, the Musketeer commander and his subordinates formed a dense formation in company units and marched steadily towards the ditch on the left side of the Kurgan Mountains. Almost every Musketeer soldier's face was numb, and the military bandit is also at this moment that a forward movement is played. When the Scottish Musketeers arrived near the trench, the Imperial Russian troops on the trench attacked the Scottish Musketeers again. Surprisingly, the Scottish Musketeers were not attacked by artillery this time, and the firepower of the Russian troops in the trenches was much weaker than before. This change made the Scottish Musketeers puzzled, but also enhanced the confidence of the Scottish Musketeers. The Scottish Musketeers, armed with Lee Enfield 1853 rifles, fired at the Russian Imperial Army in the trench. Under the strong firepower of the rifle, the Russian Imperial Army in the trench fell one by one. The casualties imagined by the commander of the Scottish Musketeers did not appear. When the vanguard approached the trench, the Russian troops in the trench, and by the parapet, began to retreat. Without cover, the gap between the Russian Imperial Army and the Scottish Musketeers was further widened, and many Russian soldiers were knocked down by the Scottish Musketeers. When the Musketeer company arrived at the trench, the Musketeers were shocked by what they saw. The trenches were already full of soldiers from the Russian Empire. They let out a painful cry and cry for help. It looked like **** was coming. Humans are the same. Unable to bear, the company commander of the vanguard rushed to the front of the regiment commander and reported the situation in the trench to the regiment commander. The enemy on the ground. The regiment commander sighed and shouted in Russian to the Slavic animals lying on the ground, "The follow-up medical troops are coming soon. It won't be long before you will be saved." Subsequently, the captain of the Scottish Musketeers found a Russian officer who was not too seriously injured. The right hand and left leg were interrupted by Lee Enfield, and asked him the whereabouts of the Russian Imperial Army. "What you see now is all our members." The Russian officer, leaning against the lowest wall, responded calmly to the commander of the Scottish Musketeers. "Impossible!" "When you attacked last time, you still had enough troops to counterattack us," the regiment commander said to the Russian officer with a look of disbelief. "Those are the squads led by Prince Peter Gorchakov. Wherever they are needed, they will go there for reinforcement. After our crisis is over, they will naturally not stay here." The Russian officer gritted his teeth, responded to the head of the group. "Then you are not." The head of the regiment suddenly thought of something. "To put it bluntly, now we are just abandoned sons," the Russian officer said to himself with a dejected expression on his face. "A useless abandoned son." I don't know why, when the Russian officer said the word abandoned son, the head of the Musketeer Corps felt a little bit. As the Musketeers, they are not the abandoned sons of Captain Brown. Friend, be happy. You and your subordinates have blocked us for a long time, and you have completed the task well. The head of the regiment couldn't help but encourage the enemy. Really? There was a gleam on the Russian officer's face, eager for approval. Of course. The head of the regiment nodded affirmatively. That's great. The Russian officer smiled and collapsed against the wall. Excellent. I knew they could do it, Sir George Brown said to himself with a smile when he received the good news from the musketeers. That, teacher, I think, the adjutant said before he spoke. What do you think? Asked the adjutant in high spirits. Sir George Brown. The adjutant swallowed and gritted his teeth and said to George Brown at that time, Commander, I think you should apologize to the Scottish musketeers. Apologize? Sir George Brown was stunned for a few seconds and then subconsciously responded, why should I apologize? You clearly know that the Scottish musketeers have already paid a lot of casualties and you want them to continue to attack. Isn't this asking them to die? The adjutant accused George Brown in indignation. George Brown gradually withdrew his smile and his expression became extra serious. Then what should I do? Withdraw the Scottish musketeers and replace it with another regiment? Who will fill the gap? If the follow-up troops are easy to win, then there will be no complaints from the musketeers. The adjutant was speechless. There was nothing wrong in analyzing George Brown from a rational point of view, but from an emotional point of view, George Brown's order was really inhumane. This is a battlefield. It's not a social place, and there is no room for emotional thinking. Sir George Brown sternly criticized, I must be responsible for the honor of the entire division. If it is because of my mistakes that their entire regiment is the result of my mistakes, if it is overwhelmed, I will accept any punishment without you telling me. The adjutant wanted to say something, but found that George Brown was already riding in the direction of the Scottish musketeers. The adjutant asked the division commander subconsciously, where are you going? George Brown stopped the horse, turned his head and the adjutant behind him responded, does that need to be said? Of course I apologize to all the members of the Scottish musketeers at your request. Didn't you just say, I said that the victor will not suffer any duties? Now that the musketeers have won for me, if they need me to apologize, I will naturally meet their conditions without hesitation. George Brown said eloquently responded with a sentence. George Brown and his adjutant were walking half a horse in tandem toward the trench occupied by the Scottish musketeers. Just as they were about to reach the trench, Adjutant Kingscote appeared in front of them and greeted them. Commander Aglan's order has been delivered. All members of the 1st Division rushed to the top of Mount Kurgan. No one should stay for any reason. Adjutant Kingscote said sternly. Yes. The division commander responded to Adjutant Kingscote. You reading www.whocan'tyou.com. After Adjutant Kingscote left, George Brown said to the adjutant beside him, what did I just say? I'm going to inform immediately. The adjutant rode on and conveyed Commander Aglan's order to all the troops of the 1st Division. All members, including the Scottish musketeers, followed Commander Aglan's orders to the top of Mount Kurgan, and it is strange that the 1st Division never saw another group on the way to the top of the Russian Empire. Soldiers, only the scattered soldiers roamed back and forth like headless flies around the Kurgan mountains. On the top of the mountain, George Brown and his adjutant saw Commander Aglan on the top of the mountain. It seemed that he had been on the top of the mountain for a while. Beside Commander Aglan were the commander of the Highland Brigade, Sir Cambering, the Duke of Cambridge Lantern. Your Excellency, what about the soldiers of the Russian Empire? Why didn't I see it along the way? George Brown came to Commander Aglan and asked Commander Aglan. Look there. Commander Aglan pointed into the distance. The division commander followed the direction of Commander Aglan's finger. Less than 3 kilometers away from Mount Kurgan, a mighty army was heading south. Okay. Chapter 529. Light Cavalry Charge. Let me lead my men down the mountain in pursuit. Commander Aglan, I can assure you that my army will kill them all. Standing on Mount Kurgan, looking at a large group of fallen soldiers of the Russian Empire in the distance, George Brown's mind became active again. Although he said that the troops of the 1st Division under his command were very tired after a long period of fighting, the morale and fatigue of the Russian soldiers who hurriedly fled the Kurgan mountains were obviously more serious than those of the 1st Division. George Brown fearlessly believed that his army only needed a sneak attack on the fleeing Russian troops, and those Russian troops were so frightened that they didn't dare to fight against them. An army without command is like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. No, not even a herd of pigs. Humans who claim to be high-level creatures will obey the constraints of reason and choose to surrender decisively when they know they are invincible. A group of domestic pigs obviously have no rational constraints, and they will also struggle twice in the face of the butcher's knives. Facing George Brown's peerless request for battle, Commander Aglan shook his head and said coldly, "You don't need to take action anymore." "But," George Brown said unwillingly, "look there." Commander Aglan pointed his finger to the other end, and at the end of Commander Aglan's finger there was a large piece of grey-brown dust floating in the air. "That's it." George Brown squinted his eyes and stretched out his hand to the adjutant beside him. The adjutant understood and handed the binoculars in his suitcase to the teacher's hand. Through the telescope, Sir George Brown saw the cyan torrent hidden in the dust, and he could not help shouting, "That is our cavalry, that's right. The Dust Maker is the Light Cavalry Brigade of the British Kingdom. This cavalry unit, which once lost in the Balkanak River, will be embarrassed in the next battle point. In charge of this Light Cavalry Brigade was James Thomas Brudnell, Duke of Cardigan. Born into a traditional English noble family, he was set by his noble father to join the army from the very beginning point. In order to make the Duke of Cardigan adapt to life in the army earlier, his father, the old Duke of Cardigan, sent him to an academy founded by the church to study knowledge when he was very young. Under the restraint of the missionary teachers of the mission college, the Duke of Cardigan did not live a Puritan life like the English aristocrats in the new era. It made him develop a hard-working spirit. After graduating from the church college, the Duke of Cardigan entered the Christ Church College of Oxford University to receive a university education under the recommendation of the college teachers. After graduating from Christ Church College, the Duke of Cardigan still did not forget his original intention and chose to join the British without hesitation. Army, and then with the help of the family bought a position in the cavalry regiment. The Duke of Cardigan, who had been in the cavalry for many years, had long regarded the glory of the cavalry as something more important than his life. When the Duke of Cardigan heard that his light cavalry had suffered a defeat on the Balkanak River, the Duke of Cardigan was determined to wash away the black spots of the cavalry with his own hands. So before the Battle of Armagh began, the Duke of Cardigan asked Commander Aglan to fight, and the Duke of Cardigan hoped that Commander Aglan would fight, able to let their cavalry units rush to the front and help the follow-up units to clear obstacles. Commander Aglan at that time decisively rejected Duke Cardigan's suggestion. For Commander Aglan, who had experienced the Napoleonic Wars, the role of cavalry units was limited to reconnaissance of the enemy's movements and chasing down the enemy. Any use of cavalry as infantry is irresponsible to the cavalry, so Commander Aglan refused to lead the charge of light cavalry led by the Duke of Cardigan, and also agreed to the Duke of Cardigan to pursue and rout them. The tasks of the soldiers were handed over to the cavalry units to complete. The tasks of the soldiers were handed over to the cavalry units to complete. Duke of Cardigan, who received the task, immediately assured Commander Aglan that he would not spare any of the fleeing Russian troops. After the war began, the Duke of Cardigan led his cavalry to the northwest and walked about 4 kilometers along the Alma River according to Commander Aglan's instructions, and then found a bridge that had not been destroyed. It took nearly an hour for a group of people. 3 groups were made up, and now there are only 2 groups left to cross the bridge. The Duke of Cardigan, who had all crossed the bridge, followed Commander Aglan's instructions and made a large circle to reach the Kacha River. The Kacha River is located in the south of the Alma River, and he wanted to follow the Kacha River to the southwest, set out to meet the Russian soldiers who may have fled here. Soon, the first group of Russian troops appeared in front of the light cavalry brigade, and the Duke of Cardigan immediately led his light cavalry to surround it. This group of less than 100 troops immediately surrendered to the Duke of Cardigan. The Duke of Cardigan, who was on a horse, asked the number of their troops and whether they were troops that escaped from Mount Kurgan. The routed soldiers told the Duke of Cardigan that they were infantry from the Muscovite regiment and that they had been reduced to such a situation only because of a surprise attack by the French army. "Where are you going?" Duke Cardigan asked the trooper, placing his long sword on the neck of a Russian trooper who looked like an officer. "We were going to return to the Sevastopol fortress. Who would have thought that we would go up to the peak?" And ordered us to hold the Sevastopol trail and lead the large troops to leave. Reply. We had to follow our commander to guard on the Sevastopol trail, who had already escaped successfully. Having said this, the voice of the Russian route began to tremble, but before we were ready, the group of French soldiers who broke us up at the Telegraph Mountain were chasing us like mad dogs. They rely on powerful weapons. Once again, the troops we finally gathered were easily defeated, and the scattered troops began to run in all directions trying to escape the battlefield. My men and I also found a direction to break through. After the successful breakout, we are preparing to go to capture his healing at the bandaging station in the river, but I never expected to meet you. The Earl of Cardigan listened to the news of the Russian collapse with a serious face, and gradually deduced the possible location of the Russian Imperial Army through the scattered information given by the Russian collapse. After a while, the Duke of Cardigan would stand in the Russian collapse. After the long sword on the soldier's neck was removed, he said, "Sir, I now officially inform you. You and your subordinates have been our British prisoners from now on. I hope you can give up your resistance." "Sir, do you look like we want to resist?" the Russian Empire said to Duke Cardigan with a wry smile. Afterwards, the Duke of Cardigan deliberately divided his 2,000 soldiers into 200 soldiers to be responsible for guarding the group of Russian route, and then a regiment of cavalry was selected to go along the Kacha River according to the position provided by the route of the Russian Empire. Bandaging station. If possible, occupy the bandaging station first, and wait for the arrival of the follow-up troops. In the end, the Duke of Cardigan led the remaining troops to the Sevastopol trail near the Kurgan Mountains. According to the information about the collapse of the Russian Empire, it can be concluded that the large troops of the Russian Empire are likely to appear there. It is imperative to get there as soon as possible so as not to miss the hunt for the Russian Empire. When the Duke of Cardigan led more than 1,000 cavalry under his horse and arrived at a highland less than 2 kilometers from the Sevastopol trail, less than 3 kilometers from the Kurgan mountain, he rode on a horse and looked through the telescope. The Russian Imperial Army was seen fleeing in the distance point, although the troop in the telescope was 10 times his own. Earl Cardigan did not feel afraid, and even had an inexplicable excitement. Under the breeze, mixed with the fragrance of green grass, the Earl of Cardigan, wearing a gorgeous cyan military uniform and several shiny medals hanging on his chest, drew his long sword. Attack. With the order of the Earl of Cardigan, more than 1,000 cavalry troops under his command all drew out the long swords hanging from their waists, and then the war horses under their crotch also ran wildly under the supervision of their masters. The originally slow-flowing air suddenly accelerated, and the gentle breeze also became manic with the gradual acceleration of the light cavalry troops. More than 6,000 horses' hooves trampled on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Gradually, the speed of the cavalry unit increased, and the dust raised by the horseshoe trampling on the ground formed a phenomenon similar to a smoke screen, and flew behind the cavalry unit. This is what the 1st Division commander saw on Mount Kurgan. If it wasn't for the binoculars in their hands, they wouldn't even be able to capture the cavalry. Under the watchful eyes of Commander Aglan and others, the light cavalry brigade pierced into the chest cavity of the defeated Russian giant like a sharp knife. The Russian army, whose morale was already at a low point, was suddenly attacked by the British light cavalry, and the panicked Russian soldiers began to flee around. Quick! Defense! Defense! The officers in the army desperately tried to maintain the stability of the entire army, but in this environment, there were a few people who really listened to their words. Several commanders who tried to organize people's in situ defense were killed by Russian soldiers who wanted to escape. Riyadh1.com. In just a few minutes, nearly 500 Russian Imperial soldiers died, the vast majority of them. Not a situation caused by the British Hussars, but a problem caused by the stampede of the Russian Empire on each other. After a series of rushing kills, this 10,000 strong rout team was forcibly divided into 2 sections by the light cavalry, and the artillery at the rear of the unit became the focus of the British light cavalry. The panicked artillerymen had long forgotten to resist, and they desperately wanted to escape from the battlefield. After leaving the artillery point, it is a pity that the Duke of Cardigan did not intend to let go of these cherished arms, and the artillerymen were cut down to the ground by the cavalry. This situation continued for nearly 10 minutes, and a group of 500 Russian cavalry appeared. They were the Kiev Hussars. After several rounds of fierce battles with the Kiev Hussars, led by the cavalry of the Duke of Cardigan, the Kiev Hussars left the field with more than 50 corpses. The rout of the Russian Empire had also been divided into several parts, and fled the battlefield. The Duke of Cardigan had to divide his cavalry into 5 squads to pursue them separately, and he led the remaining troops back to Mount Kurgan. Chapter 530, Marching into Sevastopol. When Earl Cardigan led his 100-odd cavalry back to the foot of Kurgan Mountain, Commander Aglan on the top of the mountain smiled and said to the adjutant and division commander beside him, "Go. Let's celebrate the great hero together." As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Aglan rode his horse to the foot of Mount Kurgan, followed the generals beside Raglan, and went down the mountain with Commander Aglan. After seeing the situation at the foot of the mountain, Earl Cardigan also led his cavalry troops to the top of the mountain, and the two on horseback met on the mountainside of Kurgan Mountain. "Commander Raglan, the British Hussar Brigade reports to you." Earl Cardigan saluted Commander Aglan with a solemn expression. "Brutal. The name of the Earl of Cardigan, the cavalry unit you led did a great job. You showed me a perfect cavalry battle." Commander Aglan did not hesitate to praise his words. Although the cavalry battle just now wasn't perfect, as long as the cavalry could complete the tasks he assigned, it would be a perfect cavalry battle in Commander Aglan's mind. The British Hussars led by the Duke of Cardigan had clearly accomplished the task set by Commander Aglan. "You are too much." Duke Cardigan replied humbly, "I will report your achievements this time to London. I hope you and your cavalry units can make persistent efforts." Commander Aglan said with a smile on his face. After the Earl of Cardigan heard what Commander Aglan wanted to do for them, a smile appeared on his serious face. For the Earl of Cardigan, honor is above all else, even his life. "That's right." Commander Aglan suddenly thought of something, and he turned to ask, "When I was on the top of the mountain, I roughly counted the number of people you just had. Why did you only have 1 regiment or so when you just attacked? Troops. Where did the rest go?" "I'm about to report to you." Duke Cardigan immediately reported to Commander Aglan what happened by the Kacha River, and made his own suggestion like Commander Aglan. "Your Majesty, I suggest immediately send an infantry division to the dressing station. With any luck, we'll be able to capture a group of rout Russian troops. Which one of you would like to go?" Commander Aglan asked, looking back at the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th divisions, the Guards Division, the Light Infantry Division, and the subordinates of the Highland Brigade. "Me." The 7 generals present said in unison. Commander Aglan glanced at each of them, and said to the commander of the 4th Division, "Sir George Cascott, General Cascott, leave this task to your division to complete, sir." George Cascott, who had been a member of the reserve team at the beginning of the war, never thought that his army would get a job when the battle was about to end. "I promise you, the mission will be completed successfully." Sir George Cascott replied to Commander Aglan in a sonorous tone, "Okay, hurry up and go back." Commander Aglan waved his hand. Sir George Cascott gave Lord Cardigan another grateful glance and rode away from Commander Aglan. After watching Sir George Cascott leave, Commander Aglan spoke again. "So, is the Sevastopol fortress a ghost town now?" The thought of himself being able to conquer the Sevastopol fortress made Commander Aglan's heart beat faster. "It's very possible." Sir Cardigan replied with a nod, before adding, "However, it depends on our French allies. If they are really ahead and stop the Russian army." At this moment, a cavalryman in a French uniform gradually moved from a distance to the location of Commander Aglan. When the French cavalry came to Commander Aglan discovered that, "Isn't this the little brat from Bonaparte's house, Commander Raglan?" Jerome Patterson salutes the British Supreme Commander in front of him. "Jerome, you've come." Commander Aglan said to Jerome Patterson with a smile, and then asked again, "How was the Sevastopol trail blocking battle going? How did you know?" Jerome Patterson blurted out. From the launch of the Telegraph Hill offensive by the French army to the pursuit of Lieutenant General Kiriako's troops, to the fierce battle with Prince Peter Gorchakov, France has been in a state of silence throughout the whole process. Where did Britain get this news? Could it be that Britain had placed a cohort in the French army? Commander Aglan's next sentence shattered Jerome Patterson's doubts. "We heard the news from the rout of the Russian army. I have to say, what you have done is really great. It would be even better if you could inform us in advance about this matter. Our Commander Policia specifically explained that we must apologize to you, Commander Aglan. The situation at the time did not give us time to think about it, and we could only put all the troops in our hands into it. Jerome Patterson explained to Commander Aglan. How is the situation on the Sevastopol Trail? Commander Aglan did not bother too much about the communication between the two armies, but directly asked about the current situation of the blocking battle on the Sevastopol Trail. Fortunately, not to be disgraced, Jerome Patterson told Commander Aglan the original Sevastopol Trail blocking battle. When General Bosquet reported to Commander Policia in the middle of the front that he had captured the Telegraph Hill Heights, Commander Policia immediately ordered the assault to abandon the occupied position and continue to pursue Lieutenant General Kiriakou, who was fleeing. General Bosquet, who received the order, did not hesitate at all. The moment the messenger conveyed Policia's order, he led his troops to pursue Lieutenant General Kiriakou, who was fleeing. The two sides met at a location less than 5 kilometers away from the north shore of Sevastopol. Kiriakou, who was not ready to fight, was caught off guard by the assault brigade under General Bosquet. The two sides were 1,400 yards away. The Zouave soldiers of the mine rifle opened fire first. The sound of gunshots as dense as popping beans heralded the arrival of the asterisk of death. In the rising smoke, the densely pointed projectiles shot towards the Kiriakou troops in the distance. The frightened Imperial Russian soldiers once again tried the fear of the miner rifle, and many serf soldiers began to shout this, the devil's weapon. Panic spread throughout the army once again, and soldiers began to flee the battlefield in droves. When the soldiers of the Zouave regiment arrived about 300 yards from the Russian soldiers, nearly half of the Russian soldiers had already chosen to flee, the remaining half opted to be captured, and only a quarter of the Russian soldiers continued to resist. The Russian soldiers, under the orders of their superiors, began to charge the front of the assault brigade. The forward troops looked at the soldiers who kept rushing towards them, and pulled the trigger decisively. After a round of shooting, dozens of Russian Imperial soldiers fell down. Looking at the fallen comrades beside him, the courage that he finally mustered up was once again deflated, and the Russian soldiers to retreat continuously. After began seeing this situation, the vanguard troops decisively adopted the simplest and most rude method to defeat the morale of the Russian Empire, that is, the bayonet charge. Following an order from the commander of the vanguard, the Zouave soldiers charged towards the Russian Imperial Army like a pack of wolves. When the vanguard of the assault brigade came into contact with the Moscow regiment, which was also the vanguard, the morale of the soldiers of the Moscow regiment completely collapsed in just one round. Some soldiers began to retreat backward and to the left in disorder. Under the influence of the Moscow regiment, Minsk regiment also appeared. The soldiers of the two regiments were scattered in all directions, and the first blocking battle ended with a complete victory for the French Empire. The assault brigade, which won the first victory, did not rest long before it started the second battle with 8 battalions of reinforcement led by Prince Peter Gorchakov. Compared to the first battle, the second battle was particularly dangerous. The elite troops under Peter Gorchakov frantically launched an attack on the assault brigade. They wanted to get closer to the assault brigade and then use the bayonet that the Russian Empire used to defeat the assault brigade. This time, the tactics of the assault brigade were different from the previous tactics. Under the order of General Bosk, the soldiers of the assault brigade shot at the 8 battalions of Peter Gorchakov, while keeping a distance from the 8 battalions. The distance between the two sides was always kept at about 400 yards. Reading www.ukanshu.com. This made the muskets in the hands of the Russian Empire soldiers completely reduced to fire sticks, and the 2 forward battalions of Prince Peter Gorchakov were completely reduced to living targets under the attack of General Bosk. The 2 forward battalions suffered heavy casualties. Prince Peter Gorchakov, who was charging at the front, and his entourage aide and staff also fell to the ground with several shots. The fall of Peter Gorchakov caused the morale of the Russian Empire, which was responsible for reinforcement, to also fall to the bottom. The soldiers of the 8 battalions began to disperse, and some officers had not completely cooled down. Prince Peter Gorchakov Tao put his body on the horse and fled the battlefield. The French Empire won the second victory. After 2 battles, the assault brigade finally waited for the support from Commander Palissy, and the Guards division arrived on the Sevastopol trail. Prince Menshikov, who originally wanted to lead his army to forcibly break through the siege, was in after seeing how France line up. They can only give up going to the fortress of Sevastopol. The Guards division only chased after a period of time, then stopped and watched Prince Menshikov leave point. After the 3 wars, the French army caused nearly 7,000 casualties to the Russian Empire. Chapter 531, Sevastopol in preparation. The young Captain Jerome Patterson used his vibrant tone to describe the blocking battle that took place on the Sevastopol trail to Commander Aglan vividly, which gave Commander Aglan a kind of personality. Immersive feeling. The heartbroken Commander Aglan immediately congratulated the French Empire on the decisive victory on the Sevastopol trail and asked Captain Jerome Patterson what the French army needed them to do. Commander Raglan, I'm here to inform you by order of Commander Palissy. I hope you can lead your troops to the north shore of Sevastopol as soon as possible. Captain Jerome Patterson told Raglan. Commander Lund gave a military salute and then continued, we must hurry up to deploy. As soon as Jerome Patterson's voice fell, Commander Raglan smiled and said, Patterson, tell me the truth. Is that fellow Palissy preparing to attack Sevastopol? Jerome Patterson was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and responded to Commander Raglan, I don't even know what Commander Palissy's next move is. He just told me to notify you as soon as possible. Set off. Your new commander-in-chief is really a bumbling fellow. Commander Raglan complained with a smile and then responded to Jerome Patterson, go back and tell your commander-in-chief, I will immediately then lead the British army and rush over. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Jerome Patterson saluted Commander Raglan again, then turned and left Kurgan Mountain. Looking at the back of Jerome Patterson leaving, Commander Raglan said, you heard what Captain Jerome Patterson said just now. The generals present nodded one after another, and then Commander Raglan ordered the Duke of Cardigan, quickly bring your cavalry to support the 4th Division. I suspect that the Russian defeated by France is approaching there. The Duke of Cambridge, the commander of the Guards Division and the deputy commander of the Expeditionary Force, who was standing on the side, rode forward and lined up with Commander Raglan and said, Your Excellency Commander, do you want to send the Guards Division to help out? In case of collapse, if the soldiers defeat the 4th Division, it will be bad. The 4th Division will not be defeated by a group of soldiers who have lost their fighting spirit. Commander Raglan responded decisively and then added, if he is really defeated, then he will take off this body for me. Military uniform, go home and coax the children. I don't need a general in my army who can't even beat a broken army. Commander Raglan's decisive attitude made the Duke of Cambridge dare not say a word for Sir George Cascott. He could only pray silently for the 4th Division in his heart. After the Earl of Cardigan led his light cavalry to the vicinity of the Catcher River, Commander Raglan took out the pocket watch placed on his chest near his heart. It was already 4:45 in the afternoon before Commander Raglan launched the first attack. More than 6 hours have passed since the second attack, and only 55 minutes have passed since the time when the Kurgan Mountain was captured, which means that the normal battle between the 2 peaks of Kurgan and Telegraph Mountain is only a matter of time for 5 hours. Set off. Following Commander Raglan's order, the British command system, which had been silent for a while, to operate again. The British army began, who had just rested for 40 minutes, stood up under the officer's whip and riding boots. The soldiers who were fairly good lined up in 2 columns and marched towards the Sevastopol fortress. Those British and Russian soldiers who lacked arms and legs were temporarily placed on the Kurgan Mountains, waiting for the follow-up medical troops to transport them to the rear. The small town of Yevpatoria was treated, and the seriously injured soldiers were sent to Constantinople for treatment. In short, the British army has no time to linger slowly here. They must reach the north shore of the Sevastopol fortress as soon as possible. When the British army led by Commander Raglan crossed the Catcher River and arrived at the farmhouse near the Burb River on the north bank of Sevastopol, it was already completely dark, and Sevastopol in the distance was completely hidden in darkness. Marching in the dark is undoubtedly a dangerous thing, especially when there are still a large number of night blindness patients in the British army, so Commander Raglan gave up his plan to reconcile with the French army and instead ordered his troops to be stationed on the spot, and then he led the adjutant to continue walking, and finally reached the French army about 2 kilometers away from him. Under the leadership of French officers, Commander Raglan was taken to the interior of a humble farm. Commander Raglan, Marshal St. Arnault and Commander-in-Chief Pelissier are all inside. The officer in charge of leading the way lowered his voice and said to Commander Raglan, "St. Arnault, he's awake." Commander Raglan asked with a hint of surprise. The Marshal woke up last night. It's just that his body is no longer suitable for high-intensity command, so General Pelissier temporarily took his place. The French officer will wake up Commander Raglan. Then the French officer said goodbye to Commander Raglan, and Commander Raglan entered the command post in France with his adjutant. Dang. Dang dang. With a crisp knock on the door, Marshal St. Arnault and General Pelissier, who were sitting beside the map, raised their heads and looked towards the door. The figure of Commander Raglan appeared in front of the door. Marshal St. Arnault and Pelissier immediately got up to meet and shook hands with Commander Raglan. Commander Raglan was delighted that Marshal St. Arnault was back in good health, and also praised Pelissier's actions in the Battle of Armagh. If the French army occupied the Telegraph Hill at a very fast speed, which caused the turmoil of the Russian army on the Kurgan mountain, the British kingdom would not have achieved victory so quickly. Marshal St. Arnault told Commander Raglan with a wry smile that his body had not recovered, and the actual commander of the French expeditionary force was still Pelissier. Right. General Pelissier has a bold plan. Is Commander Raglan interested in listening to it? Marshal St. Arnault said to Commander Raglan. What plan? Commander Raglan was suddenly interested. During that blocking battle on the Sevastopol Trail, we caught a Russian imperial general. He told us that there are only more than 10,000 people left in the whole of Sevastopol, and the city located in the north it is also in disrepair, so General Pelissier wants to try to attack the north of Sevastopol. If we can successfully occupy the north, then we can cut off the supply of southern Sevastopol and Russia. St. Marshal Arnault responded to Commander Raglan. It's true that heroes see the same thing. Commander Raglan couldn't help but sigh, and then asked who the captured general of the Russian Empire was. Lieutenant General Kiriakou. He was the one who fought with us on Telegraph Mountain. Marshal St. Arnault recalled the state of Lieutenant General Kiriakou at that time, and the corner of his mouth smiled involuntarily. Commander Raglan nodded, feeling a little more convinced that the defense of the Sevastopol fortress was empty. After all, this is the highest ranking general the coalition has captured. If even his words are not credible, then there are probably not many credible people in the entire Crimea. You can give it a try. Commander Raglan nodded in agreement with Pelissier's suggestion, and then added, however, we must wait until all our artillery units arrive before making the next move. It's natural. Marshal St. Arnault nodded and replied, not only the artillery unit, but also all the tents and rucksacks we left on the south bank of the Alma River. It's hard for them these 2 days. It's gone, because the French army marched all the way to the north bank of the Sevastopol fortress. All their camps and artillery equipment were left on the south bank of the Alma River. A few days of barren country ridge to deal with, alas. Commander Raglan also sighed, because the British troops also faced the same problems as the French Empire. After returning from the French station to the British station, Commander Raglan held a brief meeting with his division commanders under the dim lanolin lamp. At the meeting, Commander Raglan informed the officers present of the next military action, and asked them to maintain the morale of the British Army. Although the officers present had a little resentment for Commander Raglan's unsympathetic behavior of the army, they still assured Commander Raglan that they would definitely complete the task given by Commander Raglan. Early the next morning, a carriage appeared on the north bank of Sevastopol. They brought tents and artillery left to the south bank of the Alma River for the British and French forces. The troops responsible for escorting these things were the Turkish army. Riyadh 1.com. At the same time, the British and French fleets on the coast also sent supplies to the British and French coalition forces, including biscuits, cans, bread, French army, vegetables, corned beef jerky, English, military, wine, etc. These abundant supplies greatly eased the war weariness of the British and French armies, and the arrival of wine made the British and French armies cheer for it. The staff of the 4 countries of Britain, France and Satu also took advantage of the rest time to count their losses in the Battle of the Alma River. Among them, the British Kingdom had the most losses. More than 2,800 casualties were lost in the Battle of Kurgan Mountain, equivalent to the entire army, 9% of the total, followed by the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Kingdom of France, which lost 732 and 431 people respectively, and the last Ottoman Empire lost only single-digit casualties. The Ottoman Empire was a substitute for the entire battle. The time soon came to the fourth day. After 2 days of transportation, the weapons and equipment of the four countries of Britain, France and Saturn finally arrived on the North Shore. In the afternoon, a telegram from Paris reached Marshal Sonano via Constantinople. This telegram made Marshal Saint Arnaud, who was a little hesitant, decide to attack the northern fortress of Sevastopol. Determination point: in order to find out the wishes of the other three commanders, Saint Arnaud summoned the other three national commanders to the French command in the name of the coalition command to discuss countermeasures. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 532. Sevastopol in panic. After receiving the invitation from Marshal Saint Arnaud, the three kingdoms of Yingzatu immediately realized that this meeting would decide the next move of the coalition forces. In the end, is to attack the northern part of the Sevastopol fortress, or there are other plans. Therefore, the commander of the three kingdoms of England and their adjutants went to the French headquarters together. The slanted rays of the setting sun shone into the open window of the French headquarters, illuminating the room and the bird's eye view of the Sevastopol fortress. Facing the window point, the commander of the British Hussars, led by French officers, sat at a circular fir-wood conference table, which represented the equal, surprisingly, status of all countries in a coalition war. Marshal Saint Arnaud, who was the initiator of the entire meeting, and Marshal Saint Arnaud, who also acted as the host of the coalition meeting, sat on the circular conference table with his back to the map point. After everyone was seated, Marshal Saint Arnaud said, "On behalf of the French army, I would like to thank you all for coming to this meeting concerning the future of the coalition." As soon as Marshal Saint Arnaud's voice fell, the commander and adjutant at the round table quickly raised their hands to applaud Saint Arnaud. This is the influence of the world's #1 army and the world's #2 navy. Even if Saint Arnaud himself scolded his mother directly at the meeting, countries other than the Kingdom of Britain must accompany a smile, and even some countries, like the dog Sardinia Kingdom, and have to shout well cursed. The applause continued for a long time, until Marshal Saint Arnaud signaled that he could stop. And the applause stopped. Then the smiling Marshal Saint Arnaud continued, "To tell you the truth, the reason why I chose to invite you at this time is mainly because I received a telegram from Paris. The owner of the telegram is France. His Majesty Napoleon, great monarch of the empire." When Jerome Bonaparte's name appeared in the mouth of Marshal Saint Arnaud, the expression of the commander of the three forces of the Entouza army immediately became solemn. They understand that this coalition meeting is very likely. No, it should be said that it must be related to the emperor who is far away in Paris. However, everyone present still did not know which direction the emperor supported the attack. The emperor congratulates us on our decisive victory in the Alma region, and he hopes that we can make persistent efforts to win the north shore of Sevastopol in the shortest possible time. Marshal Sonano continued. Everyone present immediately understood that Marshal Sonano's strategic goal had been determined. That is, the northern part of the Sevastopol fortress. The commanders of Sardinia and the Ottoman Empire subconsciously looked at Raglan, the commander of the Kingdom of Britain. If anyone present could overthrow Marshal Saint Arnaud's opinion, then it would be Commander Raglan. After all, if the fortress of Sevastopol is easy to and difficult to attack and forcibly besieged, I'm afraid that huge casualties will be incurred. To say which of the four commanders present was most afraid of the power of the newspaper, that should be Commander Raglan, because Sardinia and Ottoman have no room to defend for public opinion to ferment. Since the beginning of the war, the French Empire has strict newspaper control measures. It is difficult for huge casualties to appear in mainstream newspapers. As long as the government implemented is willing, the citizens of Paris will only see the French army from one victory to another victory. The Kingdom of Great Britain is a more free country than France. People can criticize the British government and politicians unscrupulously. Generals like Wellington will inevitably be thrown eggs after the Battle of Waterloo. It is conceivable how unfriendly the public opinion environment in England is for a general. The general must not only carefully maintain the safety of the army in his hands so as not to suffer great losses, but also pay attention to his own army at all times. The movement of journalists in China, to prevent them from sending reports to London that would be unfavorable to the British army, was a real ordeal. Sardinia and the Ottoman Empire did not know about the lack of defenses on the North Shore. What Osman and Sardinia didn't expect was that Commander Aglan, who thought he would hold an objection, actually agreed with Marshal Saint Arnaud's suggestion point afterwards. Marshal Saint Arnaud symbolically asked Sardinia and the Ottoman Empire for advice point. The commanders of the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Ottoman Empire could only agree with Saint Arnaud's opinion. Seeing that the four countries agreed, Marshal Saint Arnaud said again, since everyone agrees with the plan to attack the Sevastopol fortress, then I will ask General Pelissier to assign you your own tasks. Pelissier, who was sitting next to Marshal Saint Arnaud, got up and stood in front of the bird's eye view, assigning their respective tasks to everyone present. In the upcoming Battle of Sevastopol, France and Sardinia will be the main force to conquer the most difficult star fortress. In fact, the star fortress built in 1818, which is known as the most difficult to crack, has not been repaired for more than 30 years. The wall collapsed because of disrepair, and the cannons installed in the fortress were also pulled by Prince Menshikov to the Alma River to become the trophy of the British and French forces. The Ottoman Empire and Britain were responsible for cleaning up the Russian army near the north bank of Sevastopol point. The time to attack the Sevastopol fortress was scheduled for the morning of the day after tomorrow point. After the deployment was completed, everyone present got up and left, and they had to formulate corresponding tactics according to their assigned tasks. Looking at the sunset in the distance, Marshal Saint Arnaud silently prayed that the attack on the Sevastopol fortress would proceed smoothly. I hope he doesn't lie to me, otherwise. There was a trace of killing intent in the eyes of Marshal Saint Arnaud. While Marshal Saint Arnaud and others were actively preparing for the plan to attack the north bank of the Sevastopol fortress, in the naval barracks on the south bank of the Sevastopol fortress, Vice Admirals Nakhimov and Kornilov were fighting against each other. Concerned about the imminent coalition attack on the fortress of Sevastopol, the failure of Menshikov in the Alma River made the Sevastopol fortress lose more than 43,000 living forces. Today, there are only more than 6,000 soldiers and more than 3,000 sailors left in the Sevastopol fortress. There are 3,000 militiamen, which can be said to be extremely weak. If it was just a lack of troops, it would be fine. But what was even worse was that there was also unstable inside the Sevastopol fortress. With the defeat of Prince Menshikov in the Alma River, the residents of the fortress who thought they could sit back and relax were suddenly pushed to the brink of war. Panic began to spread in the city, and the residents of the fortress kept fleeing the fortress of Sevastopol. Nakhimov and Lieutenant General Kornilov had to bite the bullet and ordered all the residents living in the Sevastopol fortress not to leave. All the waypoint. Who would have thought that this order not only did not stop the residents of the Sevastopol fortress from fleeing, but instead intensified the spread of panic. This panic not only spread in the residential areas of the fortress, but also began to panic in the military camp. The Russian soldiers, who were instilled with various strange stories by the missionaries, had long been regarded as cannibals by the coalition forces, and now the monsters have arrived at the fortress, and their commanders have also been defeated by the monsters. As a result, the image of the coalition forces in the military camp changed from cannibal monsters to invulnerable cannibal monsters, and the reason why they attacked the Russian Empire also evolved from occupying the Sevastopol fortress to eating up the Russian army in the fortress in the face of invulnerable monsters. Any Russian soldier has no choice but to escape. On the third day after Prince Menshikov was defeated by coalition forces, a part of the militia and the regular army began to flee the Sevastopol fortress. Faced with soldiers who had no intention of fighting, Kornilov and Nakhimov had no choice but to use harsh criminal laws to make them understand the horror of running away. Under Kornilov's instruction, only the Cossack cavalry regiment, 600 people, in the fortress was dispatched, and hundreds of soldiers who wanted to escape were directly headed by the Cossack cavalry. The heads of the soldiers were built into a temple and piled up on the Malakhov bastion, and the soldiers did not dare to escape in any way. However, Kornilov and Nakhimov understand that this method can only maintain temporary stability. If Russia still fails in the next war, the Sevastopol fortress will inevitably suffer a backlash. At that time, let alone resisting the coalition forces, it is unknown whether they can go out alive. Therefore, Kornilov and Nakhimov have been thinking about how to make the Sevastopol fortress through the difficult time. Should we abandon the North Bank? How about concentrating all our troops on the South Bank? This will strengthen our control over the South Bank. Lieutenant General Kornilov asked Nakhimov next to him. Have you ever thought that this will cause even greater panic? There are a lot of residents on the North Shore. Nakhimov asked Kornilov back. This is indeed a big problem. After a moment of silence, Lieutenant General Kornilov responded decisively, but now is not the time to think about this. The coalition forces have arrived on the North Shore. If the trouble is bad, they will attack in the near future. Our fortress on the North Bank has no way to resist their attack. The failure of the North Bank is a certainty, and we must not let the South Bank have an accident. What method are you going to use to transport the soldiers from the North Shore back? Nakhimov asked again. We can build a pontoon bridge between the North Bank and the South Bank. Use the ships we have to build it. Lieutenant General Kornilov replied www.riyadh1.com. In this case, it will take a lot of time to complete. Do we really have that long? Nakhimov said a little pessimistically. I'm afraid we haven't waited for our pontoon bridge to be erected, and the coalition troops have already marched to the North Bank. At least we are trying to protect this fortress, Kornilov said firmly. Yeah. Nakhimov also sighed. How ironic it is for two admirals to protect an army fortress. Poor Kornilov and Nakhimov didn't know that. If it wasn't for some unscrupulous monarch who disrupted the normal historical timeline, they wouldn't have to worry about the coalition forces at all. The coalition forces in history knew that the Battle of the Alma River ended on September 23rd, and then hesitated for nearly half a month in the offensive plan on the North Bank and the South Bank. It was during this half month that Kornilov and Nakhimov completed the fortification of Sevastopol within the time limit, relying on the fortification in the 3-month cold winter, late October to February, until the spring of the second year. This time they did not have such good luck. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, Kornilov's Coping Strategy. Under the influence of Jerome Bonaparte, a little butterfly who suddenly entered the 19th century, the Crimean War has deviated from the original historical line from the very beginning, and the whole world has begun to make great strides towards a new world. Nakhimov and Kornilov were two unfortunate people who were directly affected by Jerome Bonaparte's butterfly effect. At this moment, they were still racking their brains for the next rescue. Action. Develop an appropriate plan. Point. After more than 2 hours of argument, Nakhimov and Kornilov finally finalized the rescue plan. The 16 ships docked on the south bank of Sevastopol will all act as an important force in erecting a pontoon bridge tomorrow to build a life channel. Point. Originally, this work should be handed over to ordinary civilian ships. Unfortunately, the civilian ships in the Sevastopol Bay were proposed to be sunk into the bay by Lieutenant General Kornilov before the coalition fleet approached Sevastopol. Export. And it is precisely because of this that the ships of the coalition forces have no way to directly enter the bay to shell Sevastopol after the rescue plan was drawn up. Kornilov made another suggestion to Nakhimov. Kornilov hopes to mobilize all the residents of the south bank of Sevastopol to build trenches, parapets, simple bastions, earth-made bastions, and forts, and at the same time dismantle all the remaining guns in the ship and place them on the forts to strengthen the defenses of the southern shore of Sevastopol. However, it is difficult for Sevastopol to be mobilized now. Nakhimov frowned and responded to Kornilov. Today, the south bank of Sevastopol has long been panic, and many residents have no time to escape. How can they help them build defensive positions? Don't worry. Lieutenant General Kornilov put on a confident attitude and said to Nakhimov, I have a way to get them to cooperate with us obediently. What way? Nakhimov asked curiously. Cheat. Lieutenant General Kornilov said softly. Cheat? Lieutenant General Nakhimov looked at Kornilov in confusion. That's right. Since we have no way to stop this panic, why don't we exaggerate the threat of the coalition forces? Let their image in the hearts of Sevastopol residents and soldiers be equated with heart-eating demons, and they are the devils who devour the hearts of the residents of Sevastopol. We can declare to the residents of Sevastopol that the reason why the coalition forces started the war here is to eat the residents of Sevastopol. Wherever they go, they will be overtaken by the coalition forces. Escape cannot solve the problem. Only by defeating those demons can they avoid the risk of their hearts and livers being eaten. Lieutenant General Kornilov explained to Nakhimov. Although this method can inspire the residents of Sevastopol to feel the same hatred of the enemy, it will also make our soldiers lose the confidence to fight against them. Lieutenant General Nakhimov responded to Lieutenant General Kornilov with concern. After all, there is no way for mortals to defeat demons. You are indeed right. Humans are indeed unable to defeat demons. Lieutenant General Kornilov nodded to Nakhimov and said with a sly smile, but the Patriarch and His Majesty the Tsar can we only need to borrow their names. The priest and Prince Menshkov will be a sharp blade in our hands. Lieutenant General Kornilov paused for a moment, then leaned into Lieutenant General Nakhimov's ear and whispered, we just need. As soon as Kornilov finished speaking, Nakhimov's eyes lit up. He nodded to Lieutenant General Kornilov and said, it's really a good way. Then let's get started. Later, Nakhimov and Kornilov invited the Orthodox priests in the fortress to the military camp in the name of the Sevastopol headquarters. The Bishop of Sevastopol, who was awakened from his sleep by the rough Cossack soldiers, yawned and entered the sailors' camp. In the sailors' camp, the Bishop of Sevastopol not only met Nakhimov, the two leaders of the fortress, with Kornilov, but also met all the priests in the Sevastopol fortress. Needless to say, they were forcibly awakened to this military camp just like the Bishop of Sevastopol. Thinking of this, Bishop Sevastopol inevitably felt a little more resentment in his heart. Your Excellency, the priests, welcome to the barracks. Lieutenant General Kornilov said to all the priests present. Lieutenant General Kornilov, why did you call us here in the middle of the night? Did you deliberately entertain us? If that's the case, then I will consider asking His Majesty the Tsar to do justice for us. Sevasto Bishop Bull complained to Kornilov. Yes. Lieutenant General Kornilov, what are you trying to do? Lieutenant General Kornilov, I hope you can give a word. In the face of Bishop Sevastopol's popular grievance forcing the palace, Lieutenant General Kornilov was not at all angry and still put on a gentle and elegant face. That's it. A baptism in the morning for all the inhabitants and soldiers of the Sevastopol fortress. What? A joke. There are more than 50,000 or 60,000 people in Sevastopol. How can we do it? Yeah. This is really too difficult for a strong person. The priest kept complaining about the difficulty of Lieutenant General Kornilov and told Lieutenant General Kornilov that he would not baptize people in Sevastopol if he was killed. So, you refused? Lieutenant General Kornilov asked the pastor present with a smile. Your Excellency Lieutenant General, it's not us who rejected you. It's too hard for a strong person. The sad-faced priest complained to Lieutenant General Kornilov. Besides, we don't have so much holy water for baptism in our hands. Humph. Your so-called holy water is not the water in the Gulf of Sevastopol. How much of that water is needed? Nakhimov mocked the priest in the room with a look of disdain. The priest exploded instantly after hearing what Nakhimov said in the middle, and they began to target Lieutenant General Nakhimov. Quiet. After the reprimand of Bishop Sevastopol, the priest present became quiet, and then turned his attention to Bishop Sevastopol. Lieutenant General Kornilov. Bishop Sevastopol took a few steps forward and asked Kornilov with a serious face, can you tell me, what are you going to do? Destroy the fear of the coalition forces among the residents of Sevastopol. Kornilov paused and complained to the priest present. Again, why did the residents and soldiers of Sevastopol meet this fear of the coalition forces is all thanks to everyone present. If it weren't for your day-to-day propaganda, Sevastopol would not have been in the state of the previous days. We are also under orders. The priests retorted, if Prince Menshkov asked us to do this, we would not say anything to publicize. Now we are complaining. If we knew this would happen, why did you go early? Yeah. After all, you are still incompetent. That's right. Seeing that the situation was about to develop in the direction of scolding, Bishop Sevastopol had to speak again. Now is not the time to argue about who is right and who is wrong. The most important thing is how to solve the problem. I agree with the bishop. Lieutenant General Kornilov also said, there is no way to keep arguing like this. We have to get through the current difficulties together. You should all know that once the coalition forces break through the plug after the Sevastopol fortress, the situation you may face. The priests were speechless for a moment. Of course, they had already heard about the military discipline of the coalition forces, and of course they understood what might happen after the coalition forces broke through Sevastopol Point. With a little luck, they can even break the bank and avoid disaster. If you are unlucky, you may not even be able to save your life. After all, the coalition forces also included the Turkish army, known for killing prisoners. The contradiction between Russia and Turkey has long been unable to resolve. Point. Unless either of the two falls, their hatred can be resolved. Point. As for escaping from the Sevastopol fortress, that's even more nonsense. Point. More than half, 80% of the entire Crimean Peninsula are Tatars. Those Tatars are notoriously thorny before the coalition troops arrive, so that the Russian Empire often leads troops to clear them. After the arrival of the coalition troops, those Tatars will probably be more rampant, and the priests walking on the road without the protection of the army will only become the souls of the Tatar bandits. Staying in Sevastopol has a good chance of surviving, as long as you don't need the Turks. Riyadh1.com, and walking out of Sevastopol is a near-death experience. Of course, if you can really hold on to it. That's even better. Can you hold this place? One of the priests asked Lieutenant General Kornilov nervously. I don't know, but I will try my best to keep it. Lieutenant General Kornilov said firmly, and told the priest present that he would definitely live and die with Sevastopol. Lieutenant General Nakhimov, who was standing beside Kornilov, also repeated a sentence. Later, Bishop Sevastopol asked Lieutenant General Kornilov about the specific steps. Lieutenant General Kornilov told the Bishop of Sevastopol that he would deliver news early tomorrow morning that the coalition forces would eat up everyone in the fortress of Sevastopol, even if they fled to the ends of the earth. Then the priest came on the field and preached that Sevastopol had been blessed by the Lord, and as long as Sevastopol was baptized, he could gain the power to resist the devil. Anyone who wants to escape from Sevastopol, or who does not obey the orders of Sevastopol, Kornilov's order, will be forsaken by the Lord and become food for the devil. Chapter 534, Coalition Forces. Lieutenant General Kornilov, who explained part of his plan to the priest and bishop, walked to the table, put his hands on the table, supported his body with his arms, lowered his head, and made a contemplative gesture, waiting for their reply. Your Excellency Lieutenant General, please allow us to go out and discuss. This issue cannot be decided by one person. Bishop Sevastopol pleaded to Kornilov. Of course. Kornilov said to Bishop Sevastopol, but as soon as possible. It only takes a while. Bishop Sevastopol nodded, and then called out all the priests in the headquarters. In the originally bustling headquarters, only Nakhimov and Kornilov were left in the blink of an eye. Do you want me to send someone? Nakhimov asked Lieutenant General Kornilov in a low voice. The implication is self-evident. No. Kornilov shook his head and rebuffed. I believe that His Excellency Bishop still has a person who has a great view of the overall situation. The capture of Sevastopol will not do him any good. After a while, the bishop and priest of Sevastopol returned to the headquarters again, and Sevastopol, standing in front of Lieutenant General Kornilov, said solemnly, I represent all the priests of Sevastopol. I agree to this condition and I'm willing to assist you in maintaining order in Sevastopol. Lieutenant General Kornilov, who received the reply from Bishop Sevastopol, raised his head, his leaning body straightened up again, and the hands supporting his body were taken away from the table, and then slowly came to Bishop Sevastopol. He held his hand in front of him and said sincerely, thank you very much for your support of our work. I just don't want Sevastopol. This beautiful bay is ruined by the savage coalition. Bishop Sevastopol replied flatly, I promise you, we will fight to the last minute. Lieutenant General Kornilov responded to Bishop Sevastopol, I hope you can do what you say. Bishop Sevastopol said solemnly to Lieutenant General Kornilov, definitely. Lieutenant General Kornilov responded firmly, if There is nothing else. Then we will leave. Bishop Sevastopol turned and walked towards the gate. I'll send you off. Lieutenant General Kornilov followed behind Bishop Sevastopol and personally sent Bishop Sevastopol out of the camp. The priest living in Sevastopol also followed and left the camp, and Lieutenant General Kornilov, who was standing at the gate of the camp, looked at the priest who was gradually disappearing in the dark and murmured, "It's done." Lieutenant General Kornilov, who had returned to the headquarters, waved at Nasimov, indicating that he could go back to rest. "You too." Nakhimov left the headquarters after saying this. There was only Lieutenant General Kornilov left in the command. Kornilov, who was sitting in a chair, put his arms on the table again, resting his hands on his cheeks, thinking in his mind whether his plan still existed. What's wrong? Over time, Lieutenant General Kornilov's eyes kept fighting, and a sudden drowsiness swept through his body, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Before he knew it, Lieutenant General Kornilov fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, Lieutenant General Kornilov became an invincible general. He led the residents and soldiers of Sevastopol to defeat coalition forces, earned the rank of Admiral, Your Excellency Lieutenant General, Your Excellency Lieutenant General. With a shout from the distant horizon, Lieutenant General Kornilov, who was wearing a medal, finally realized that he was in a dream. No, I want to get up. I still have a lot to do. Kornilov, who had a firm belief, quickly got out of the dream. When he opened his eyes, he immediately saw Lieutenant Colonel Andrei Bokansky standing beside him. "It's you." Lieutenant General Kornilov yawned and said to Andrei Bokansky, "What time is it?" Andrei Bokansky took out his pocket watch, glanced at it, and responded to Lieutenant General Kornilov, 6:30. 6:30? It's not too late. Lieutenant General Kornilov first muttered in a low voice, "Your Excellency Lieutenant General, what are you talking about?" Andrei Bokansky asked Lieutenant General Kornilov. "It's nothing." Lieutenant General Kornilov shook his head and then ordered Andrei Bokansky, "Can you help me call Lieutenant General Nakhimov over here?" "Of course." Andrei Bokansky replied immediately. After Andrei Bokansky left the headquarters office, Lieutenant General Kornilov dragged his almost unconscious right leg to the gate of the headquarters, staring at the ships moored in the bay in the distance. When a group of patrolling sailors passed the gate of the headquarters, Lieutenant General Kornilov stopped the sailors who were patrolling and ordered them to go to the bay dock and call all the captains of the ship. The patrol sailors who received the order hurried to the bay, and Lieutenant General Kornilov, who regained consciousness on his right foot, returned to the headquarters after sitting at the headquarters and waiting for 5 minutes. Andrei Bokansky brought Nakhimov to the front of Lieutenant General Kornilov. "By the way, there is one more thing that needs to be done by you." Lieutenant General Kornilov told Andrei Bokansky in front of Nakhimov about the countermeasures they had discussed yesterday. After listening to Lieutenant General Kornilov's plan, Andrei Bokansky was shocked. "How do you have the confidence to complete the task?" Lieutenant General Kornilov asked Andrei Bokansky. "Yes." Andrei Bokansky, who had recovered, said firmly, "Go. Let me see your progress." Lieutenant General Kornilov pushed Andrei Bokansky lightly, signaling that he could leave. "Yes." Andrei Bokansky saluted Lieutenant General Kornilov and left the headquarters. "You asked him to perform this task. Aren't you afraid that he will screw up this task?" Nakhimov asked Lieutenant General Kornilov with some puzzlement. "It stands to reason that for such a technical job of spreading rumors, it is best to find those skilled in the army who are the most suitable candidates. A well-behaved aristocratic young man like Andrei Bokansky was incompetent for such a job. You have to give young people a chance to exercise. Besides, what if they fail?" Lieutenant General Kornilov said nonchalantly. For Lieutenant General Kornilov, the Sevastopol fortress is enough to panic. Even if Andrei Bokansky fails, it is nothing more than maintaining the status quo. The most important thing is the baptism of those priests. The success or failure of the baptism affects the success or failure of Sevastopol. "That's right." Nakhimov nodded. "By the way, I also called those captains to come over. They will come in a while." Lieutenant General Kornilov continued. After a while, the captains of 16 ships appeared in the headquarters. Kornilov immediately assigned the 16 captains their respective tasks. After all the tasks were assigned, Kornilov said loudly, "I hope you can complete the tasks as soon as possible." Yes. The 16 captains responded in unison to Vice Admiral Kornilov. Lieutenant Admiral Kornilov, who was watching the captain for example, sat down in the chair again and said to himself with a long sigh of relief, "I hope everything goes well." The captain who left the command followed the instructions of Lieutenant General Kornilov and set off from the south bank of Sevastopol to the north bank to erect the pontoon. The French troops discovered the situation. The French staff member who took the hot air balloon to the sky just landed on the ground and immediately went to the staff to report the situation to Trosh. After receiving the report from the hot air balloon staff dubbed by the army, Brigadier General Trosh did not hesitate to report the information to St. Arnault, and Policier Marshal St. Arnault pondered for a long time and then asked Policier what he thought, whether the Russian Empire on the south bank of Sevastopol did this to increase troops to the north or to transport troops from the north bank to the south bank. "I think this move of the Russian Empire is obviously to concentrate all the troops in one place, and now the north bank of Sevastopol is completely surrounded by our troops. If the commander of the south bank of Sevastopol is not stupid, they will only choose the south bank that has not been surrounded by our army." Policier responded to Marshal St. Arnault, "So, what should we do now?" Marshal St. Arnault asked Policier, "Marshal, since the troops on the south bank judged that we would log on to the north bank, why don't we send a troop to the south bank to set up a posture of landing on the south bank so as to confuse their judgment? This troop doesn't need too much, just one regiment is enough." Policier responded to Marshal St. Arnault and then added, "However, this requires the cooperation of the British Navy. Trosh, you immediately go to the British headquarters and tell Commander Aglan our request. I believe Commander Aglan will agree." Marshal St. Arnault turned his eyes to Trosh and said, Brigadier General Trosh, who had left the French headquarters, spent nearly 5 minutes riding a horse to the station where Britain was located. Under the leadership of the soldiers there, Brigadier General Trosh found Commander Aglan Point at this time. Commander Aglan was staying on the hills with the Duke of Cambridge and Adjutant Kinstek Point Riyadh 1.com using the telescope in his hand to survey the enemy situation on the north bank. The sudden arrival of Brigadier General Trosh made Commander Aglan slightly somewhat surprised. "Marshal St. Arnault, are there any arrangements?" Commander Aglan asked Brigadier General Trosh half jokingly. "Commander Aglan." Trosh told Commander Aglan what he found on the balloon. "So, you speculate that the Russian army on the north bank wants to withdraw to the south bank, is that so?" Commander Aglan said to Brigadier General Trosh. "That's right." Brigadier General Trosh nodded and replied to Commander Aglan, "Our Marshal hopes that the French fleet and the British fleet can join forces and go to the south bank to restrain the Russian Empire's army so that they do not dare to rashly, completely withdraw the army. Tell you the Marshal, I agree with his idea." Commander Aglan first said to Brigadier General Trosh and then ordered Adjutant Kinstek to go to the coast to contact the British Navy. Adjutant Kinstek, who received the order, hurriedly left, and Trosh did not stay and returned to the French command. Chapter 535, Battle of the Port of Kalatana. Brigadier General Trosh, who returned to the headquarters, reported the decision of the British command to Marshal St. Arnault and asked Marshal St. Arnault to approve him to join the navy in the operation. Marshal St. Arnault first glanced at Brigadier General Trosh and then glanced at General Policier next to him. Marshal St. Arnault knew that his adjutant was leaving a way back for him. Brigadier General Trosh, who was St. Arnault's adjutant, did not worry about his future in the coalition forces at all when St. Arnault was still alive. Once Marshal St. Arnault has any accident, the new expeditionary commander is likely to marginalize him. Right now Marshal St. Arnault's health is not as good as the day, so Brigadier General Trosh will naturally have to plan for his future earlier. That's why he asked Marshal St. Arnault to let him participate in this operation. This method is to disguise himself from the identity of the adjutant of St. Arnault. General Policier, what do you think? Marshal St. Arnault said as usual. Why did Policier not understand what Marshal St. Arnault meant? He hurriedly nodded with a smile. I think Brigadier General Trosh is capable of taking on this position, since General Policia has already agreed, then I have nothing to say. Marshal St. Arnault approved Brigadier General Troche's mission to follow the Navy to the port of Camish. However, before leaving, Marshal St. Arnault specifically instructed Brigadier General Troche to interfere excessively with the Navy's actions because of his adjutant's relationship. Although the land and sea joint operations are led by the Army, it does not mean that the Navy will blindly accommodate the Army. Point on the Army side, there are Marshal St. Arnault, Neil. The Emperor's favorite is not false, but the gold content of the Minister of the Navy Deco is not low at all. Point at the beginning, the Emperor had repeatedly asked Deco not to work too hard, and just aiming at this Holy Family was enough to make the Navy stand up in front of the Army. Point, unless it was a last resort. Marshal St. Arnault didn't want to discord the two armies. Brigadier General Troche hurried to Marshal St. Arnault. He would definitely follow the instructions of Marshal St. Arnault, and would not embarrass the Navy. Go. Marshal St. Arnault waved to Brigadier General Troche. Brigadier General Troche took a few steps back with a solemn expression, and then saluted Marshal St. Arnault. Alas. Looking at the back of Brigadier General Troche's departure, Marshal St. Arnault sighed, and stood up, and said to Pericia, General Pericia, I'll go back to rest first. You will preside over the headquarters. It's gone. You can rest assured, and leave it to me. General Pericia responded to Marshal St. Arnault. When Brigadier General Troche arrived in the bay, a regiment of French troops, 3,000 men, had been waiting in the bay for some time. However, next to the French troops about to board the ship, there was also a British infantry regiment of about 2,000 men. Brigadier General Troche immediately approached Adjutant Kingscott and asked him what was going on. Adjutant Kingscott told Brigadier General Troche that the infantry regiment had been following the French army to the port of Calaina, near the southern bank of Sevastopol, at the request of Commander Aglan. The commander said, since it's going to be fake, how can there be no British army? Adjutant Kingscott said to Brigadier General Troche, imitating Commander Aglan's tone. In this way, a 5,000-strong British-French coalition boarded 6 troop carriers in turn, and the troop carrier carried 5,000 British and French troops and headed for the port of Caraina near the south bank of Sevastopol. When the Anglo-French fleet arrived near the port of Caraina, the Russian militia who were in charge of monitoring the port of Caraina returned to Sevastopol in groups and reported the situation to Lieutenant General Kornilov. Lieutenant General Kornilov, who was instructing the army to build the pontoon bridge, was momentarily dazed. He did not understand what medicine was being sold in the good of the coalition forces. Lieutenant General Kornilov immediately called for the chief of the Caraina port militia and asked him, have you seen the British and French fleet arrive at the port of Caraina? I really saw it with my own eyes. The militia leader replied to Lieutenant General Kornilov with a stern voice, and then said to Lieutenant General Kornilov in an exaggerated tone, Lieutenant General, you don't know how large their fleet is. It's like a city adrift at sea. Okay, I understand. Before the vigilante leader could finish speaking, Lieutenant General Kornilov waved his hand and drove him away. Standing in the port, Lieutenant General Kornilov paced back and forth for 2 laps, and said to himself, could it be that the goal of the coalition forces is not the North Shore? At the thought of Lieutenant General Kornilov, who was likely to launch an attack on the south bank by the British and French allied forces, he panicked. In his plan, coalition forces were bound to attack from the North Shore. If the coalition forces chose to land on the south bank, the consequences would be unimaginable. While Lieutenant General Kornilov was thinking about the strategic intentions of the coalition forces, Nakhimov appeared beside Lieutenant General Kornilov and asked Lieutenant General Kornilov about the landing of the coalition forces in the port of Caraina. Is it true? There is a high probability that it is true. Kornilov responded in frustration. The stationing of the coalition forces on the North Shore is likely to be an elaborate scam. Scam? Lieutenant General Nakhimov asked Lieutenant General Kornilov. Think about it. If the coalition forces launched an attack on the North Shore, their fleet would certainly not be able to provide them with effective support. Not only that, but they would also be hit by our fleet on the North Shore. in Kornilov will be explained to Nakhimov. Kornilov's behavior fully shows that if a person subjectively believes that his conclusion is extremely correct, then he will find a factual basis for this extremely correct conclusion. Any clue can be summed up as premeditated. Nakhimov was apparently also led into the ditch by Lieutenant General Kornilov's speculation. As the temporary commander-in-chief of Sevastopol, he immediately asked Kornilov what to do. We must not allow them to gain a firm foothold in the port of Kareana. Lieutenant General Kornilov advised Nakhimov, we must mobilize all the soldiers on the southern bank to expel the coalition vanguard in the port of Kareana. Get out of the port. What about the pontoon? Nakhimov asked Lieutenant General Kornilov, pointing to the pontoon being built. Stop. For a while. Lieutenant General Kornilov said firmly, we must concentrate on one thing. Okay. I'll lead the troops to the port of Kareana. Nakhimov responded to Lieutenant General Kornilov. No. Let me go. You are the commander-in-chief of the entire fortress, and this fortress cannot be without you. Lieutenant General Kornilov stretched out his hand and grabbed Nakhimov, but Nakhimov stopped and looked at Lieutenant General Kornilov. He didn't know whether Kornilov was up to the job. Don't worry, I'm also the chief of staff of the Black Sea Fleet anyway. Lieutenant General Kornilov responded to Nakhimov in a disappointed tone. Now in Sevastopol, only you and me are left. Yeah. Nakhimov sighed. The fact that such a big city can't find a qualified army general is simply a big joke. After more than an hour of mobilization, Kornilov and Nakhimov finally mobilized an army consisting of more than 3,000 troops, more than 1,000 sailors, and more than 2,000 militiamen. In order to strengthen the firepower of this army, Lieutenant General Kornilov removed 26 guns from the battleship and matched the 17 guns stored in the warehouse on the south bank, a total of 40 guns. Lieutenant General Kornilov believed that with these guns and troops, Kornilov forgot that naval warfare was not the same as land warfare. It was enough to push the British and French forces back. As a result, Lieutenant General Kornilov, with more than 7,000 soldiers and 40 artillery pieces, marched towards the port of Kareana, south of Sevastopol. Kornilov, who led the Russian army to the port of Kareana in a hurry, did not know that at this time, the port of Kareana had already stationed 2 regiments, 2 British battalions, 3 French battalions, with more than 5,000 British and French troops. This batch of British and French coalition forces dug deep trenches under the order of Brigadier General Troche, the temporary commander of the coalition forces. A simple trench centered on the port of Kareana is being formed, which will be used to resist the possible emergence of Russian troops. The fleets docked at the port of Kareana are also lined up in a line, and the muzzles of all the warships pointed in the direction of the south bank of Sevastopol at the same time. Only when the Russian soldiers on the south bank of Sevastopol arrived, it will dump all its shells on their heads. However, the Russian Imperial Army should not be so irrational that it wants to touch the naval guns. The enemy is coming. With the cry of the sailors on the ship's observation deck, the British and French coalition forces in the port of Kareana immediately became alert, and they began to seek shelter spontaneously without carrying heavy weapons. When the Russian Imperial Army arrived less than 2 kilometers from the port of Kareana, the ships lined up began firing artillery shells at the Russian Imperial Army in the distance. Hundreds of shells fell around the Russian Imperial Army, and the howling heat overturned Russian soldiers near the shells. Lieutenant General Kornilov, who was riding on a horse, hurriedly issued an order to the troops. Get down. Get down. The vast majority of the Russian Imperial soldiers obeyed Lieutenant General Kornilov's orders to lie down, and a few militia units, frightened by the shells, began to flee. This led to a small confusion in the Russian Empire camp. The chaos would have spread directly to all troops, had it not been for the decisive action of the experienced officers and overseers. Even so, there are still many militiamen who tried to escape, and died in the hands of the supervising team. The naval artillery licked the ground beneath it, sending out bursts of waiting. Chapter 536, Unexpected Victory. Under the command of Lieutenant General Kornilov, The Russian Imperial Army, which was bombarded by the fleet in the port of Kalatina, used the method of lying on the ground to avoid the shelling point. British and French light infantry under the protection of naval guns in the port of Caraina, under the order of Brigadier General Troche, either in skirmish line mode, to be precise, the Zouave Regiment mode skirmish line, or in column mode, the British inherited from Napoleon Q's during the war, moved slowly in the direction of the incoming troops of the Russian Empire. The overwhelming majority of the Russian Imperial Army, suppressed by the naval guns, could only watch the British and French troops move towards them, and a few young Slavic soldiers stood up to fight back, never thinking that the musket in his hand was simply unable to support him. Counterattack. Not to mention that the current Russian Imperial Army is still in the coverage of naval guns. Even if one or two Russian soldiers rushed in the direction of the Anglo-French coalition, regardless of the order, the outcome they faced would be nothing but dead souls under guns naval. Fortunately, the location of Lieutenant General Kornilov was a hill, and most of the shells could only hit Kornilov's surroundings, and the damage caused was the impact damage caused by the shell explosion. If Lieutenant General Kornilov was in a plane, the naval guns on the port of Kalatina could knock Kornilov's troops down immediately. Nearly 500 naval guns aimed at Lieutenant General Kornilov's troops and bombed for more than half an hour. During this half hour, Lieutenant General Kornilov's troops could hear mourning from time to time. If you are lucky, you can also see the severed limbs falling from the sky. These scenes were a nightmare for the militiamen fighting for the first time. After the artillery stopped, Lieutenant General Kornilov patted the dust on his body and shouted at the Russian Imperial soldiers, "Line up. Quick." The Russian soldiers who heard Lieutenant General Kornilov's order quickly got up and lined up to face the British and French coalition forces. It is a pity that the distance between the British and French coalition forces and them has already entered the effective range of 550 meters. At a distance of about 550 meters, the British and French forces could hit the Russian Imperial Army, but the Russian Imperial Army had no way to hit the British and French forces at all point. If Lieutenant General Kornilov participated in the Battle of Armor, then he would not have rashly led his troops to easily face the British and French coalition forces. Defense is the most effective method when there is a large difference in weapon generation. Of course, the culprit behind all this is Prince Menshikov and Lieutenant General Kyryako. If Prince Menshikov chooses to forcibly return to the Sevastopol fortress after the defeat of the Battle of Armor, then Lieutenant General Kornilov will be able to know the range of the British and French rifles. If Lieutenant General Kyryako hadn't been captured, he would have given out a lot about Sevastopol's internal situation, and Marshal Sonano would not have made up his mind to capture Sevastopol. Of course, Jerome Bonaparte in Paris also contributed to the failure of Sevastopol. If it wasn't for his telegram, Marshal Saint Arnaud would probably have to wait for a while before he made up his mind to attack. At this time, Lieutenant General Kornilov did not know that he had lost the time and the people before the Sevastopol offensive began. There is simply no way to defeat the coalition forces simply by virtue of the location. When the Anglo-French allied forces raised the Minute and Lee Enfield rifles flat, there was a jeering from the Russian Imperial Army camp. How did they know the horror of the minor rifle, who had not been beaten by the minor rifle? These ignorant Slavic barbarians regarded the behavior of the British and French forces as fear. In their eyes, the British and French forces were a group of cowards, and they only dared to shoot from a distance. The 2 battalion soldiers at the forefront pulled the trigger, and the bullets flew out of the gun chambers and shot at the Russian Imperial vanguard at a speed undetectable to the naked eye. The unprepared vanguard fell to the ground the second they heard the gunshots. The Russian Imperial Army just hit a face-to-face and injured dozens of people. This is not to mention the Russian Empire soldiers who were just killed and wounded by the aftermath of naval guns. The Russian Imperial Army, who had never encountered such a situation, was stunned at once. They first glanced at the Russian Imperial soldiers. Most of these fallen Russian Empire soldiers hit by the minor bullet did not die in the first place, who fell to the ground desperately stretched out their hands to the surrounding compatriots, begging for their help. The blood spurting out of the wound dyed the grey military uniform red. "Help me, I beg you." The fallen Slavic soldier showed a painful expression and intermittently called out to the soldiers around him for help. After seeing the tragic state of the fallen comrades, the surrounding soldiers to fear They recalled some rumors began in the barracks, so they were even more afraid of the British and French forces in their hearts. Come on. You are all soldiers who have been baptized by Christ. The evil forces borrowed from **** by the British and French forces will have no effect on you. In this battle, I will stand with you. Just as the Russian Empire soldiers were thinking wildly, Lieutenant General Kornilov's voice appeared in the ears of the Russian Empire soldiers. The voice of Lieutenant General Kornilov re-emerged the Russian Imperial Army, and they remembered what the shepherd, priest, of God had said to them an hour earlier. The priest told them that they were all soldiers chosen by the Lord, and the reason why the Lord chose them was to protect Sevastopol and His Majesty the Tsar. Therefore, their every move is under the watchful eyes of the Lord. All their actions are secretly promoted by the Lord, and all the soldiers who are loyal to Sevastopol will roar and be led by the Lord to heaven to enjoy worship. Anyone who does not obey whoever the Lord has commanded, after his death, the soul will not be able to go to heaven. Thinking of this, the heart of a simple Russian imperial soldier is both excited and scared. They were afraid of death, but they wanted to win glory for God and the Tsar. This contradictory psychology will make them not afraid of death in a short time, but once the death exceeds a certain number, their team will face the risk of collapse across the board. It is not uncommon for a small group of troops to collapse, leading to the collapse of a large group of troops, especially an army like the Russian Empire, which is entirely supported by faith. 4. His Majesty the Tsar. Lieutenant General Kornilov held a flintlock pistol in his left hand, and with his right hand he took out the command knife hanging from his waist, and gave the order to charge the troops under the influence of Lieutenant General Kornilov. The Russian army followed Lieutenant General Kornilov and charged towards the location of the British and French forces. It's this trick again. Lieutenant General Troch looked at the group of Russian Imperial troops who were dying, and couldn't he help shaking his head, and gave an order to the regimental chief of staff, who was temporarily serving as an adjutant. Pass my order. British and French troops are free to fire, but don't let them approach. Yes. The regiment chief of staff responded quickly, and then rode a horse to convey Brigadier General Troch's order to the frontline troops. After receiving the order of Brigadier General Troch, the frontline troops retreated in an orderly manner, while continuously attacking the Russian Imperial Army. After the third round of shooting, nearly 100 Imperial Russian soldiers fell on the road of the charge. The morale of the vanguard began to gradually decline. Just when Lieutenant General Kornilov was about to let the next group of soldiers take their place and rush forward, one of the French camps about 700 meters away from Lieutenant General Kornilov, the soldier with the mignet, is aiming the mignet at Lieutenant General Kornilov. Although the maximum range of the minor rifle is 914 meters, after more than 550 meters, the accuracy of the minor gun is a lot worse. It takes a certain amount of luck to hit Kornilov at a distance of 700 meters. Sergeant Baptist, a battalion drawn by Zouave, who silently calculated the distance and wind direction in his heart, pulled the trigger, and the mignet shot was fired from the muzzle. A few seconds later, he successfully hit Lieutenant General Kornilov's chest, and blood flowed out of Lieutenant General Kornilov's chest. Kornilov, who was shot, lowered his head and glanced at the gunshot wound on his chest in astonishment, and then muttered, "Get out." After speaking, Lieutenant General Kornilov fell to the ground. The killing of Lieutenant General Kornilov was something that the three armies of Britain, France, and Russia did not expect. Lieutenant General Troch, who was sitting in the French army, found that Lieutenant General Kornilov had fallen through a telescope. Overjoyed, he hurriedly issued an order to the regimental chief of staff. "Quick, order the troops to attack immediately. Attack immediately." The regimental chief of staff left quickly, then passed his order to the two battalion commanders of the forward. The two battalion commanders, without the slightest hesitation, launched a bayonet charge at the lost supreme commander of the Russian Imperial Army. Before the Russian Imperial Army woke up from the grief of losing Lieutenant General Kornilov, Riyadh1.com, British and French troops came to them. A trial of blood and iron officially began. The agile Zouave soldiers became a sharp knife on the battlefield. Other British and French soldiers followed the steps of the Zouave regiment and entered the Russian army. facing the Anglo-French coalition forces that were like tigers descending the mountain. The Russian Imperial Army, whose morale had fallen to the bottom, was losing ground. The background caused by the small rout was staged again. "Your Excellency Brigadier General, are we still chasing?" the regiment chief of staff asked Brigadier General Troche. After a moment of thought, Brigadier General Troche made a bold determination and said, "Chase." Under the orders of Brigadier General Troche, the British and French troops chased for a long distance. After seeing the arrival of a bastion near the south bank of Sevastopol, Brigadier General Troche, who felt too deep, ordered his soldiers to capture the bastion, and at the same time, sent infantry to the British and French coalition forces on the north bank for help. https://novel/117/74815943.html Make France Great Again https://chapter 537 Captive Tolstoy. Brigadier General Troche, who had landed in the port of Kalatana, never dreamed that the British and French forces he led would be victorious in the 2 hours. After landing in the port of Kalatana, with only 5,000 troops, they reached the bastion near the south bank, bay, of Sevastopol. From the port of Kalatana point, the defenders who were responsible for defending the bastion saw the deserters who had returned from the defeat, and the British and French troops who had fallen from Heaven Point. The morale that was finally built up was demoralized all of a sudden. In the eyes of these Russian soldiers, the British and French forces had become an army with demonic power. Don't ask me. 19th century Slav soldiers would have this idea. Modern old man and old lady not still believe in the local wild sect. Captain Belep, who guarded the bastion, fled directly. After seeing the captain escape from the bastion, the Russian Imperial soldiers in the bastion scrambled to escape into Sevastopol Point. A few soldiers with a big picture in mind want to stop the other Russian soldiers in the bastion from escaping. Stop. If you run away, what will happen to the Russian Empire? What will happen to the residents of Sevastopol? One of the Russian sergeants stood in front of the fleeing Russian soldiers and scolded the group of Russian Empire in front of him. Soldier, the sergeant's heartfelt words made the hearts of the Russian Imperial soldiers in the front row who wanted to escape from the bastions shake a little. They looked at each other and stopped. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way." The Russian soldiers in the back row shouted twice and then moved from the back row to the front row. Under the stunned gaze of the sergeant, he raised his leg and kicked the sergeant's abdomen. The sergeant was kicked directly to the ground. The Russian soldier with a hint of ruffian scolded, "I won't stop you. If you want to die here, I don't want to die here." Then he turned his head and said to the soldiers behind him, "Brothers, don't listen to him here. Even our commander has given up on this bastion, so what's the use of us staying here? Wake up. Are we simply incapable of fighting against the outside army? Yeah. Our officers have already run away. What's the use of us staying here? With people like us, can we really fight against them?" The Russian soldier, who had already been inclined to stick to it in his heart, now has a firmer belief in escaping from this bastion. "No, no." Cough, cough. The sergeant who was kicked out by the Russian soldiers coughed heavily and said, "The British and French forces are just like us. They don't have any special abilities. As long as we work together, we will be able to defeat them." Don't be kidding. If we can really defeat them, how did our army in Alma fail? I can see it clearly. You guys just want to exchange our lives for your medals. Russia, the Imperial soldier retorted, and then said to the Russian soldier behind him, "Brothers, rush with me." Following the Russian soldier's order, the Russian soldier behind him rushed towards the gate of the bastion point. After seeing this scene, the few soldiers of the Russian Empire who were in charge of guarding the gate did not dare to block anything. The gate of the bastion was opened by the soldiers of the Russian Empire who wanted to escape the bastion, and the Russian soldiers fled to the dock area on the south bank of Sevastopol Point. Unfortunately, this group of Russian soldiers who just ran out of the bastion soon encountered a small group of lobster soldiers. The British soldier, armed with a Lee Enfield 1853 rifle, quickly pulled the trigger. The dense rain of projectiles shot at the fleeing Russian soldiers. In the blink of an eye, several Russian soldiers fell down. Seeing this, the remaining Russian soldiers quickly turned around and ran away, but did not want to meet a small group of Zouave soldiers. Under the front and back of the Zouave soldiers and the Lobster soldiers, this group of Russian Imperial soldiers could only put down their weapons and surrender in the face of the surrendering Russian soldiers. The British and French allied forces had to draw a part of the existing troops to the Russian Empire soldiers to the rear. Before the escort, the British and French forces also inquired about the situation in the bastion of the captured Russian Imperial soldiers. There are not many people in the bastion. The soldier who answered the question of the Anglo-French allied forces was none other than the unruly fellow in the bastion just now. At this time, he had already become a soldier under the guns of the British-French allied forces. A good baby who answers whatever you ask. Very good. Captain Baptiste, who was about to be promoted to second lieutenant, nodded, and then ordered his soldiers to him to the rear afterwards. Baptiste took the remaining team members into the bastion point. After attacking the bastion, Baptiste moved forward all the way, and soon saw the remaining Russian soldiers in the bastion point. They raised their muskets at the French soldiers in front of them. Give it up. You can't win. Sergeant Baptiste said to the group of Russian soldiers in front of him point before the translators who followed the French army could translate French into Russian. The Russian soldier facing Baptiste said to Baptiste in fluent French, "I know." There was a hint of surprise on Baptiste's face. The guy in front of him could speak French. It seems that he must be a nobleman of the Russian Empire. Thinking of this, Baptiste's tone couldn't help but say respectfully, "You already know the result, so please put down your weapons and surrender. I can guarantee that you will enjoy the noble treatment in the French military camp." When the translator translated this sentence to them, the few remaining Russian soldiers in the bastion were a little moved. They looked at their commander out of the corner of their eyes, hoping to hear the surrender from his mouth point after realizing that the Russian soldiers on the opposite side generally didn't want to fight. The sharp-minded Baptiste said to him, "While the iron was hot, even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your soldiers. While let them die in vain. They are still so young." After hearing Baptiste's persuasion, the noble officer on the opposite side glanced at the soldier beside him. He himself wanted to be loyal to the Tsar, but the group of Russian soldiers under him obviously didn't have the consciousness to be loyal to the Tsar. Does he really want to lead them down this road of death? The noble took a deep breath and finally ordered his subordinates to put down their guns. He came to Baptiste alone and said to him, "Your eloquence is very good. You are overrated." Baptiste responded modestly. Afterwards, Baptiste curiously asked the name and position of the nobleman in front of him. Lev Nikolaevich Tolstoy, who participated in battles in the Caucasus before the rank of sergeant. That's right. The guy in front of him is none other than the future famous Russian writer Tolstoy. Point in the original history, Tolstoy turned to fight under the command of Prince Paskovich in the Danube region after the battle in the Caucasus. After Prince Paskovich led the army to return to Bessarabia, Tolstoy followed Commander Gorchakov to the Sevastopol fortress. Since Prince Paskovich ended the Danube battle earlier on this timeline, Tolstoy did not go to the Danube army as in history, but was directly transferred to Sevastopol by Prince Menshikov. Tolstoy, who stayed in Sevastopol for less than 2 months, has now become a prisoner of the French army. Although it was a shame to be captured by the French Empire, it also indirectly allowed Tolstoy to avoid subsequent battles, because the battles that followed were even bloodier than now. If you were not careful, the future great writer would become the consumables of the Tsar and buried in this land. Of course, the current Tolstoy does not know what will happen next, nor does he know that he will become a legendary writer. Baptiste, who occupied the Bastion fortress, quickly ordered his men to put down the flag of the Russian Empire hanging on the bastion. This action undoubtedly announced to the surrounding that the Russian Empire had lost this position. In the distance, Brigadier General Troche saw through the telescope that the flag of the Russian Empire was being lowered, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Brigadier General Troche, who captured a war horse from near the south bay of Sevastopol, immediately gave an order to the regimental chief of staff beside him. "Quick! Transfer a battalion of troops." Yes. The regiment chief of staff hurried into action after listening to Brigadier General Troche's order. Brigadier General Troche also rode his horse and galloped in the direction of the bastion. When Brigadier General Troche arrived near the bastion, he saw Baptiste and his soldiers at the gate of the bastion. Brigadier General Trax hurriedly got off his horse, came to Baptist, held Baptist's hand, and said excitedly, "You did a great job. You have won the prize." Baptist responded modestly, and then he introduced the remaining Russian Imperial soldiers in the bastion to Brigadier General Trosh. "Your Excellency Brigadier General, this is Tolstoy, a nobleman of the Russian Empire," Baptist said to Brigadier General Trosh. Brigadier General Trosh looked Tolstoy up and down and said, "You didn't run away. Why should I run away? This is the territory of our Russian Empire." Tolstoy confidently responded to Brigadier General Trosh, "Those who should leave here should say your homeland?" Brigadier General Trosh responded to Tolstoy with a disdainful smile on his lips, "You have only occupied this place for less than 100 years, so how dare you call this your homeland? This is Ottoman human land. We are here to help the Ottomans restore their land." Tolstoy's confidence was somewhat insignificant. "You guys have no rights. Then, what rights do you Russia rely on to occupy this land?" https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 538. Offensive on the North Shore of Sevastopol. Then what is the basis for your Russian occupation of this territory? Could it be that your ancestors of the Slavs once lived here? Brigadier General Trosh's voice was not loud, but every word he said had full power to Tolstoy. No matter how much Tolstoy whitewashed that Tsarist government, he could not avoid the fact that the Russian Empire occupied the Crimea Peninsula by force and tyranny. Tolstoy pondered for a while, and then refuted Brigadier General Trax. "Aren't you also aggressing against Algiers? How far are you higher than us?" "Yes, we are indeed aggressive." Brigadier General Trosh did not deny the aggression. He even said with some confidence, "Because of this, we will not put ourselves in the position of the victim like you just did. If there is any country that dares to secretly do damage in Algiers, we in France would not mind letting them know what the anger of France is. Only weak countries will cry, and cry unfairly to other countries. Strong countries always use their own. The fist is telling others the truth of this world. You are wrong." Tolstoy blushed slightly, romantic, thinking he was angry at Brigadier General Trosh's theory. He refuted loudly, "If the world were to be like you, then it would be fair. Where did it come from? Our world is not supposed to be like this." "Fairness?" Brigadier General Trosh laughed when he heard Tolstoy's natural words. "As a nobleman, you still believe in fairness. If the world is really fair, then why do some people believe in fairness? When they are born, they can be dressed in fine clothes and food, but some people can only support their families for the rest of their lives. Is this fair? I think it can be improved step by step." Tolstoy hesitantly responded to Brigadier General Trosh. "Improvement? When will the farming and animal husbandry system of your Russian Empire be abolished? When will you talk to us about improvement?" Brigadier General Trosh said dismissively at the innocent Russian imperial aristocrat in front of him. "We will do away with it. Just like you in France," Tolstoy said firmly to Brigadier General Trosh. Brigadier General Trosh just smiled slightly. He didn't tell Tolstoy how many nobles were killed when France abolished feudal obligations. The impact of the revolution still affects France to this day. The young aristocrat regarded the abolition of serfdom as a simple matter under the order of the Tsar, and all the aristocrats had to obey the order of the Tsar. In fact, the abolition of farming and animal husbandry and feudal obligations is to completely eradicate the soil from which they were born. Either make a transition like Britain, or solve the nobility once and for all like France. The Russian Empire has no such soil at all, and their transformation will inevitably have a lot of problems. Okay, Mr. Tolstoy, let's not talk about who's right and who's wrong. Brigadier General Trosh decided to end this innocuous topic. "Your Excellency, I think so too." Tolstoy, who couldn't tell, nodded to Brigadier General Trosh. After that, Brigadier General Trosh chatted with Tolstoy a lot of questions. When Brigadier General Trosh and Tolstoy were talking about literature, he suddenly found that the sergeant in front of him seemed to be changing, like a person. Brigadier General Trosh couldn't help but sighed. "Actually, you shouldn't be on the battlefield. In my humble opinion, your talent is enough to support you in the literary world." Tolstoy showed a shy smile and responded, "Actually, I have planned to devote myself to literature after the war." "Oh." Brigadier General Trosh said casually. I wonder if our great writer has considered leaving a masterpiece for the world. My first work is in my backpack. Tolstoy said to Brigadier General Trosh said casually. I wonder if our great writer has considered leaving a masterpiece for the world. Trosh, where is your backpack now? Brigadier General Trosh asked Tolstoy with interest. It is also a pleasure to be able to read novels in such a place. Anyway, Brigadier General Trosh is not going to continue the attack now. Before the North Bay troop has officially replied, his task is to see and consolidate this position. It's in my room. Tolstoy responded. Mr. Writer, can you take me to your room to have a look? Brigadier General Trosh was slightly curious about Tolstoy's works. Follow me. Under the leadership of Tolstoy, Brigadier General Trosh came to the door of Tolstoy's room. Come in, Tolstoy said to Brigadier General Trosh as he pushed the room away. After Brigadier General Trosh entered the room, he found Tolstoy's backpack on the table in the room. Brigadier General Trosh opened his backpack and found a thick stack of manuscripts. After taking the manuscript out of the backpack, Brigadier General Trosh glanced at the contents of the manuscript. The language used throughout the manuscript is not Russian, but French. On the first page of the manuscript is written "Childhood Impressively," which is probably the title of this unfinished book. Far away on the north bank of Sevastopol, after receiving the news from Brigadier General Trosh in the South Bay, Marshal Pelissier and Saint Ono also couldn't believe that the Russian army on the south bank of Sevastopol would stupid enough to fight in the field with the British and French forces and still fight within the range of naval guns. Map. Marshal St. Arnauld gave an order to Commander Pelissier next to him. General Pelissier hurriedly found a map of the south bank of Sevastopol. Although the map of the south bank of Sevastopol is not too detailed, it is enough to find the location of Brigadier General Trox on the map. Marshal St. Arnauld found the location of Brigadier General Trox without any effort. At this time, the distance between Brigadier General Trox and the South Bank Pier was less than 2 kilometers, and in front of him was the residential area on the south bank of Sevastopol. The current Brigadier General Trox is like a fishbone firmly stuck in the throat of the south bank of Sevastopol, making the south bank of Sevastopol unable to vomit and swallow. If I were the commander of the South Shore Army, I would definitely try my best to expel him, even at all costs. St. Arnauld pointed to the mark on the map and said to General Pelissier, I think so too. Commander Pelissier nodded and responded to Marshal St. Arnauld. By the way, I remember Brigadier General Trosh, and they don't seem to have artillery. That's right. This is what worries me the most. Marshal St. Arnauld circled the area where Trosh was located and replied to General Pelissier, the Russian army on the south bank is likely to carry out indiscriminate actions on this area. Differential artillery coverage. Without artillery they are likely to be repulsed. So we have to do something. Marshal St. Arnauld, I suggest to immediately launch an attack on the Russian army on the north bank. Commander Pelissier replied to Marshal St. Arnauld, but none of our troops are ready for battle. Marshal St. Arnauld said with some concern, now is not the time to hesitate. General Pelissier showed the decisiveness of a first-class commander. We must act as soon as possible. Only in this way can we attract part of the naval artillery fire to relieve the troops on the south bank. The goal of okay. Marshal St. Arnauld gritted his teeth and said to General Pelissier, just do as you say. Later, General Pelissier told Marshal St. Arnauld that the French gunboats and ironclads could set out to enter the fortress of the Sevastopol fortress. Although there were shipwrecks blocking it, General Pelissier believed that the range of the French navy would certainly be able to cause damage to the fleet and the south coast fort in the port, making it unable to effectively support the south coast. St. Arnauld immediately agreed with Pelissier's approach, and he ordered his messengers to quickly send the news to the French fleet. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I plan to launch an attack on the north bank of Sevastopol at 4:40. Marshal St. Arnauld said to Pelissier, after taking out his pocket watch. Yes. Pelissier responded with a serious expression, then turned around and went to the staff to report the news that Marshal St. Arnauld was about to launch an attack to the staff and asked them to designate a set of actions within 40 minutes. Effective strategy. The staff members who heard the attack a day earlier felt a burst of pressure, and it was indeed a challenge for them to complete the new plan within half an hour. Commander Pelissier, is this new plan only a French force to attack? One of the staff officers in the staff asked Pelissier. That's right. Pelissier nodded and said to them, because of the sudden incident, we didn't notify the armies of the other 3 countries. This time the attack can only be made independently by us. Done. It should be fine. This. After hesitating for a moment, the staff nodded and said to Pelissier, there is no problem, but which army should be responsible for attacking the Star Fortress? 1st Division. General Pelissier said to them decisively. General Pelissier did not forget General Conrobble's kindness to him. If it wasn't for Canrobert's abdication and letting the virtuous, he is probably not qualified to be the commander-in-chief of the French Expeditionary Force. Giving the task of attacking the Star Fortress to the 1st Division is also his reward to Conrobble. Pelissier believes that the 1st Division will definitely be able to complete this task well. I see. The staff members of the staff nodded and responded to Pelissier, and then began to work intensely. Pelissier, who had left the staff, called his adjutant Jerome Patterson again, and ordered him to summon the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Divisions. Jerome Patterson, who received the order, hurried into action. About 15 minutes later, General Conrobert and General Bosquet appeared in front of Pelissier. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 539. Desperate Fight. After Conrobble and Bosquet arrived at Pelissier's location, Pelissier immediately informed Conrobble and General Bosquet of the next action plan. Conrobble and Box looked at General Pelissier with surprise. They didn't understand why Commander Pelissier had to act in advance, or if something had changed. After General Pelissier finished talking about the deployment of the operation, General Conrobble, who had this question, asked Commander Pelissier, Your Excellency Commander, isn't our original plan to act tomorrow? One-day action and rush action. Did something happen? Pelissier glanced at Conrobble and nodded in response. Something did happen. Afterwards, Commander Pelissier told Conrobert and Bosquet about Brigadier General Troche's battle on the south bank. The expressions of Conrobble and Bosquet were even more shocked. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the Russian Empire had broken through the bottom line of their cognition. Brigadier General Troche was able to achieve such a record with only 5,000 troops. Is this because the combat effectiveness of the British and French armies is too strong, or the combat effectiveness of the Russian Imperial Army is too weak? This is, too. Major General Bosquet was so surprised that he was speechless. In the next period of time, the soldiers on the south bank of Sevastopol will definitely devote all their strength to the battle for the bastion, so we must create a big movement on the north bank to attract their attention. General Pelissier responded decisively to Conrobert and Box. What about the British side? General Conrobble asked Pelissier. Do you need to discuss this matter with them? There's no time left. We must act as soon as possible. Pelissier showed the determination, and determination is an excellent commander. A good commander must have a keen sense of war and be able to make important decisions in extreme times. Any hesitation will tip the scales of war toward the other side. The historical offensive and defensive battle of the Sevastopol fortress was due to the indecision of the British and French commanders, which gave the commanders in the Sevastopol fortress a lot of time to fortify Sevastopol, so that countless British and French troops bleed in front of the fortress. If it wasn't for the historical commander Pelissier, who captured Sevastopol at all costs, I'm afraid Sevastopol would really have become a bloodletting tank for the British and French armies during this period of time. Sevastopol has not yet started the road of fortification, and fortification, coupled with the constant panic inside Sevastopol, so it is easy for the British and French troops to occupy the south bank near Sevastopol, a fortress near the port settlement point. If you wait a while longer, it will be difficult to capture this fortress of restoring morale. As soon as Commander Pelissier's voice fell, General Conrobert and General Bosquet hurriedly said, they will definitely obey Commander Pelissier's order. Please Commander Pelissier, give them an order. Commander Pelissier immediately handed over the task of attacking the Star Fortress to General Conrobert of the 1st Division. As for the 2nd Division, Major General Bosquet also replaced Britain and guarded the flanks of the 1st Division. That's all I want to say. How to act, the staff of the headquarters will give you the plan in a while. Pelissier glanced at his pocket watch and said to Conrobert and Bosquet, it is now 3:20. You only have 1 hour and 20 minutes to organize your team. Around 4:40, I need to see an elite division. Do you understand? Although Commander Pelissier's request was a bit difficult, Cannibal and Bosque could only bite the bullet and promise that Pelissier would gather the troops in the shortest possible time. Go. Don't let me down. General Pelissier waved his hand and gave Canrobert and Bosque an expulsion order. Shortly after Canrobert and General Bosque left, the expeditionary staff passed an offensive plan to Pelissier. Commander Pelissier, this plan is a revised plan, based on our attack plan on June 6th, that is, tomorrow. I don't know if you are satisfied. Standing beside Commander Pelissier, the staff told Pelissier. Pelissier spent 4 minutes carefully reading the plan of the staff, and then closed the plan. Under the uneasy gaze of the staff officer, Pelissier said, the plan went well. But what? The staff officer asked Pelissier nervously. You have timed out by 10 minutes. Pelissier pointed to the pocket watch and said to the staff of the staff, The staff officer of the staff heaved a sigh of relief. He thought the plan would be rejected. Remember to hand it in on time next time. Pelissier took out a pencil from his uniform pocket, signed his name, and handed the plan back to the staff. Now you immediately communicate this plan to those who need to implement it. The plan, troops. Hurry up. Yes. The staff officer hurriedly responded with a salute and then trotted away from Pelissier. At 4:40 p.m., the June sun was still hanging brightly in the western sky, emitting a seemingly endless amount of light and heat. There is not a single cloud in the blue sky at the moment. Near the north bank of Sevastopol, under the sky, a team of nearly 20,000 people is being led by their division commander Canrobel, divided into 2 columns, and heading towards the distant Star Fortress march point. Behind this unit are 2 artillery regiments consisting of 6 artillery battalions, 18 artillery companies, under which are further 108 artillery pieces, of which 72 are 6-pound Napoleonic field guns and 12-pound Napoleonic field guns. There are 36 guns, and its lineup can be described as gorgeous. Not to mention the capture of a dilapidated bastion such as the Star Fortress. It is more than enough to attack the four-corner fortress that the Austrian Empire is proud of. The artillery regiment stopped about a kilometer away from the Star Fortress. The 2 artillery regiment commanders, riding on horses, divided their artillery into 2 rows and lined them up, placed in the back, reload, following an order from the commander of the artillery regiment. The soldiers of the artillery regiment pried open the shell box and loaded the shells into the artillery point. After about 10 minutes, all the guns were fully loaded. The regimental commander, holding the command knife, pointed the tip of the knife into the distance, looked at the bastion, and shouted, "Shoot!" 108 shells flew out of the barrel and shot towards the Star Fortress in the distance. The cannonballs like raindrops fell into the vicinity of the Star Fortress one after another, and the ground began to tremble. After the more than 2,000 defenders in the Star Fortress heard the bastion's movement, they couldn't help but panic. Sir, can we really hold on? The soldier behind the fortress parapet asked the officer beside him with a musket in his hand. I don't know either. The commander responded to the soldier with a trembling voice. He is also not sure whether they can really defend here, because this fortress doesn't have many counter-attack weapons at all. Only a few cannons from the time of the Holy King, Alexander I, are pitifully staying in the fortress. Whether they can be fired is still a problem. The walls of the fortress have also not been repaired for a long time. Careful. Just when the commander was thinking about the shortcomings of the fortress, a shout suddenly came from his ear. The recovered officer raised his head subconsciously and looked into the distance. From his perspective, a cannonball was smashing towards the parabola, where he was located in a parabolic trajectory. Happened. Before the commander could react, the cannonball smashed down with lightning speed. The unlucky commander was hit by the flying cannonball, and Yingming was lost on the spot. The explosion started the next second after the officer was hit, and the impact took away several soldiers in the temporarily constructed parapet. The soldiers surrounding the fortress began to consciously stay away from the parapet, and the soldiers inside the fortress were also not feeling well. Because the entire fortress has not been repaired for more than 30 years, the walls of the fortress have become very fragile. The shell easily penetrated the wall, and the resulting explosion directly injured the defending troops in the fortress. When the troops of the 1st Division approached the Star Fortress, the entire fortress was already full of loopholes under the attack of big and small Napoleon cannons. Looking at the dilapidated fortress in front of him, Kronrobel couldn't help but stunned. He couldn't believe that the fortress built by the Russian Empire had reached such a level of tofu. So, Kronrobel silently overturned the planned siege point. A fortress in this state, a siege is just a meaningless waste of time. Superior. Under Kronrobel's order, the soldiers of the 1st Division of Kanshu www.ukanshu.com changed from a column to a horizontal team, encircling the Star Fortress in a fan shape. Seeing this scene, the defenders in the fortress immediately called their adjutant and said, "Go to the port immediately, and let the warships in the port point their guns around our Star Fortress. However, this will cost our troops." The adjutant responded to the fortress commander, "I can't handle so much now." The fortress commander gritted his teeth and responded to the adjutant, and then ordered his soldiers to move the artillery to the city wall, and he would use the only artillery in the fortress to attack them. The adjutant, who left the Star Fortress on horseback, soon came to the port near the port on the north shore, where he saw an even more desperate scene. At this time, the Russian ships moored in the Sevastopol fortress were being shelled, and several ships were set on fire. More importantly, the attacking empire did not enter the port of Sevastopol, but lined up outside the port to launch coverage bombing into the port. However, their fleet artillery was unable to counteract it effectively, and the technological generation gap between the two had reached a desperate point. The Russian Empire, it's over. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, Stronghold Meat Grinder. North Shore, it's over. Looking at the battleships on the south bank, the adjutant cried out in despair, then turned to head towards the barracks on the north bank of Sevastopol. Since naval artillery support is no longer available, at least the 1,000 or so people left in the barracks should be pulled to the Star Fortress in this case. At least the Star Fortress can hold up for a while. However, when the adjutant arrived at the barracks on horseback, there were already not many people in the barracks, and there were only a company of less than 250 people and a detachment of militiamen of less than 100 people. Looking at the empty barracks in front of me, and the remaining soldiers in the barracks, the adjutant's head was like being smashed with a fist, and a buzzing sound echoed in his ears. What about people? Where have all my hot people gone? There was a roar in the adjutant's heart, and his expression became even more desperate. At present, the plan to seek naval artillery support is in vain, and the reinforcement in the barracks are also missing. What should he do, sir? Is there anything you need my help? Just when the adjutant fell into despair, a voice came to mind from the adjutant's ear. The adjutant, who came to his senses, raised his head and saw the only remaining troops in the barracks, and asked in a hurried tone, "Where are the others in the barracks?" The company commander of the surviving company explained to the adjutant that the more than 1,000 soldiers who originally lived in the barracks left the North Shore by boat an hour ago, and they were the only people left. Who ordered them to leave? Why didn't you inform us? The adjutant asked the company commander with a hint of tears. Lieutenant General Nakhimov's order. The company commander responded to the adjutant. Lieutenant General Nakhimov. Lieutenant General Nakhimov. After the adjutant muttered to himself several times, a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knows the Star Fortress. No, it should be said that the entire North Shore has been abandoned by Lieutenant General Nakhimov. What ******** to open up the north and south sides of the strait so that we can support at any time. Propaganda made by Kornilov to appease the emotions of soldiers on the North Shore. It's just Nanan's trick to fool them. From the very beginning, they have been abandoned by Nanan. Why don't you follow them? The adjutant glanced at the company commander and asked. Report, sir. The company commander responded to the adjutant in a sonorous tone. I don't think we should escape from here. Every inch of the land here is built by our hard work. Even if we die, we will die here. The adjutant's voice was slightly choked up. He didn't know how he should comment on the stupid company commander and his stupid soldiers in front of him point from their body. The adjutant seemed to see the Russian Empire in 1812. The ancestors at that time probably fought with the same idea as them. Very good. The adjutant, who was taught a lesson by the soldiers, turned from confusion to firmness. He nodded and praised the company commander. "You and your subordinates are good. You passed the prize." The company commander responded to the adjutant with a confident smile on his face. Afterwards, the adjutant explained the situation facing the Star Fortress, and then asked them if they would like to go to the Star Fortress. As the adjutant expected, none of the soldiers present flinched. They unswervingly expressed to the adjutant that they were willing to fight until the last moment. "You are real Russian soldiers." The adjutant nodded and then saluted the warriors in front of him. The soldiers in the barracks also returned the salute to the adjutant. Under the leadership of the adjutant, the only 326 people left in the barracks followed him toward the Star Fortress. At the Star Fortress at this time, the Russian and French armies that stopped shelling have now entered the meat grinder mode. Under the command of the commander, a French soldier turned over the ditch and came to the front of the slope. There were parapets on the slope. The height of each parapet was about 2 meters. Near Varna shot. The Russian Imperial soldiers hiding behind the parapet kept shooting at the French soldiers under the slope. When the French soldiers fired bullets at them, they could hide behind the parapet and listen to the magnet bullets hitting the parapet on the sound point. After the sound ended, the Russian Imperial soldiers leaned out halfway from the parapet and aimed at the French army to shoot. In just half an hour, more than 100 French soldiers fell on the way up the slope. Attack after attack was repelled by Imperial Russian troops. Behind the parapet, of course, the Russian Imperial Army, which was repelling the attack, was not much better either. When the French soldiers in the front row marched up the slope, the French soldiers in the back row had already raised their magnet guns at the Russian Imperial Army behind the parapet. As long as the Russian Imperial Army was all the way, it would become the focus of the rear row soldiers. Object point. Not only that, some French soldiers also aimed their guns at the fort on the wall of the fortress. As long as the Russian Empire appeared next to the fort, they would quickly pull the trigger and kill the Russian artillery. From the beginning to the present, 6 artillerymen on the city wall have been killed by the French army. About 200 soldiers of the Russian Empire hiding behind the parapet were also killed by France. The casualty ratio between the Russian Empire and the French Empire remained at around 1 to 2. Such an exchange ratio is the worst since the war between France and the Russian Empire. In the past, France basically played an exchange ratio of about 1 to 7 and 1 to 8. This time, the French army really encountered a tougher bone. When another wave of the French army's offensive was repelled by the Russian Empire, Conrobel, who was about a kilometer away from the Star Fortress, saw the Star Fortress using a telescope. He frowned at the adjutant Jerome Patterson. Jerome Patterson is both the adjutant of the headquarters and the adjutant of the 1st Division. Said, "Let the regiment in charge of the attack come down." Change Zouave. Yes. Jerome Patterson rode to the foot of the Star Fortress and gave the commander of the regiment Conrobel's order. "Why?" said the regiment commander with a cry of resentment. "Well, let me down. I'm almost successful." "Major Jerome, can you please tell the commander? Give us a little more time. I don't take another half an hour. After half an hour, if I can't capture this fortress, I will take off my military uniform and leave the army. Now my army has formed a beam with the opposite side, and I will not knock them down." Not reconciled. Jerome Patterson listened to the commander's statement quietly, and then replied coldly, "I'm just a person in charge of delivering the news. It's entirely up to you to execute the commander's orders or not." Jerome Patterson's words directly blocked the emotional card of the regiment commander. He knew what kind of ending he would face if he did not obey General Conrobel's orders. Therefore, even though he was very unwilling in his heart, he still had no way to disobey General Conrobel's order. The consequences of not obeying the superior are very serious. After Jerome Patterson left, the regiment commander looked at the fortress in front of him with reluctance and gave the regimental chief of staff an order to retreat. Responsible for the retreat of the main attack group, the defenders on the Star Fortress thought that the French army would not attack due to concerns about casualties. After finding out that the French army had withdrawn, and smiles appeared on their faces, At this moment, the more than 300 soldiers led by the adjutant also felt the star fortress. After entering the fortress, the adjutant reported the situation in the port to the fortress commander. I almost guessed it. The commander said to the adjutant with a helpless smile at the corner of his mouth. Then the adjutant explained their current situation to the fortress commander. Now, our fortress has completely turned into an isolated city. The adjutant whispered to the fortress commander, even if it's an isolated city, we have to stick to it. The fortress commander's attitude was also very decisive. Subsequently, the commander of the fortress added the soldiers brought by the adjutant to the lost troops. After about 10 minutes, an officer in a Russian uniform limped out of the French troops. It seemed to be a Russian officer who was captured at the Battle of Armagh. When he came to the slope, the Russian Imperial Army on the asterisk aimed the muzzle of the musket at the Russian officer. Don't shoot. I'm from the 17th Division. I have something to tell your fortress commander. The Russian officer raised his hands and said loudly as he walked up the slope. When he reached the first parapet, 2 Russian soldiers and escorted the Russian officer to the star fortress. The Russian officer who entered the fortress saw the commander inside the fortress. The fortress commander looked at the captured Russian commander with contempt. What do you want from me? That's it. General Konrobel wants your troops to lay down their weapons and surrender. He can guarantee the safety of your entire fortress lives and property. The Russian commander said to the fortress commander with a hint of pride, tell Konrobel that there are only dead Russian soldiers in this world, and no captured Russian soldiers. The commander of the fortress sneered, you. The captured Russian commander's angry voice trembled, and he pointed at the fortress commander, get out of here. I'm so afraid that I can't help but kill you. The commander of the fortress reprimanded the captured Russian commander loudly. The Russian commander left the position in embarrassment, and the star fortress burst into laughter when the Russian commander who had returned to the French camp reported to Konrobel with gusto. Konrobel made up his mind to completely eliminate the stubborn guy, thanking him. The big and small Napoleonic cannons fired again. This time they were aimed at the parapet on the slope. About 20 minutes after the shelling, the parapet that was baptized by the artillery was still 60% undamaged. This round of shelling killed and injured more than 100 people. After the artillery coverage was over, the Zouave regiment led by Brigadier General Bazin once again appeared under the star fortress. The Russian army on the star fortress looked at the French army in strange clothes below and said, they are Zouave soldiers. The Zouave soldier? What is that? The soldier beside him asked curiously. The soldier explained the origin of Zouave to the soldiers next to him, and the surrounding soldiers were also a little uneasy after hearing the origin of the Zouave regiment. Brigadier General Bazin, who was riding on a horse, glanced at the star fortress, and he made up his mind to conquer the fortress in the shortest possible time. He wants to use this to make his name. Reading www.urkanshu.com. So, Brigadier General Bazin decided to go into battle himself, and when he turned over and dismounted, he said to the soldiers next to him with a magnet gun, in this battle, I will climb to the top with you. No one is allowed to retreat. Once they find that they are retreating, even I will be subject to military law. Do you understand? Understood. The soldiers of the Zouave regiment roared out. Very good. Under the leadership of Brigadier General Bazin, the Zouave regiment was like a giant beast awakened from sleep. They climbed over the ditch and came to the asterisk at a very fast speed. After seeing the skills of the Zouave regiment, the Russian soldiers who used the parapet on the asterisk as a bunker immediately realized that the group of soldiers in front of them was not at the same level as the previous soldiers. The soldiers of the Zouave regiment who came to the asterisk dodged left and right, and after only a few minutes, they rushed to the first parapet point in close range. Hand-to-hand combat, this group of Russian soldiers with little combat experience was no match for them. The Zouave soldiers who kept coming up quickly killed the Russian soldiers behind the parapet. Then, he effortlessly rushed to the second parapet. In just 15 minutes, the vanguard of the Zouave regiment had completely rushed to the open space in front of the star fortress. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 541. English and French in the same bed. Report, sir. The group of Zouave puppies, a derogatory term for the Russian Empire, have already touched it. The adjutant standing on the city wall of the Star Fortress saw the soldiers of the Zouave regiment who were approaching the fortress under the city wall, and hurriedly ran down, and said to the fortress commander. At this time, the fortress commander was reorganizing the remaining soldiers in the fortress. After listening to the adjutant's report, he turned his head, and calmly said to the adjutant beside him, "I know, it's hard for you." After speaking, the fortress commander turned his head back, and looked at the soldiers again. The more than 300 soldiers in front of him are the only remaining strength in the fortress, but now he has to follow him, an incompetent officer, to die together. He feels that he is really sorry for them. If any of you want to surrender, you can surrender now. I don't blame you, really, you've worked so hard to save this fort, this city. I'm not qualified to tie you to this the sinking ship. The commander of the fortress said to everyone present with a sincere expression, "I only hope that after you surrender, you will not be like the ignorant guy just now. You must always remember that you are an honorable person. The Russian Empire, even if we lose this war, as long as the flag of His Majesty the Tsar keeps flying in St. Petersburg, we still have a chance. In 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years, we must believe that under the leadership of His Majesty the Tsar, the final victor will surely belong to us. So we don't want you to bow down like the Turks after being captured. You have to keep in mind that you are an honorable Imperial Russian." "Okay, I have finished speaking. Whoever of you wants to surrender can go now. I will not stop." As soon as he finished speaking, the fortress commander made way for the soldiers who wanted to surrender to France. To pass, none of the soldiers present chose to leave, and their eyes stood firmly in place. After 30 seconds, the commander of the fortress, who was still unmoved, smiled, and he finally reminded the soldiers present, "I'm very pleased that you can make such a choice, but you should understand what such a choice will face. The consequences. It's too late to regret it now." "We don't regret it." The battalion commander in charge of commanding the remnants of the defeated army replied resolutely. "Yes, we don't regret it." No regrets. There were also shouts of no regrets among the soldiers, and the soldiers present seemed to really not regret their choices. "Very good." The fortress commander nodded again at everyone present. Right here, outside the fortress, there was a sound of exhortation in Russian. "Listen to the people inside. You are already surrounded by us. Brigadier General Bazin hopes that you can put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Don't be stubborn in the corner. Yours the commander has abandoned you, and you will not be getting any other assistance." The Russian persuasion to surrender did not have much effect. Under the leadership of the fortress commander, more than 300 Russian soldiers slowly walked out of the Star Fortress. The commander standing at the gate of the Star Fortress looked at the French army at the foot of the mountain, in the trench, and behind the parapet, with a solemn expression on his face. "Russia will never surrender." The Russian Imperial soldiers standing with the commander of the fortress also shouted in unison, "Russia will never surrender." At this moment, the commander of the fortress was like Don Quixote to challenge the windmill. He raised the command sword from his waist and shouted, "For His Majesty the Tsar." Then, they rushed to the location of the Zouave regiment. After hearing the call of the fortress commander, the surrounding soldiers also picked up their guns, and followed the fortress commander to charge forward. "Don't shoot." Looking at the group of Russian warriors who had sent a decisive charge to the Zouave regiment, Brigadier General Bazin, who was also standing in the front line, ordered the Zouave regiment under his command not to shoot, but to bid farewell to this respectable opponent with a bayonet. Although their army was far from the opponents of the Zouave regiment in combat effectiveness, their courage and will made Brigadier General Bazin and the soldiers of the Zouave regiment feel a spontaneous respect. Under the orders of Brigadier General Bazin, all the soldiers of the Zouave regiment took their index fingers off the trigger immediately afterwards. Brigadier General Bazin also pulled out the command knife from his waist and shouted, "For the French Empire." The surrounding soldiers of the Zouave regiment also charged at the remaining soldiers of the Russian Empire. The two sides fought together on **** in front of the Star Fortress. In the end, the experienced Zouave regiment won, and more than 300 Russian Imperial soldiers died at the hands of the Zouave regiment. The last wave of the Zouave regiment suffered 121 casualties, 48 killed and 73 injured, and a large part of the injured Zouave soldiers were sympathetic to the Russian Imperial soldiers when they were fighting. the first wave of attacks deliberately avoiding the vital parts, resulting in the Russian Empire still being able to counterattack, causing some unnecessary casualties. A red light of the setting sun shone on the Star Fortress, making this dilapidated Star Fortress reveal an inexplicable sense of sadness looking at these soldiers of the Russian Empire who would rather die than surrender. Brigadier General Bazin could not help sighing deeply, and then ordered his adjutant to bury them all. Yes. The adjutant hurriedly responded to Brigadier General Bazin, and then asked Brigadier General Bazin if he wanted to erect some stone for them. Stand, as soon as you want. Brigadier General Bazin responded, and then returned to the foot of the mountain to report to General Conrobble. General Conrobble, who had been watching the Star Fortress at the foot of the mountain, began to criticize Brigadier General Bazin the second he came to him. It's obvious that unnecessary casualties can be avoided. Why do you still fight them in close quarters? Conrobble asked Brigadier General Bazin. I think this is respect for the defenders in the fortress, said Brigadier General Conrobble of Bazin. Respect? We are fighting, not a duel between knights. Conrobble emphasized loudly. Even if it's a war, we should give them enough respect. Brigadier General Bazin retorted. Conrobble and Bazin quarreled for a while, and finally ended the argument with General Conrobble's concession. You and your troops have worked hard, Conrobble said to Brigadier General Bazin. This is what we should do. Brigadier General Bazin replied to Conrobble. Conrobble then ordered Brigadier General Bazin's Zouave Regiment and the 1st Division to continue to approach the residential area on the north bank of Sevastopol, where their 1st Division was to spend the night on the north bank of Sevastopol. 20 minutes after the battle for the Star Fortress ended, the battle report from the north shore of Sevastopol reached the French headquarters at this time. The French command had gathered the commanders of the 4 countries of England, France and point as for why the commanders of the other 3 countries are here. It has to start after the battle for the Star Fortress begins. As soon as the Star Fortress started, Conrobble used more than 100 large and small Napoleon cannons to bombard the Star Fortress. The sound of the big and small Napoleonic cannons directly alerted the commanders of the other 3 countries, so the 3 countries of Yingzata sent them to check the situation. After some reconnaissance, the commander of the 3 kingdoms learned that the French army launched an attack on the Star Fortress behind their backs. Commander Aglan already vaguely knew why the war was launched. Faced with such an unexpected situation, all they could do was go to the French headquarters to inquire about the situation. After the French command's explanation, the commander of the 3 kingdoms finally understood why the French command suddenly started the war. Now that France has begun to attack the Star Fortress, the 3 kingdoms of England still have nothing to say. They could only wait quietly at the French headquarters for the news that the Star Fortress had been conquered. When Jerome Patterson passed the battle report that the Star Fortress had been conquered to the French headquarters, the 3 kingdoms of England were once again shocked by the powerful strength of France. It's only 2.5 hours since France officially launched the attack, 5 o'clock, and now, 7:30. Commander Aglan, who was sitting at the French headquarters, suddenly felt a pressure. Although the United Kingdom and France are currently fighting the Russian Empire in Crimea, there is no guarantee that the current allies will become enemies again in the future. Besides, the British Kingdom and the French Empire are enemies in themselves, but they are only forced to form a union. Today, the fighting power displayed by the French Empire has far left Britain behind. This had to make Commander Aglan vigilant in his heart. Commander Aglan even began to doubt whether it was a wise choice for the London government to form an alliance with the French Empire to defend against the Russian Empire. Judging from the strength displayed by the current Russian Empire, where they are the targets that need to be guarded against, they are clearly the targets that Britain wants to win over. The French are really scary. At this time, Commander Aglan had made up his mind secretly that after the capture of the south bank of Sevastopol, he must send a telegram to London, asking them to reform the existing British military system as soon as possible. From stepping into Crimea to the present, the British army has exposed many problems. If you don't deal with it, Britain may really face the risk of being hanged and beaten. Compared to Commander Aglan's anxiety, Lama Lama, commander of the Kingdom of Sardinia and Minister of War, and Omar Pasha, commander of the Ottoman Empire, were particularly happy. The stronger the fighting strength of the French army, the easier it will be for them. It's better to let the French army take out the Russian Imperial Army alone, so that they don't have to shoot. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 542. Fall of Sevastopol. June 6, 1854. Sevastopol. A grey cloud shrouded the sky above the city that was about to fall at home, and the silk-like drizzle fell rustling from the sky, bringing a hint of coolness to this hot and dry city for a long time. In this weather, a large army was heading south in the rain. They were the joint fighting force of the French and British Guards divisions, and the destination of this army was Sebasto, south bank of Bole. The reason why they had to go to the south bank of Sevastopol in the rain was because of 2 letters from Brigadier General Troche yesterday. The first letter was sent to the headquarters yesterday afternoon. In my heart, Brigadier General Troche claimed that he led his troops to chase the troops of the Russian Empire, and then killed Vice Admiral Kornilov and occupied Sevastopol, a bastion on the south bank of Ernest. This made Marshal St. Arnault and Périssier overjoyed, and they immediately wrote back to Brigadier General Troche ordering them to occupy the bastion at all costs until the main force arrived. However, considering that Brigadier General Troche on the south bank did not carry heavy weapons such as artillery before he set off, it would be difficult to defend. In order to share a little pressure on the south bank, and also to weaken the defense system of the north bank, General Périssier urgently launched an attack on the north bank. Undiscriminate fire coverage of the port of Topol. According to Périssier's idea, the French Empire has already taken the stance of attacking the north bank with all its strength, and the Russian defenders on the south bank have to help the brothers on the north bank to share some of the pressure. Who would have thought that after the entire battle, the Russian troops on the south bank did not move at all? They seemed to have given up on the north bank. Sure enough, under the strong attack of the French army, the 1st Division took only 2 hours to occupy the North Shore, and then marched all the way to the residential area of the North Shore, and by the way, made a friendly to the people in the residential area access when the news of Canrabat's occupation reached the headquarters. The remaining 3 members of the headquarters except Périssier and St. Arnault were very happy, even if the worried Commander Aglan was still on the surface for the French happy with victory. The time gradually moved to 11 o'clock in the evening, and the second letter from Brigadier General Troche appeared. Troche said in the letter that the Russian Imperial Army was now in a frantic attack on the bastion he occupied, with hundreds of artillery pieces. Mostly it was removed from the naval gun and bombed at the bastion point. If it wasn't for the defense of the bastion by the artillery left by the Russian Empire when it retreated before, their troops would probably retreat under the first round of the Russian Empire's offensive. Even so, their defense was still very difficult. In order to expand the defense range of the bastion, many soldiers had to dig deep trenches under the fire of the Russian Empire. In the more than 4 hours from the start of the Russian offensive to Brigadier General Troche's letter, the death toll of the British and French armies had reached about 500. The total number of Troche's troops was only 5,000 people. And nearly 1/10 of the casualties were enough to prove how fierce the Russian Empire's attack was. So, Périssier and Marshal St. Arnault hurriedly called Commander Aglan over to discuss countermeasures together. At the suggestion of Commander Aglan, the 4 countries' armies began to operate in 2 directions. The British and French armies sent troops with strong mobility from the north bank of Sevastopol to the south bank, while the Sardinian and Turkish armies sent a small number of troops to the port of Calais and Abyssinian to support Brigadier General Troche. Such an arrangement obviously did not use Brigadier General Troche as the main offensive direction, but was a **** in charge of containing the Russian army. A small number of troops from Sardinia and Turkey were just to keep Brigadier General Troche guarding the bastion. From the point of view of common sense, Commander Aglan's actions are simply superfluous. After all, the breach already exists, and they just need to expand the breach. And Raglan's behavior of giving up this breakthrough is a manifestation of a waste of resources. Is Commander Aglan stupid? Of course not. How could a general who rose in the Napoleonic era say that he is demented? The reason why Commander Aglan proposed this strategy is for military merit. From the beginning of the Crimean War to the present, except for the Battle of Armor, the British Kingdom's army has been in a state of being taken away point, whether it is the breakthrough on the south bank of Sevastopol or the attack on the north bank of Sevastopol, the whole process is a personal show of the French Empire. This kind of one-man show is the best thing for the Ottoman Empire and the Kingdom of Sardinia, but for Commander Aglan, every one-man show in the French Empire is a destruction to his political life. Just imagine, if the Times were full of stories about France and the Crimea, the citizens of London would think that Commander Aglan was a general who only spoke big, sending his sons to gilded nobles. It would be even more so that Commander Aglan was a general who could not lead their children to promotion. At that time, Commander Aglan would not only suffer from the pressure of public opinion outside the government, but even the nobles of the House of Lords within the government would also be dissatisfied with Commander Aglan. Not to mention, being the commander-in-chief to attack Commander Aglan both internally and externally, the people of London are considered kind-hearted, to not be poked in the spine. It is precisely because Commander Aglan cannot withstand the pressure of public opinion, so he must satisfy the people of London and let the noble children of the army obtain military merit. Leading the main force to reinforce Brigadier General Troche is definitely not within the scope of Commander Aglan's consideration. Only by opening up a second battlefield like the Battle of Armagh can Britain be dominated. Of course, Commander Aglan also knew that such an approach would lead to dissatisfaction in France, so he took a step back and proposed that Pelissier be the commander of the main force, and the Duke of Cambridge would be the auxiliary. Although the French Empire complained about Commander Aglan's superfluous actions, in order to take into account the overall situation, he had to agree with Commander Aglan's actions. The French Guards Division and the British Guards Division set off in the rain at around 6 o'clock in the morning, and many soldiers were left behind along the way. Even if someone accidentally fell behind, Pelissier and the Duke of Cambridge still ordered the follow-up troops to bury their heads and move on. Those soldiers who accidentally fell behind had to figure out their own way. If they are lucky, they will be piggybacked by the troops that arrive later. If you are unlucky, you may lose your life directly. Pelissier's task was to urge the two divisions to reach the south bank as soon as possible. After a rapid march of more than 10 hours, the French Guards Division and the British Guards Division finally arrived near the Malakoff fortress at around 4 p.m. The original team of about 30,000 people now has only about 25,000 people left. Nearly 1/6 of the soldiers were forced to fall behind because they could not bear the high intensity running. Most of the soldiers were from the British Guards Division. Soldier at this time, the sky in Sevastopol had stopped raining, but it was still grey. Every step forward on the muddy ground feels as if someone is holding your feet to keep you from moving forward. General Pelissier, should we find a village to live in? Wait until the weather is clear before launching an attack. The Duke of Cambridge, who was riding on a horse, asked General Pelissier next to him. No. General Pelissier shook his head and replied to the Duke of Cambridge, we must attack as soon as possible. But we don't have heavy weapons in our hands. Isn't it a bit too risky to attack now? The Duke of Cambridge replied worriedly to Pelissier, adventure? How can there be no risk in war? General Pelissier asked in return, if you don't take risks, is it still war? But the Duke of Lower Cambridge hid his voice and gritted his teeth and said to Pelissier, I hope you can think about it for our commander-in-chief. We can't damage too many people, otherwise it will be very difficult for us to deal with the London government. Explain. How? About according to the standard of 500 people. If the death toll in Britain exceeds 500, then I will retreat immediately. Pelissier said to the Duke of Cambridge with 5 fingers. The Duke of Cambridge thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said to Pelissier, okay. Under Pelissier's orders, the French and British troops advanced towards Malachowburg at about 5 p.m. At this time, the 2,000 Imperial Russian troops in Malakoff Fort were having dinner when the British and French generals jumped out of the first trench set up by the Russian Empire. The Russian troops in Malakoff Fort discovered the British and French troops. Oh, God. The Russian troops in Malakoff Fort looked at the Anglo-French coalition forces in the distance with a look of horror. Although he had rifles and artillery in his hands, Riyadh1.com, they dared not do anything. Because there are too many British and French troops around Malakhov Fort, they should not shoot in which direction they should shoot, not to mention that everyone in the current Russian Empire suffers from severe terrorism syndrome. Seeing that the Anglo-French coalition forces were getting closer, the Russian imperial soldiers turned around and ran away from the residential area. 10 minutes later, the flags of the British and French armies were planted over Malakhov Fort. For the south bank of Sevastopol, which has not been completely fortified, the fall of the core position of Malakhov Fort represents the complete fall of the south bank of the Sevastopol fortress. The Russian defenders who escaped from Malakhov Fort told Nakhimov that the bastion had fallen, and Nakhimov, who was planning the next attack, immediately fell into a petrified state. Sevastopol, it's over. On the night of June 6, Vice Admiral Nakhimov of the Russian Imperial Navy led his troops to break through the siege. I never wanted to be ambushed by General Pelissier, who had already prepared, and the 4,000-strong breakout force that was finally gathered was wiped out. Nakhimov himself was hit in the face by a bullet and died. The Sevastopol fortress, which had lasted for nearly a year in history, was declared dead by the sneak attack of the old General Pelissier, who did not speak of martial arts. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 543. Marshal St. Arnault returns. After the news that General Pelissier led the British and French troops to occupy the south bank of Sevastopol, after the cavalry passed the news to the coalition headquarters on the north bank of Sevastopol, the commanders on the north bank of Sevastopol were all surprised expression. In the plan of the coalition command, the British-French Joint Operations Force should not enter the south bank of Sevastopol immediately after arriving on the south bank of Sevastopol, but should assume a posture of marching to the south bank and lead Sevastopol. The Russian Empire on the southern bank had to deploy a part of its troops to defend General Pelissier. In this way, General Troche's burden can be relieved, and the British and French forces near Malakhov Fort only need to wait quietly for the artillery to arrive before proceeding to the next step. Point: who knows that General Pelissier is a guy who does not pay attention to siege tactics. The French army after the Napoleonic Wars liked siege tactics most. The front foot has just arrived at Pelissier near Malachowberg, and the back foot is given to Sebaste. Blackhand came to the south bank of Topol Point. The Anglo-French coalition forces with strong morale used the human seed tactics to frighten the weakened Russian Empire and occupied Malakhov Fort, and then occupied the south bank of Sevastopol. Quick, immediately send someone to Constantinople. No, I'm going to Constantinople myself to call on General Pelissier. Marshal St. Arnault, who had recovered from his surprise, excitedly responded to Jerome Patterson next to him. Point: to say that among all the people present, who cares most about General Pelissier, it must be Marshal St. Arnault. Point: since Pelissier served as the acting commander-in-chief of the coalition, Marshal St. Arnault's posthumous name has been closely tied to General Pelissier. Just like Hindenburg and Ludendorff during the First World War, the success of General Pelissier is the success of Marshal St. Arnault, whereas the failure of General Pelissier is the failure of Marshal St. Arnault. Point: for Marshal St. Arnault, who was about to be terminally ill, General Pelissier was his life-saving straw to keep his name behind. Point: as long as General Pelissier captured Sevastopol before he died, then St. Arnault could take the credit for the capture of Sevastopol for himself. Point: although this credit is somewhat insignificant compared with those of the marshals during the Napoleonic period, compared with the French generals who were in the same period of Marshal St. Arnault, the credit of Marshal St. Arnault is a lot better than them. Point: even Marshal Bayereau, who completely conquered Algeria, cannot be compared with Marshal St. Arnault. Even if the follow-up battles have a more brilliant record than Sevastopol, it will not shake his position. Point: unless the coalition forces captured St. Petersburg and Moscow, the only way to cover up the brilliance of Marshal St. Arnault. Point: even if the Anglo-French allied forces really captured the heart of the Russian Empire, St. Arnault believed that he would still be the target of the Empire's propaganda after his death. Point: according to Marshal St. Arnault's knowledge of His Majesty the Emperor, one of the things His Majesty likes to do is to add a series of honors to the dead to set off his splendor. His Majesty the Emperor treats the marshals of the First Empire like this. He, the Second Empire Marshal who was excavated by His Majesty himself, will certainly not lose the honor of the First Empire Marshal after his death. Of course, the premise of all this is on the premise that General Pyrrhisia does not demolish him. Marshal St. Arnold himself has a holy family, but the old General Pyrrhisia is also the Emperor's confidant and love. If General Pyrrhisia was not the Emperor's henchman, the Emperor would definitely not hand over the Prince Guard to General Pyrrhisia, not to mention that the current Pyrrhisia has already won the Battle of Armor and Sevastopol. After the two wars, the weight of General Pyrrhisia in the Emperor's mind is probably more important than before. Marshal St. Arnold could deceive the French that the Battle of Sevastopol was the battle he commanded, but he could not deceive the Emperor of Paris. Pyrrhisia's determined attitude's the key to whether Marshal St. Arnold can receive honors after his death. Therefore, Marshal St. Arnold was willing to go to Constantinople to run for General Pyrrhisia in person. According to the agreement between Pyrrhisia and Marshal St. Arnold, after the fortress of Sevastopol was captured, Marshal St. Arnold named it, and General Pyrrhisia took advantage. Now that the Sevastopol fortress has fallen, Marshal St. Arnold must let Pyrrhisia see his attitude. Jerome Patterson, who was standing beside Marshal St. Arnold, obviously did not know what happened between Marshal St. Arnold and Pyrrhisia. He said to Marshal St. Arnold with a worried expression, "But, Marshal, your body." Cough, cough. Marshal St. Arnold cleared his throat and said with a relieved smile, "I know my body well. I'm afraid I won't be able to support it for long. In fact, my state is self-defeating. After fainting once, it has been very bad. It's just that in order not to shake the whole army, I have been holding on. Now, this battle is over. I finally don't have to relax." After saying this, Marshal St. Arnold was like a deflated balloon. His smile became very reluctant, and he revealed a sense of weakness. Looking at the French commander in front of him, Commander Aglan felt a sadness in his heart. You must know that Marshal St. Arnold, who was born in 1798, is only 56 years old until now, and Commander Aglan himself is 64 years old. The current Marshal of St. Arnold is completely different from the St. Arnold he saw in the Varna area. How could it not make him sad? "Oh no, we have won. You can relax for a while." Commander Aglan tried to comfort Marshal St. Arnaud and said, "Constantinople is indeed a good place for recuperation. You should go to recuperate first. In a few days, after our troops have relaunched, you are returning to Sevastopol to command the battle." "Yeah." Lama Lama also chimed in with a compliment. "Which of us doesn't admire your command? The coalition still needs to be commanded by you." "That's right." Omar Pasha also nodded in response. "Thank you for your love." St. Arnold smiled and said something he didn't want to believe. "I will recover from my injury as soon as possible and then return here to fight side by side with you. We are waiting for your return in Sevastopol." Commander Aglan replied to Marshal St. Arnaud with a heavy heart. "Yeah." Marshal St. Arnold breathed a little and nodded, then turned his eyes to Jerome Patterson and said in a hurried tone, "Captain Jerome." "Yes." Jerome Patterson, whose heart was infected by the heavy atmosphere in front of him, replied in a low tone, "Cheer up." Marshal St. Arnaud said sternly to Jerome Patterson, "You have the blood of the Bonaparte family flowing through you." "Yes." Jerome Patterson replied loudly. "Very good." Marshal St. Arnaud nodded with satisfaction. "Listen. During my convalescence in Constantinople, General Pyrrhisia, the commander of the Guard Division, took over all my positions in charge of the French Expeditionary Force. Everyone in the French army is to follow General Pyrrhisia's instructions. Do you understand?" "Understood." Jerome Patterson replied loudly. "Very good." Marshal St. Arnaud breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand and said, "You immediately convey this news to the French army." "Yes." Jerome Patterson saluted Marshal St. Arnaud and left the coalition headquarters. Looking at Jerome Patterson, who was far away, Marshal St. Arnaud showed a relieved smile. He turned his head and looked at the three commanders in front of him again and said sincerely, "Commander Aglan, Merima, Commander Omar, I hope you can cooperate with General Pyrrhisia as much as possible after I leave. To be honest, General Pyrrhisia is much more capable than me. Don't worry. We will definitely cooperate with General Pyrrhisia's actions." Commander Aglan replied to Marshal St. Arnaud, "After all, who can refuse a general who will lead us to victory?" "Yeah." Lama Lama also answered, "General Pyrrhisia's achievements, we are all for all to see." "That's Right. Omar Pasha also nodded and replied, I'm sorry for everyone. Marshal St. Arnault saluted the three commanders present. Riyadh1.com. The three commanders immediately saluted to Marshal St. Arnault. That afternoon, Marshal St. Arnault, commander of the French Expeditionary Force, arrived at the south bank of Sevastopol in a carriage. At this time, Policia was finishing the finishing work on the south bank of Sevastopol. The arrival of Marshal St. Arnault forced General Policia to stop his work and follow behind Marshal St. Arnault. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at the intact city in front of him, Marshal St. Arnault said to him, holding Policia's nothing. Policia shook his head in response and then asked with concern, Your Excellency Commander, your body, it's gone. Marshal St. Arnault sighed and responded to General Policia with earnest eyes, Promise me, we must win. Only victory can make our name in history. Under St. Arnault's hopeful gaze, General Policia murmured and wanted to say something, but in the end, he still didn't say anything. In the end, Policia just solemnly salutes Marshal St. Arnault. Marshal St. Arnault also saluted Policia with a serious expression. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 544. Crimean Cannon Conception. Early morning on June 10, 1854. Orange-red danger lit up the sky, and thin mist lingered between the Black Sea and the Sevastopol fortress. A battleship carrying Marshal St. Arnault set off from the port of Kamish on the south bank of Sevastopol. After more than 4 hours, they arrived near the naval port of Constantinople. Under the curious eyes of the military port watcher, the battleship with the French flag flying on the mast slowly entered the port terminal of the military port and stopped at the port terminal. Just as the port watchers and sailors were guessing what the battleship was going to do, when it arrived in Constantinople, a red carpeted gangway went up and down the battleship. After a while, a group of French soldiers in blue and white uniforms ran off the battleship, come down, and lined up in 2 rows at the dock, as if preparing for the disembarkation of the big men on the warship. Who can that be? Is it the Emperor of the French Empire? Just when the sailors in the port were talking about each other, Marshal St. Arnault and his adjutant Brigadier General Trax appeared on the gangway with a marshal's scepter. With a slightly sickly pale face, Marshal St. Arnault walked step by step to the port. Brigadier General Trax, who followed Marshal St. Arnault down the stairs, walked to Marshal St. Arnault with a worried look. He stretched out his hand to help the marshal who was suffering from illness, but he didn't want to be gently tapped on the back of his hand by Marshal St. Arnault with the marshal's scepter. I'm not too weak to walk, Marshal St. Arnault said stubbornly to Brigadier General Trax. But Brigadier General Troche looked at St. Arnault aggrieved. But what is? There is nothing. Marshal St. Arnault's voice was a little weak, but his tone was still full of firmness. Brigadier General Trax had to give up his plan to help Marshal St. Arnault, but he still glanced at Marshal St. Arnault from time to time to prevent Marshal St. Arnault from suddenly falling. Marshal St. Arnault and Brigadier General Troche entered the military port material storage area one after the other from the dock, where they met the head of the Constantinople naval port, Rear Admiral Mohammed Zadler of the Ottoman Empire. Marshal St. Arnault, welcome to the port of Constantinople. I'm Mohammed Zadler, the port manager. Mohammed Zadler first saluted St. Arnault and then introduced himself in French. Mr. Major, can you lend us a carriage? Marshal St. Arnault asked Mohammed Zadler with a smile. Since Marshal St. Arnault did not notify the embassy in Constantinople of France, he had to find a carriage to go to the embassy by himself after he disembarked. It's my honor to be able to serve you, Mohammed Zadler said respectfully to Marshal St. Arnault. Mohammed Zadler immediately ordered his men to find a carriage that fit the status of a marshal, while he stood in front of Marshal St. Arnault and chatted with Marshal St. Arnault. Your Excellency Marshal, shouldn't you be commanding the battle in Crimea? Why did you come back suddenly? Mohammed Zadler asked Marshal St. Arnault. I came back this time to report the good news to Paris, Marshal St. Arnault replied briefly. Announcement? Mohammed Zadler was a little puzzled. He didn't know where the joy came from. It has only been more than a week since the Battle of Armagh was won. It stands to reason that there should be no good news that needs to alert Marshal St. Arnault so soon. Wouldn't it be the attack on the Sevastopol fortress? It should be impossible. How could the combat effectiveness of the British and French armies be? The coalition has won a decisive victory in Sevastopol, and now our army has occupied Sevastopol, Marshal St. Arnault said in a flat tone. Hearing the words of Marshal St. Arnault, Mohamed Zadler stared at Marshal St. Arnault with wide eyes. At this moment, he couldn't believe his ears. Sevastopol was an important town in the Russian Empire. No matter how bad it was, there should be around 50,000 or 60,000 people, but it was broken so easily. You didn't lie to me. Mohamed Zadler's tongue trembled, and his words became somewhat awkward. Is it necessary for the Marshal to lie to you about such a major military matter? Brigadier General Troche, who was standing aside, reprimanded Mohamed Zadler. It's not necessary. It's really not necessary. Mohamed Zadler responded with a flattering smile to Brigadier General Troche, and then he couldn't help turning to Marshal St. Arnault and asked, Marshal, is this true? Brigadier General Troche wanted to reprimand Mohamed Zadler, but was stopped by Marshal St. Arnault. Marshal St. Arnault nodded and responded to Mohamed Zadler word for word. I assure you in the name of the commander of the French Expeditionary Force that everything I said is true. Marshal, please forgive my rudeness. I'm so excited. Before you broke, I always thought that no one could ever break Sevastopol. I swear. I thought we were going to lose there forever. Mohamed Zadler was incoherent with excitement. Major General Zadler, take the liberty to ask, are you from the Crimea Peninsula? Marshal St. Arnault carefully looked at the Major General in front of him. Judging from his appearance, he does have some Tatar characteristics. Mohamed Zadler hurriedly explained to Marshal St. Arnault that his great-great-grandfather once lived in Sevastopol as a nobleman of the Crimean Khanate. With the failure of the Fifth Russo-Turkish War, after the Crimean Khanate was completely annexed by the Russian Empire, his great-great-grandfather fled the Crimea Peninsula with his family property and came to Constantinople. Fourth generation. When I was very young, I heard my grandfather say that Sevastopol is our homeland. If there is a chance, he wants to return to the homeland of Crimea. Mohamed Zadler affectionately said to Marshal St. Arnault, but he never set foot there in his life. Hey. After listening to Mohamed Zadler's words, Marshal St. Arnault sighed. Then let you fulfill this wish for him. I will. Mohamed Zadler nodded and replied. Marshal St. Arnault and Mohamed Zadler chatted with each other. From Mohamed Zadler's mouth, Marshal St. Arnault learned that there is really a group in Constantinople who wants to restore the Crimea. The exiled nobles in the homeland of the Khanate, and their power and financial resources are ranked among the top in the Ottoman Empire. Your Excellency Marshal, Mohamed Zadler said with a sincere expression, if the French Empire is willing to extend a hand to help us re-establish the Crimean Khanate, then the newly created Crimean Khanate will definitely follow the lead of France. It's too early for this question. St. Arnault responded indifferently, then pointed to the carriage and said, the carriage is here. Mohamed Zadler, who did not receive an accurate answer from Marshal St. Arnault, sighed in his heart. He knew that it was too difficult to rebuild the Crimean Khanate. However, he will never give up any possibility, even if it is a trivial one. I'll send you off. Mohamed Zadler said courteously to Marshal St. Arnault. No need. Marshal St. Arnault raised his hand to reject Mohamed Zadler's request. Afterwards, Marshal St. Arnault and Brigadier General Troche left in a carriage. After entering the carriage, Brigadier General Troche couldn't wait to ask, Marshal, it's just small talk. Marshal St. Arnault replied slowly, and then sneered. However, he said there is indeed a way to build the Crimean Khanate. If our emperor wants to completely knock Russia to the ground. Probably not. Brigadier General Troche shook his head and replied, Your Majesty should know how difficult it is to completely destroy this huge country. Our actions in Crimea only it can be regarded as a severe blow to the calf of the Russian Empire. I'm afraid this will not cause much damage to the Russian Empire. Can't cause damage to the Russian Empire doesn't mean that there is no damage to the Tsar. Do you remember what Prince Talleyrand said back then? Marshal St. Arnault said with a grin. What? Brigadier General Troche didn't think of it for a while. Prince Talleyrand said, Marshal St. Arnold put on an expression of an old asterisk on the ground and seemed to be imitating Talleyrand at the time. You should think of a new reason for the death of the Tsar. Always it's really boring to have a stroke. You mean Nicholas I will face a stroke? Brigadier General Trosh asked. Marshal St. Arnold shrugged and said to Trax, I don't know about that. After all, I may not see the death of the Tsar. As soon as Marshal St. Arnold's voice fell, the entire carriage became extremely quiet again. After a while, the soldier in charge of driving said to Marshal St. Arnold, Your Excellency Marshal, we are here. Cough. Cough. Marshal St. Arnold coughed twice and pushed open the car door. The 3-story red Western-style building of the French embassy appeared in front of Marshal St. Arnold. Marshal St. Arnold and Brigadier General Trax came to the gate of the embassy and knocked gently on the gate of the embassy. 30 seconds later, the embassy door opened and Clean, the second secretary, stuck his head out and said, You want to? After Clean saw Marshal St. Arnaud, secretary, Clean. Marshal St. Arnaud showed a kind smile on his face as he greeted the one who had only met in a hurry. Ambassador Walewski, are you in the embassy, Mr. Walewski left the embassy an hour ago. Clean opened the door and invited Marshal St. Arnold to enter. Then, where did he go? The French military hospital in Constantinople. Clean lowered his voice and responded to Marshal St. Arnold. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 545. Military Hospital Reform. The French military hospital in Constantinople. What is he doing there? Marshal St. Arnold was a little surprised when he received the news that Ambassador Walewski was going to the military hospital. In the view of Marshal St. Arnaud, Walewski had no motive at all to go to the military hospital. Why would he go there? Clean's next sentence answered Marshal St. Arnaud's doubts. A nursing and medical team arrived in Constantinople 2 hours ago, and I heard that a person who has a close relationship with His Majesty was also in the team. It has something to do with His Majesty? Marshal St. Arnold murmured to himself, thinking about the lady who was related to His Majesty. Her Royal Highness. Impossible. How could Queen Augusta come to the army? If you want to come, you will come in the company of His Majesty the Emperor, the Marquis of Alais. This is possible, but the Marquis should not have studied nursing knowledge, Miss Eugenie. After thinking about it for a while, Marshal St. Arnold really couldn't think of which lady would come all the way here. However, Clean's credibility is still relatively high. Because Marshal St. Arnold also couldn't think of a reason for Walewski to go to the military hospital. He couldn't go to the military hospital on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor to condolence to the wounded in the military hospital. Cough. Cough. Suddenly a sharp pain spread from Marshal St. Arnold's abdomen to the central nervous system, causing Marshal St. Arnold to stop thinking and cover his abdomen with his hands, coughing continuously. Clean and Brigadier General Trax, who were standing at the gate of the embassy, saw St. Arnold's actions and quickly walked to Marshal St. Arnold and asked, Your Excellency Marshal, what's the matter with you? Do you want me to help you? Hospital, but, okay. The pale-faced Marshal St. Arnaud responded intermittently. Clean and Trosh supported Marshal St. Arnold on the side and then called for the staff in the embassy to prepare a carriage for them. They wanted to send Marshal St. Arnold to the military hospital. The staff in the embassy did not dare to be slighted in the slightest and hurried to the backyard of the embassy and pulled out the embassy carriage. During the embassy carriage from the backyard to the front door, Clean asked Brigadier General Trosh what happened. Why did Marshal St. Arnaud suddenly come from the Crimea Peninsula? Why does Marshal St. Arnaud look so weak? Brigadier General Trosh let out a long sigh and told Clean what had happened to Marshal St. Arnaud recently. After listening to Brigadier General Trosh's words, Clean also let out a sigh. Secretary Clean, the carriage is ready. The driver who drove the carriage to the front door shouted at the embassy. I see. Clean hurriedly responded. The two worked together to lift Marshal St. Arnold into the carriage, and the carriage slowly started to drive towards the military hospital. At this time, the military district hospital on the south bank of Constantinople, the nursing and medical team who had just arrived at the military district hospital was visiting the entire hospital accompanied by Walewski and the general director of the military district hospital, Ambassador Walewski. I can assure you with a pat on the chest that there is no hospital better than ours on the line under our feet. In front of this empty hospital bed, he boasted to Waluski. Standing beside the chief executive, Waluski ignored the chief executive's boast, but turned his attention to the leader of the nursing team and asked respectfully, Ms. Vernier, what do you think? Vernier frowned and walked straight to the ventilated window, pointing to the distance, and asking the person in charge, what's going on there? After the chief officer glanced at Vernier, he glanced at Vernier again. He couldn't understand why Ambassador Waluski had such an almost flattering attitude towards this lady Vernier. What about you? Say it. Walewski's voice pulled the chief executive to reality. He hurriedly came to Vernier, said Vernier's finger, looked in the direction, and explained, Ms. Vernier, there is an open-air toilet. I know it's an open-air toilet, but why is the toilet so close to the hospital? Vernier asked the chief in charge with a stern face. We've always done this. The chief of the military hospital responded to Vernier with a slightly aggrieved tone. From now on, open-air toilets will not be allowed near the hospital, especially near the ward. Vernier responded with a strong attitude to the chief. Yes. Although the general manager did not understand what the purpose of doing this was, he just had to follow the arrangement. Who makes the lady in front of him a person that Ambassador Walewski can't afford to offend? Then, at the request of Vernier, the general director of the military district hospital brought Vernier and others to the operating table. Neatly white sheets are laid on the operating table, and there are all kinds of work beside the operating table, such as curved scalpels, saws for amputation, gauze, chloroform, toxic gas, for anesthetizing patients, etc. Point looking at the operating table in front of her, Vernier recalled that, when she was a student, Professor Louis Pasteur once said to her that there are various bacteria in the nature where they live. Bacteria are the key to causing them to get sick, so every doctor should disinfect the tools they use. Only in this way can the continuous growth of bacteria be curbed, and the bacteria invade the human body through surgical tools and make patients who have been seriously injured aggravated. Thinking of this, Vernier immediately asked the general director of the military hospital. Their medical equipment is usually disinfected every few days. Disinfection? The chief of the military hospital was stunned for a few seconds, then nodded and responded, disinfection. We disinfect often. What do you usually use for disinfection? Vernier asked the bottom line. Use. The chief of the military region hesitated to answer. After a few seconds, the person in charge said to Vernier in frustration that their military hospital had not been disinfected at all. The person in charge of the military district hospital also told Vernier that the whole army doctors agreed that the so-called germ theory is just nonsense. Nonsense? It's absolutely ridiculous. Vernier pointed to one of the doctors in the medical team with a stern face and said, come here. The doctor pointed at by Vernier came to the line of Vernier. Tell him. Come and tell him whether the germ theory is nonsense. Vernier responded to the doctor. The doctors who also interned in Louis Pasteur's laboratory told the general director of the military hospital about the knowledge that Louis Pasteur gave them, and at the same time reiterated the necessity of high temperature sterilization. At the end, the doctor added another sentence. These theories are the conclusions drawn by Professor Louis Pasteur's own experiments. If you still don't want to believe it, I can submit the experimental process and data to your hospital. I will disinfect on time. The chief of the military hospital did not know who Louis Pasteur was, but he knew that the other party was someone he couldn't afford to provoke, so he nodded and agreed that he would be disinfected regularly. Also, it's better to replace chloroform with ether. Vernier also added, after experiments, ether is less harmful than chloroform. Yes. The chief of the military hospital nodded once again. After visiting the operating table, Vernier once again proposed to check the water supply system of the hospital, and the head of the military district hospital had to take them to the water supply pipeline. Walking along the water supply pipeline, Vernier and the others finally came to the source of the water supply pipeline. Fortunately, the military hospital still maintains a rigorous attitude in terms of water supply, and there is no major problem with the drinking water. provided to the hospital. Even so, Vernier still put forward the requirement of strict control of drinking water, but all hospital water must be uniformly treated and disinfected at high temperature. I proposed to build a boiler room next to the hospital for the unified treatment of drinking water. Vernier told the chief of the military district hospital. Yes. The person in charge of the military hospital hurriedly replied. After basically inspecting all the important facilities of the military hospital, Vernier and others returned to the military hospital. Standing at the gate of the military hospital again, she heard the sound of ruts behind her. Vernier turned his head to look behind him, and Valuski also turned his head to look over. Marshal Arnaud, the person who was helped down from the carriage, was none other than Marshal Saint Arnaud. Looking at Marshal Saint Arnaud, who wanted someone to help him, Walewski hurriedly shouted to the doctors and nurses beside him, quickly go and help. The surrounding doctors and nurses hurried to the front of Marshal Saint Arnaud, and Marshal Saint Arnaud was too polite, and the group was pulled into a separate ward. Everyone carefully placed Marshal Saint Arnaud on the hospital bed. After about half a minute, the doctor with a stethoscope entered the ward and placed the stethoscope on Marshal Saint Arnaud's chest. Reply. Marshal, can you hear me? The doctor asked Marshal Saint Arnaud in a low voice, while groping back and forth on Marshal Saint Arnaud's chest with a stethoscope. I can hear it. Marshal Saint Arnaud replied feebly. How are you feeling now? The doctor asked again. It hurts. Marshal Saint Arnaud said. Where does it hurt? Stomach. How long has it been in pain? It's been in pain since last year. At that time, it only caused pain for a short period of time. Recently, the pain has not only intensified, but also continued to hurt. Do you feel like you don't want to eat? Yes, sometimes it hurts, and I just want to die immediately. Okay, I see. The doctor put down the stethoscope and led the crowd out, and Walewski asked the doctor about the situation. Hey. The doctor shook his head and responded to Walewski. The marshal's heartbeat is much lower than that of a normal person. I'm afraid he has contracted an autoimmune disease. How could it be? Walewski was greatly surprised. He glanced at Brigadier General Troche and said, Troche, what the asterisk is going on? Brigadier General Troche told the audience in a low voice about the situation of Marshal Saint Arnaud. After landing on the Crimea Peninsula. Riyadh1.com. You mean that, since landing in Crimea, the Marshal has been tolerant persist in fighting despite the pain? Valuski asked Brigadier General Troche. That's right. Brigadier General Troche nodded and responded to Walewski. If the coalition hadn't captured Sevastopol, I'm afraid the Marshal. When did the coalition take down Sevastopol? Walewski asked Brigadier General Troche in a hurried tone. Just 2 days ago. Under the command of Marshal Saint Arnaud and the assistance of General Pelissier, the coalition forces took Sevastopol in less than a week. Watch. The Russian Imperial Navy Lieutenant Generals Kornilov and Nakhimov were killed. Brigadier General Troche replied in Valuski. The purpose of the Marshal's visit is to report this news to His Majesty. Clean. Valuski looked at his second secretary. Yes. Clean hurriedly responded. You go back to the embassy immediately and use the telegram in the embassy to report the news of the fall of Sevastopol to Paris. Chapter 546. Steady Emperor. You go back to the embassy now and report the news of the capture of Sevastopol to Paris. Under the order of Ambassador Waluski, Clean, the second secretary of the embassy, turned and left. Before Clean could take 2 more steps to the hospital gate, Brigadier General Troche's voice came from behind Clean. Wait a minute. Brigadier General Troche, what are your orders? Clean turned and asked Brigadier General Troche. Can I trouble you to make an extra trip and bring this news to the Ambassador Strasford at the British Embassy? Commodore Troche explained to Clean. This is when the Marshal was in Sevastopol, promised Commander Aglan of the British Expeditionary Force. One more thing, General Pelissier is also the commander of this operation, so, I see. Clean nodded and responded to Brigadier General Troche, then turned and left the military hospital. Clean, who had left the military hospital, greeted a carriage and sat on it. The carriage carried Clean through the streets and alleys of Constantinople and soon returned to the door of the French embassy. Clean, who got off the carriage, took out a silver coin from his jacket pocket and threw it to the carriage, then turned and left. Master, I haven't asked for your money yet. Shep, I shouted to Clean. No need. Clean waved his hand behind him and entered the French embassy. What? A generous gentleman. The chariot sighed involuntarily and then drove the carriage away from the French embassy. Clean, who entered the embassy, immediately ran to the telegraph room on the second floor of the embassy, pushed open the door of the telegraph room, and said to the telegrapher who had been squatting in the telegraph room all day, "Send a telegram to Marseille immediately." The content of the telegram is as follows: brave and fearless. The French army, under the wise leadership of His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte, under the wise command of Marshal Saint Arnault and General Pélissier, has now occupied Sevastopol. Long live France. Long live the Empire. As soon as Clean finished speaking, the two telegraph operators looked at Clean in surprise. What's the matter? Send a telegram. Look at what I'm doing. Clean responded loudly to the telegraph operator. The telegraph operator turned around and started to send, and the whole telegraph room sounded tick-tock. After a while, the two telegraph operators stopped and said to Clean, "Okay, that's right. Marshal Saint Arnault is now admitted to the Constantinople Military District Hospital. This is also the content to be sent." Clean hurriedly added to the two telegraph operators. Yes. The telegraph operator dutifully conveyed what Clean had said to Marcel without a word. After doing all this, Clean turned around and left the French embassy, and he had to report the news to the British ambassador, Strasford. When Clean came to the gate of the British embassy, Strasford Canning got up from the sofa to greet Clean and shook hands with Clean. "Why are you?" Stratford Canning looked at Clean curiously and asked. Clean bowed to Strasford Canning and responded, "I'm here on the order of Ambassador Voluski to report the news of the Crimean Peninsula to Ambassador Canning." "Crimea? What's wrong there?" Strasford Canning asked Clean. Clean immediately reported to Strasford Canning the news that the coalition forces had occupied Sevastopol. "Really?" Strasford Canning asked Clean excitedly. He couldn't believe how fast the coalition troops were attacking. "Of course." Clean nodded firmly and said, "This is a war handed down by Marshal Saint Arnault himself, so how can it be fake?" "Marshal Saint Arnault? Has he come to Constantinople?" Strasford Canning asked Clean, after being stunned for a few seconds. "This?" Clean paused for a while and said with a mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth, "Secret." After that, Clean got up and prepared to leave the British embassy. Strasford Canning hurriedly got up and sent Clean to the gate. Ambassador Canning, who watched Clean leave, turned around and entered the British embassy telegraph room to convey the news to the telegraph operator. About an hour later, the messenger from the port of Marseille sorted the message from Constantinople and sent it to Paris. After receiving the two telegrams from the port of Marseille, the dispatcher of the General Staff in Paris immediately forwarded the telegram to his superior. And then the oil was transferred from his superior to the then Deputy Chief of the French General Staff. "Neil, get ready for the carriage. I want to enter the palace." Neil, who was carrying two telegrams, hurriedly ordered his state secretary to prepare a carriage for him to go to the Tuileries Palace. After about 10 minutes, the Secretary of State came in and reported that the carriage was ready to go. Neil quickly got up from the pearwood chair, walked out of the General Staff building, and entered the carriage. The carriage carried Brigadier General Neil towards the Tuileries Palace and soon arrived in front of the Tuileries Palace. Neil, who got off the carriage, happened to meet Mocha, who was walking down the steps. "Mr. Mocha," Neil respectfully said to the palace steward. "General Neil, please come with me. Your Majesty is still in the study," Mocha said to Major General Neil. Under the leadership of Mocha, Major General Neil came to the door of the study. Dang dang dang. After 3 knocks on the door, Jerome Bonaparte's voice appeared. "Who is it?" "Your Majesty, Chief of Staff Neil asks to see you." Mercury said to Jerome Bonaparte. "Neil, let him in," replied Jerome Bonaparte. "Come in, General Neil," Mocha said to Neil with an inviting gesture. Neil entered the study and saw Jerome Bonaparte, who was working in the study. "Your Majesty." Neil bowed to Jerome Bonaparte. "What's wrong with the General Staff?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Neil. "No." Neil strode to Jerome Bonaparte's desk and handed the two telegrams to Jerome Bonaparte. "This is..." Jerome Bonaparte flipped through the contents of the two telegrams. After reading the first telegram, his expression changed from calm to shocked. "It's The news true? Jerome Bonaparte raised his head and asked, "This is to be confirmed?" Near hesitated for a moment before Jerome Bonaparte, and then responded, "However, I believe the news should be true. It's only been about a week since the last battle. Sevastopol won so quickly?" Jerome Bonaparte murmured to himself in a low voice. If his memory is not wrong, the historical Sevastopol fortress will be breached around this time next year. Even if he strengthened the French army himself, he would not have won the victory so quickly. This victory gave Jerome Bonaparte an unreal feeling, and he doubted whether the French army in Crimea had announced to him the victory of the war in advance. After all, there is no such thing in history, but it was announced in advance that the country occupied by the Sevastopol fortress was not the French Empire, but the British Kingdom. Could it be that this time it was the turn of the French Imperial Army to release information ahead of time? Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but calm down a lot. For a newly established empire, one of the most taboo things is that the government takes the initiative to act as a disseminator of rumors, and it still breaks the rumors with a poke. Once the rumors are exposed, it will inevitably damage the government's trust in the hearts of the people. With the collapse of the government's credibility, the people living in the empire still lost their reverence for the government. A government that lost its awe was destined to be overthrown by the French people using violent means. After all, the land under the feet of Jerome Bonaparte is not Britain, known for its compromise, but France, known for overthrowing incompetent and mediocrity. The French people have used their strength to overthrow the rule of three monarchs, Louis XVI, Charles X, Louis Philippe, and won the unanimous approval of all the heirs who want to ascend the French throne. Even Louis XVIII, who claimed to be Bourbon Orthodox and divinely empowered by the monarch, declared peace the moment he set foot on the French border and healed the pains of the past. This approach gave the Bourbon dynasty its credibility. Of course, the credibility of the Bourbon dynasty gradually fell to zero under the 6 years of profligacy of Charles X, and then it was overthrown. Jerome Bonaparte knew that the foundation of the empire he built might not be as solid as that of Louis XVIII. Although the opposition members within the empire were ruthlessly suppressed and incorporated by Jerome Bonaparte. Riyadh1.com, but there are still many undercurrents beneath the calm Paris, and they are undoubtedly that he had to oppose Jerome Bonaparte. After the Crimean War began, many people secretly attacked Jerome Bonaparte. The reason why Bonaparte started the Crimean War was just to please the British Kingdom with the blood of the French people. The more vicious guy even said that Jerome Bonaparte himself was a puppet of the British Kingdom, and that his every move would be at the mercy of Britain. If it weren't for the victory of the Battle of Armagh from the Crimean side some time ago, this vicious attack would only get bigger due to the staged victory of the Battle of Armagh. The empire could take advantage of the prestige of a great victory to carry out precise strikes against the small group of rumor mongers within the empire. A lot of guys who were spreading rumors in the dark were sent straight to dead prison by Jerome Bonaparte. If the news this time is true, it will help Jerome Bonaparte to establish his prestige a lot. On the other hand, if it is false news, I'm afraid that the undercurrent that was finally contained will be surging again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, On Meritorious Deeds. For Jerome Bonaparte, who temporarily suppressed the imperial opposition, the capture of the fortress of Sevastopol was indeed a newsworthy of celebration, but the premise of all this was that the authenticity of the news itself could stand the test. In case there is a joke about a half-time champagne popping on the other end of the telegram, the consequences of sending the news are far more serious than not sending it. In the case of uncertainty in the information itself, before getting a first-hand report of the battle, Jerome Bonaparte was skeptical, because in his impression, the historical Sevastopol fortress was it took a year to occupy it. Announced the capture of Sevastopol to the people of Paris in advance was only the icing on the cake. And once the information is confirmed to be a rumor, the consequences are immeasurable. Jerome Bonaparte, who had no right to speak without investigation, pointed to the first telegram and ordered Neil, as soon as you return to the general staff, Send a telegram to Constantinople to ask them to capture it. Full details of Sevastopol. Speaking of this, Jerome Bonaparte paused for a while and emphasized it. Remember not to let go of every detail. Yes. Neil responded hurriedly. Neil, who has been with Jerome Bonaparte for a long time, understands why his boss is cautious, so he also agrees with him asking Crimea to report the details. After all, even Neil himself had some doubts about whether the Crimea had lied about military exploits after he got the telegram. If the news is true, then you should let them report the main personnel involved in the battle. The merits that deserve credit, the demerits that should be recorded. Jerome Bonaparte added. Brigadier General Neil nodded yes. As for this second telegram, Jerome Bonaparte slapped the telegram in his hand on the table and sighed. Tell the Constantinople Military District Hospital to do everything possible to ensure that Saint Marshal Arnault's life is safe. If it is absolutely impossible, then take Marshal Saint Arnault back to Paris for treatment. The medical conditions in Paris are much better than those in Constantinople. After Jerome Bonaparte said these words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt in his heart. No one knows more about Marshal Saint Arnault suffering from stomach cancer than him as a traveler. However, even though Jerome Bonaparte had already known about Marshal Saint Arnault suffering from stomach cancer, he still put Marshal Saint Arnault in the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Crimean Expeditionary Force. Although this position itself was strived for by Marshal Saint Arnault himself, there was no lack of Jerome Bonaparte's own thoughts. For Jerome Bonaparte, a military leader like Marshal Saint Arnault is both the Minister of the Dragon and the number 2 person in the army. If he died in the Crimea, it would be a satisfactory result for both parties, Jerome Bonaparte thought. After all, Saint Arnault's military rank has reached the point of being sealed, Marshal plus Chief of General Staff. If Saint Arnault did not have stomach cancer, then Jerome Bonaparte had to consider how to properly transfer him after the war, if given an idle position. Saint Arnault and the group of supporters behind him would definitely not be satisfied. Moreover, Saint Arnault himself is also a former Minister of War. Among all departments, the only positions that can be slightly higher than the Minister of War are the Minister of State, the Minister of the Seal, and the Speaker of the Legislative Council. 2 of these 3 positions, the Minister of State and the Minister of the Seal, are related to the right to formulate national policies. To have a military chief serve as the country's decision maker is simply sending France into the pit of military force. Even if Marshal Saint Arnault really showed the corresponding ability, then Jerome Bonaparte would not have any joy. Instead he was even more afraid. Why can't a general who can both fight and govern the country kick him off as the ruler of France? Others do not understand the essence of the French Empire. So does Jerome Bonaparte still understand it? The current French Empire claims to be a democratic empire with universal suffrage, but it is actually a semi-asterisk regime with a bayonet wrapped around a tricolor flag. The leader of any asterisk regime does not want his original behavior to be copied by his successors. Jerome Bonaparte, who mastered the bayonet, is no exception. He needs the bayonet of France to support his rule, and he is also afraid of it. The bayonet turned and stabbed himself. To sum up, if Marshal Saint Arnault has no stomach cancer, Jerome Bonaparte will only have the following 3 situations. Let Saint Arnault continue to stay in the position of Chief of the General Staff. The General Staff has completely become a hall of words for Saint Arnault. Send Saint Arnault to the Senate. The House of Lords serves as a lifelong elder. Outsiders are talking about the Emperor's Majesty killing the donkey, which is not conducive to the unity of the army. Transferred from the General Staff to serve as the Minister of State / Master of the Seal. The ability is poor, and the Emperor is worried about the country. The ability is too good. The Emperor will worry about his position. Marshal Saint Arnault's stomach cancer effectively avoided possible conflicts between the 2 sides, and he took the initiative to invite Aang to go to the Near East, which was equivalent to hastening his own death, making the conflict even more invisible. Now Marshal Saint Arnault has only a positive image left in Jerome Bonaparte's heart. Everything he did before was subconsciously beautified by Jerome Bonaparte, and he felt guilty for Marshal Saint Arnault. And a sense of guilt followed. Hey. Jerome Bonaparte sighed again and blamed himself. It's all my fault. If I knew this earlier, I shouldn't have let the Marshal go to the Near East. After hearing Jerome Bonaparte's self-blame, Neil who did not understand Jerome Bonaparte's inner thoughts, immediately felt a sense of admiration. As a subordinate, the most fearful thing is that the boss will throw the blame down. There are very few bosses who can take the initiative to take the blame. Not to mention, a boss like Jerome Bonaparte who took the initiative to share the worries of his subordinates. Your Majesty, it's not your fault. Neil thoughtfully pushed the blame for Jerome Bonaparte. It may be that the marshal himself accidentally contracted some kind of disease. Hey. Anyway, it's because I, the emperor, didn't think much of it. Jerome Bonaparte sighed again, and then took out a note worth 100,000 francs from the drawer. Neil, can you please go to the marshal's house before returning to the staff and give this to the marshal's family? If they ask you who gave the check, you say that the marshal sent it from Crimea. Neil took the bill and responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a solemn expression. Please rest assured, I will definitely complete the task you gave me. Jerome Bonaparte was about to say something when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the grandfather clock in the corner. The grandfather clock indicated that it was already 5:10 p.m. and the meeting time he had agreed with the president of the Banque de France, Count Argalx, had been delayed by 5 minutes later. Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly changed his words. Okay, Neil, you should have nothing else to report. No more. Your Majesty. Neil shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Then, let's talk here first. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the grandfather clock and explained to Neil, I have a meeting to be held here, so I won't leave you here. Excuse me, Your Majesty. Neil hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte, then got up from the opposite side of Jerome Bonaparte and left the study. Standing at the entrance of the study, Mocha, who had not seen any movement in the study for a long time, looked at the pocket watch in his hand and waited anxiously for the movement of the study. Just when Mocha was about to knock on the door to remind Jerome Bonaparte to attend the meeting, the door of the study opened and Neil appeared in front of Mocha. I kept you waiting. Looking at Mocha who was waiting outside the door, Neil said subconsciously, nothing. Mocha also shook his head and responded, Mocha, help me send General Neil off. Jerome Bonaparte's voice came from the study. Yes. Mocha hurriedly responded and then smiled at Neil. Neil and Mocha walked side by side from the study on the second floor to the hall on the first floor. Neither of them said a word. Standing in the open space outside the Tuileries Palace, Mocha watched General Neil leave in the carriage, then turned around and walked quickly up the steps. When Mocha entered the hall of the Tuileries Palace again, Jerome Bonaparte actually appeared in the hall. Your Majesty. Mocha responded respectfully. How is the carriage prepared? Is it ready to go? Jerome Bonaparte asked in a gentle tone. You reading www.urkanshu.com. The carriage has already been prepared for you. Mocha hurriedly responded. Then, what are you waiting for? Let's go, said Jerome Bonaparte to Mocha. Please, come with me. Mocha hurriedly brought Jerome Bonaparte to the side entrance of the Tuileries Palace. A gorgeous double chariot appeared in front of Jerome Bonaparte, and around the carriage there were 2 teams of dragoons wearing silver breastplates. As for how luxurious it is, Jerome Bonaparte asked Mocha with a frown. Your Majesty, I think this is very necessary. Mercury said plausibly to Jerome Bonaparte, if you don't do this, how can you show the strength of the empire? Facing the fallacy of Mocha's beautiful is powerful, Jerome Bonaparte did not make any refutation point from a certain perspective. Luxury can also enhance the cohesion of the people and make them forget about politics. After all, the field of music in this era is not yet developed enough. Jerome Bonaparte and Mocha all left one after the other and entered the long prepared carriage, which carried the master and servant to the Elysee Palace. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 548. Parted Ways. Champs-Élysées. Élysées Palace. The crimson sunset shines on this ancient building with a history of more than 100 years, which makes this ancient building especially sacred. In this building, that once represented the center of French power, a discussion about the direction of the French economy is about to begin. One of the 2 parties in charge of the discussion was the Count of Argalx, the current president who expressed the interests of the Banque de France, part of the financial faction, and the other was the French Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, who represented the interests of the government. At this time, the Count of Argalx, who represented the interests of the Bank of France, was already ready in a room in the Élysée Palace. And Emperor Jerome Bonaparte never showed up. The time gradually came to around 5:20. A carriage, guarded by French dragoons wearing breastplates, stopped at the gate of the Élysée Palace. Jerome Bonaparte appeared in the carriage. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte got off the carriage, he stepped into the Élysée Palace, and the butler in charge of guarding the Élysée Palace hurriedly came to him. "Which room is Count Argaux now? Take me there," Jerome Bonaparte said to the butler at a slightly faster rate than usual. "Your Majesty, please come with me." The butler hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Under the leadership of the butler, Jerome Bonaparte quickly came to the door of a room. "Your Majesty, the Count of Argaux is inside," the butler said to Jerome Bonaparte as he opened the door for Jerome Bonaparte. The door was slowly pushed open, and Jerome Bonaparte took advantage of the opportunity to look into the room, and the Count of Argaux was indeed inside. "Your Majesty." After seeing the arrival of Jerome Bonaparte in the room, Count Argaux quickly got up and walked towards the gate. Jerome Bonaparte entered the room unhurriedly. When he came to Count Argaux, he stretched out his hand and said to Count Argaux, "Count Argaux made you wait for a long time." "No, no." Count Argaux shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, in fact, I just came here, and I didn't wait long." "So it is," said Jerome Bonaparte, gazing at the cup on the table. There was no heat leaking from the cup, so it could be concluded that Count Argaux had been waiting for a long time. "Sit down." Jerome Bonaparte let go of Count Argaux's hand and invited Count Argaux to sit down. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Count Argaux returned to his original position, while Jerome Bonaparte sat directly opposite Count Argaux. "Mr. Argaux, you should know why I called you here," Jerome Bonaparte asked Count Argaux, as soon as his **** was seated. "Your Majesty, please take a look at this first." Count Argaux opened the backpack on the table to take out a document, and then presented the document with both hands. "What is this?" Jerome Bonaparte, who received the information from Count Argaux, pointed to the information and asked Count Argaux, "Your Majesty, this is the price situation in Paris in the first half of this year, as well as the number of banknotes issued by the Bank of France." Count Argaux replied. "Oh." Jerome Bonaparte nodded, looking down at the contents carefully. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte raised his head again and said to Count Argaux, "Yes, yes. The situation in the Paris region is still developing steadily and improving. This shows that our policy is still very successful, but success." Count Argaux was stunned for a few seconds. He couldn't believe it. This sentence came from Jerome Bonaparte. "Look." Jerome Bonaparte put up the information on Count Argaux and pointed to the bread and meat column. "Look, the value of the bread in the first half of this year has only increased compared to the first half of last year 3% or so. The price increase for meat is only about 4%. Your Majesty, 3% growth is enough for some Parisians to live on their own." The Count of Argaux couldn't help but said to Jerome Bonaparte, "And this is only one area of Paris. The growth rate of other areas in France may be faster than it's even higher than this. So, what?" Jerome Bonaparte asked rhetorically. "During the war, price increases are inevitable. Besides, parts of the empire suffered from extremely bad weather last year. Even if there would be a small wave of growth without war, Your Majesty, I understand that price increases are inevitable, but the situation facing the empire is not just a problem of excessive price increases, but inflation. If this goes on, the money in the hands of the workers will not be able to buy bread. Excessive inflation will lead to empires facing a huge political crisis. Up to now, the entire Bank of France has sold nearly 300 million francs of small denomination banknotes. If this goes on, I'm afraid that the Bank of France will face the risk of running and going bankrupt." The Count of Argaux pleaded with Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, the Banque de France is the lifeblood of the whole of France. In the event of turmoil in the Banque de France, unstable?" Jerome Bonaparte showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew the strength of the Bank of France very well, and naturally he would not believe Count Argaux's nonsense. 16 years later, The Bank of France was able to prepare 45 billion gold francs in a very short period of time, but the current Bank of France will face the risk of collapse due to the issuance of an additional 300 million francs of banknotes. No matter how you think about it, it's an impossible thing. The only possibility was that the Count of Argaux himself did not want to see the reserve stored in the Banque de France diluted. After all, even if only a very small number of people exchange paper money for gold, that is a lot of money. The Count of Argaux was very afraid that the paper money would be like the original revolutionary government's index, because the government's excess issuance would become waste paper. The French Revolution not only affected French politicians, but also some old banking families. The fathers of the bankers who lived through the revolution, after seeing the revolutionary government recklessly used aggressive monetary tactics to cause massive inflation, the vast majority of them all became believers in conservative financial breaks in their influence. Bankers born before and after the Great Revolution rejected all radical strategies and wanted to build a sustainable and profitable institution. Jerome Bonaparte's shrunken Keynesianism is literally destroying a country for a banker who can't stand even Saint-Simonianism. Jerome Bonaparte even believed that, if he was not the emperor himself, the theory he pursued could not have been implemented by the Banque de France. To put it mildly, Count Argaux was able to endure such a long time to attack him, which was considered enough respect for Jerome Bonaparte. That's right, Your Majesty. 300 million francs is already the limit that France can bear. If things go on like this, prices will face a sharp rise. The market will also fall into chaos. Count Argaux told Jerome Powell said Nabal. Jerome Bonaparte pondered for a moment, then spread his hands and said, Count Argaux, what do you think we should do now? Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's question, Count Argaux thought the emperor accepted his suggestion. And he quickly said his prescription for saving lives, Your Majesty, I suggest that new additions be stopped immediately from now on. The issuance of currency, the government's efforts to reduce unnecessary spending, and cancel agricultural subsidies. Only in this way can we curb malicious inflation. Let our economy return to its original healthy value. As soon as Count Argaux finished speaking, Jerome Bonaparte stared at Count Argaux with wide eyes. Your Majesty, am I right? Count Argaux looked at Jerome Bonaparte in confusion. He didn't understand why the emperor looked at him with such an expression. Wrong? Are you trying to hurt me? At this moment, Jerome Bonaparte roared in his heart. Jerome Bonaparte was all too familiar with the good medicine that the Count of Argaux used to treat economic expansion. This method of containment has an elegant name in later generations. That is, shock therapy. All countries that have used shock therapy in later generations will, without exception, fall into chaos for a period of time, and the size of this chaos depends on the degree of market economy. In a country like France that has not even established a large unified market, in this time period, most countries including the United Kingdom have not established a unified large market. Using shock therapy is simply no different from suicide. Jerome Bonaparte didn't know whether the French market could withstand this life-saving medicine from the Count of Argaux. Anyway, the seat under his would definitely not be able to bear it. Jerome Bonaparte was certain that once he stopped issuing money and cutting government spending, deflation would await him. Deflation will lead to a lot of unemployment. I'm afraid that the angry Parisians will not wait for the regulation in the mouth of the Count of Argaux, and they will go to the Tuileries Palace and directly pull him to the guillotine. Count Argaux, do you know what you're talking about? Jerome Bonaparte said in a stern tone. If you do this, the whole of France will face mass unemployment. The angry people of Paris will put the two of us together. Straight up the guillotine. No. Your Majesty, I calculated that, as long as Count Argaux wanted to explain to Jerome Bonaparte that his policy would not lead to mass unemployment. Calculation? If economic problems can be solved by simple calculations, then the mathematician who understands economics best in the world should be a mathematician. Jerome Bonaparte said to Count Argaux with a stern face, you just said yes, inflation will cause turmoil, so I ask you, won't austerity cause turmoil? Jerome Bonaparte pauses, shakes his head, no, it will create more scale turmoil. Your Majesty, the bank no longer has enough reserves. If this continues, the Banque de France is likely to Count Argaux replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Reserves? I remember that the Banque de France has enough British bonds in reserve. Let the British bank discount it. Jerome Bonaparte said to the Count of Argaux, and you are not with the Bank of England. Have you sniped the gold in the hands of the United States and Russia together? Is it a failure, Your Majesty? Just a few days ago, the Bank of England raised the discount rate of bills from the previous 45% to 5%. If we exchange the English bills we hold now, it would be a huge loss. Count Argaux responded to Jerome Bonaparte. 5 cents to 5 cents. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help raise his voice. Why doesn't the Bank of England rob it? For a bank like the Banque de France, that holds the Bank of England's massive debt, every percentage point increase in discount means a huge sum of money being swallowed up by the Bank of England. An increase of 10% in one breath like England is simply not willing to let the Bank of France convert it. Your Majesty, this is actually faster than stealing money. Count Argaux replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Don't worry. I will personally ask about this. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Count Argaux. By the way, you haven't told me what happened to the attack on the gold market in the United States and Russia. Your Majesty, we are currently in a stalemate with the Bank of England and the United States and Russia. It is expected that it will take half a year to decide the winner. It is precisely because of this that the bank's reserves will flow to the market like water. Flow. The Count of Argaux expressed his dissatisfaction to Jerome Bonaparte implicitly. Okay, I already understand what you mean. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, got up and walked to the windowsill to look at the setting sun and said slowly, Count Argaux, Your Majesty. Argaux hurriedly responded. Do you know why I chose to use this place as a place for the two of us to have a conversation? Jerome Bonaparte turned his back to the window and smirked. Riyadh1.com. Count Argaux shook, shaking his head. He really did not understand why Jerome Bonaparte would call him to the Elysee Palace to talk to him. Ming 2 in Lely Palace is a good place to talk. 5 years ago, Jerome Bonaparte stretched out 5 fingers, then pointed to the room in front of him and said to Count Argaux, we met in this room. You were more energetic then. After Jerome Bonaparte said these words, an ominous premonition poured into Count Argaux's heart. Your Majesty would not want to. Your Majesty, of course I remember you. Count Argaux wanted to play an emotional card with Jerome Bonaparte. Hey. 5 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Jerome Bonaparte sighed and pointed at Count Argaux. We are all old. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte finished speaking, Count Argaux felt dizzy. If he was not sitting on the sofa at this time, I'm afraid that he would have fallen to the ground already dizzy. For Count Argaux, the meaning of His Majesty the Emperor was already obvious. Chapter 549, The Changing Bank of France. The Count of Argaux knew that the full-fledged emperor no longer needed his old man to guard the gate of the Bank of France for him. He wanted to make his own will be imprinted on the treasury of the Bank of France, so that the Bank of France would be under his orders. Tool of point, just like His Majesty Napoleon. After all, no monarch does not like his subjects to disagree with him, especially when his subjects still hold a French lifeline. Thinking of this, Count Argaux couldn't help but feel annoyed in his heart. Now he feels like a female cousin. Jerome Bonaparte agreed to commit himself to him after being fooled. After Jerome Bonaparte felt that he was useless, he kicked away. Of course, this is just what Count Argaux thought when he was so embarrassed. As long as he calms down and thinks about it carefully, he will understand that his economic philosophy is destined to run counter to the emperor's economic philosophy. Forcing a stay at the Banque de France as president would only exacerbate the conflict between the two parties, the best outcome of which would be a change in economic thinking, or withdrawal by one of the parties, and the emperor's character and vision doomed him to never retreat. Only the Count of Argaux could retreat. If it wasn't for the credit that Count Argaux had made to the empire, Jerome Bonaparte would not have privately invited Count Argaux to meet at the Elysee Palace, hoping to persuade him to continue to support his ideas through dialogue. Instead, he directly opened the imperial meeting and dismissed the position of Count Argaux in public. However, Count Argaux was always reluctant to change his economic philosophy and even concocted shock therapy. Only just now did Jerome Bonaparte make up his mind to let the Count of Argaux leave the position of president of the Bank of France. Your Majesty, I will submit a resignation letter to you tomorrow. Count Argaux responded coldly to Jerome Bonaparte. Mr. Argaux, why are you here? Jerome Bonaparte pretended to say to Count Argaux, I was just feeling the passage of time. You misunderstood me. Your Majesty, as you just said. Time has passed, and I'm almost 80 in the blink of an eye. So please allow me to resign as the president of the French side. The emotional Count of Argaux could only endure his nausea and accompanied Jerome Bonaparte went on, alright. Then, Jerome Bonaparte seemed to regret Count Argaux's resignation. He sighed and said to Count Argaux, since you intend to leave, I won't force you. Then, Jerome Bonaparte told Count Argaux that after he resigned as president of the Banque de France, he would leave a place for him in the Senate. Count Argaux only needs to check in at the regular voting meeting of the Senate. Count Argaux knew that the purpose of the emperor's arrangement was to not leave a mean and unkind impression to the outside world. Although the power of the Senate is far inferior to that of the Bank of France, it at least represents the attitude of the emperor. In order to allow his political resources to shade the next generation, Count Argaux agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's proposal. When everything was settled, Jerome Bonaparte invited the Count of Argaux to dinner. The Count of Argaux could only accept Jerome Bonaparte's invitation, because this might be his last dinner with the emperor. Let's go. Jerome Bonaparte said to Count Argaux. The Count of Argaux got up and followed Jerome Bonaparte out of the room, where he met the emperor for the first time. Standing at the door of the room, the head of the royal family, Mocha, saw the expressionless emperor and the pale, stumbling Count of Argaux, who followed behind the emperor, and immediately realized that this all-powerful Count Mr. May had become a man of power outcast. Just when Morel was stunned, Jerome Bonaparte's voice reached his ear. Mocha, Mr. Argaux's mental state is not very good recently. Go and help me. Yes, Your Majesty. Mocha responded hurriedly, then quickly walked to Count Argaux, bowed slightly, and helped Count Argaux. Thank you. Count Argaux responded to Mocha in a low voice. Now he doesn't have the pride he had when he was in charge of the Bank of France, but looks like a helpless old man. Nothing, Mr. Count. Mocha replied to Count Argaux with a standard smile on his face. With the help of Mocha, Count Argaux walked to the gate of the Élysée Palace. Looking at the sky with only the afterglow in the distance, Count Argaux felt even more uncomfortable. Get in the car. The voice of Jerome Bonaparte came from the carriage, and Count Argaux got into Jerome Bonaparte's carriage with the help of Mercury. The carriage carrying Jerome Bonaparte and the Count of Argaux departed from the Élysée Palace and arrived at the Tuileries Palace via the Champs-Élysées. Jerome Bonaparte and the Count of Argaux, who got off the carriage, entered the Tuileries Palace and went straight to the restaurant. Taylor, the chef of the palace, appeared in front of Jerome Bonaparte and asked him if he could serve. Yes. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and responded to Taylor. Dishes from all over Europe were brought up on a tray by the servants of the Tuileries Palace. Seeing these mouth-watering dishes in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte was so happy that he immediately felt that he could eat them and wipe them out completely. And the Count of Argaux obviously did not have the appetite of Jerome Bonaparte. For him, who lost the president of the Bank of France, no delicious food could restore his mood at this time. Therefore, during the whole banquet, Count Argaux did not eat anything at all except for a little aperitif and a vegetable salad. After dinner, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Mercury to take the Count of Argaux home himself. Escorted by Morel, the Count of Argaux successfully returned to his mansion in Paris. Mokel, who successfully sent the Count of Argaux back to the mansion, took advantage of the night to take a carriage back to the Tuileries Palace. Early the next morning. The man who claimed to be the butler of the Count of Argaux came to the Tuileries Palace in a carriage and handed the resignation letter of the Count of Argaux to the hand of the head of the royal family, Mokel. Mockett, who took the resignation letter, was about to hand it over to Jerome Bonaparte in the study. Jerome Bonaparte, who opened the envelope, carefully read the contents of the resignation letter. In the letter, the Count of Argaux explained that the reason for his resignation was that he was too old to manage the Bank of France, so he begged the emperor to approve his resignation so that he could live in longevity. After reading the letter of resignation, Jerome Bonaparte signed his name under the letter of resignation and then called Mokel over and told him that he would urgently hold a royal meeting to discuss the new president of the French bank. so he ordered him to invite the staff of the Imperial Council, and the time was set at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yes. Mokel, who received the order, left the study. Jerome Bonaparte, who was alone in the study, thought carefully about the suitable candidate for the new president of France. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the time for the opening of the Imperial Conference is approaching. At this time, in the royal hall of the Tuileries Palace, representatives of the military, government, and bankers representing the three pillars of the empire gathered together, waiting for the arrival of Emperor Jerome Bonaparte. When the grandfather clock placed in the hall pointed to 3 o'clock, the side door of the palace hall slowly opened, and Jerome Bonaparte, dressed in black casual clothes, entered the palace hall. His Majesty, everyone present saluted the emperor in front of him. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, walked to the center of the hall step by step, stepped on the steps, and sat on the seat that symbolized the highest authority of the empire. Jerome Bonaparte, sitting on the throne overlooking the pillars of the empire under the steps, felt that his whole body was full of power, and this was what power brought him. After being intoxicated for a while, Jerome Bonaparte said, "Everyone, just this morning, I received a letter of resignation. The owner of the letter told me that, because of my advanced age, I don't have the energy to manage the bank anymore." As soon as these words were said, everyone present immediately realized that the person who resigned should be the Count of Argue, who was vacant in this imperial meeting. Several bankers in the banker camp who were close to Count Argoux also changed their expression slightly after realizing the news that Count Argoux was likely to be resigned. The corners of the mouths of the shareholders of the Banque de France, who had been a little uneasy with the Count of Argoux and those who wanted to seek the position of president of the Banque de France, showed a happy smile. "Your Majesty, is that person you're talking about Mr. Argoux, Minister of Finance magnate?" asked Jerome Bonaparte on behalf of present. You reading www.canchu.com. That's right. It's indeed Mr. Argoux. Jerome Bonaparte nodded in response to everyone. Magnate then turned his eyes to Magnate and said regretfully, "Since Mr. Argoux insists on resigning, then I had to agree to his request. There is now a vacancy for the position of President of the Bank of France, and it is your responsibility as Chancellor of the Exchequer to recommend a new President of the Bank of France. In addition to the way the President of the Banque de France is elected by shareholders within the bank, there is another way, as the appointment of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Of course, the appointment of the Chancellor of the Exchequer is also not a random appointment. The person appointed as the President of the Banque de France must have the identity of a shareholder of the Banque de France and must be recognized by the shareholders within the Banque de France. If either of these two conditions is not met, then the French president appointed by the Chancellor of the Exchequer is an empty shelf. The reason why Jerome Bonaparte asked Magnate for the President of Banque de France was to show the Banque de France that he was very dissatisfied with the conservative economic policies that the Banque de France was now implementing. Magnate, who was questioned by Jerome Bonaparte, was stunned for a few seconds, and then responded, "Your Majesty, I propose that the Count of Gilles Lebesgue de Bimini should be the head of the bank." Chapter 550, The Age of Credit is Coming. When Magnate nominated Count Gilles Lebesgue de Bimini as the new president of the Banque de France, the Count Bimini was stunned for a few seconds, and then the corner of his mouth revealed involuntarily a touch of joy. It is necessary to introduce the background of our lucky one here. Gilles Lebesgue de Bimini, born on the 15th of November 1799, French banker, politician, former member of the House of Commons, 1832, Secretary of State for the Treasury, 1840. Then Minister of Finance Georges Hamon was his father-in-law, high official of the Loire, 1842, high official of the Seine-Saône, 1842 to 1845, participated in the establishment of the French Discount Bank, 1848, and was also the Paris Orleans Bank, Banque de France and many other shareholders. The Count of Bimini, with strong financial resources, joined the Banque de France in 1850 under the recommendation of Adolphe Fulda, and became one of the board members of the Banque de France, and more importantly, at the beginning of the establishment of Société Générale, Count Bimini also contributed a lot to Société Générale. After introducing the background, it is not difficult to draw conclusions. The reason why the Count of Bimini was nominated by Magnate as president of the Banque de France was nothing more than his friendship with the Magnate-Fold Peril alliance. A more crucial point is that Count Bimini himself is a believer of Saint Simonianism like Adolphe Fould and the Peril brothers. If the Count of Biminis were president of the Banque de France, the entire Banque de France would become a Saint Simonian world. By the way, the current Bank of France has gradually formed three huge factions. One of them is the financial conservatives headed by the Count of Argaux. They are the most powerful of the three factions. James Rothschild was originally the largest faction. Their point of view is, the government leaves the financial field and waits for it market self-regulation. Second only to Count Argaux is Alphonse Rothschild of the neutral faction. They stand with whoever can lead their interests. The last group is the members of the Saint Simon faction represented by Adolphe Fould. Their financial concepts are more radical than those of the financial conservative Count Argaux, and they are also more in line with Jerome Bonaparte's shrunk version of Keynesianism. However, Fould's credit economics seems a little too idealistic to Jerome Bonaparte. In the absence of government intervention, the result of banker self-consciousness is the unrestrained speculation of history. When the bubble expands beyond containment, the impact will also be borne by the government. The Paris Mobility Loan Real Estate Bank in history is the most typical example. Once the Banque de France becomes a Saint Simonian world, those who advocate financial conservatism will probably be forced to the sidelines. Thinking of this, some of the supporters of Count Argaux and the banker camp couldn't sit still. They could not wait to dismiss Maine's proposal in public, even if they offended the emperor. However, since it is now a royal meeting, no one can interject without the permission of the emperor. Bimini. Jerome Bonaparte pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze to the bankers Alphonse Rothschild and said, "Sir, what do you think of Bimini?" Alphonse Rothschild, who was suddenly called out by Jerome Bonaparte, was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately understood the purpose of Jerome Bonaparte calling him out. "Your Majesty, I think Count Bimini's own professionalism is beyond doubt. If he is the president of the Banque de France will certainly be more prosperous." Although Alphonse Rothschild said to the Bimini the Count's economic ideas were not cold, but he had to obey the emperor's will. "I see." Jerome Bonaparte nodded in response to Alphonse Rothschild, and then turned his attention to the military representative, Minister Cousin Montauban and Deputy Chief of Staff Nicolas. L said, "What do you think?" How could Cousin Montauban, who knew nothing about economics, know any economic ideas? But Cousin Montauban knew that, since His Majesty the Emperor did not object to Magnate's appointment, it meant that he still liked Bimini more. Point coupled with Alphonse Rothschild's support for Bimini just now, Cousin Montauban was even more certain that the Emperor was more optimistic about Bimini. "Your Majesty, I'm a soldier. I don't know how to calculate the economic accounts. I believe that the Count of Bimini can understand this better than me." Cousin Montauban responded to Jerome Bonaparte Road. As soon as Cousin Montauban's voice fell, Neil said, "According to the news from the front, our army has occupied Sevastopol." Neil's remarks were like a blockbuster, hitting the imperial meeting place directly, and everyone present was shocked by Neil's news. It's only been a week since the last Alma battle, and the Imperials have occupied Sevastopol. General Neil, is the news true? Manet, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, asked Neil impatiently. No one understands better than Maine what the capture of Sevastopol means for the French stock exchange. Take the Battle of Armagh a week ago for example. After the victory of the Battle of Armagh spread to Paris, the stocks directly related to the military industry in Paris rose by 15% in just one day, and other stocks also rose respectively, up 5% -10% range. If the occupation of Sevastopol is true, the stocks around the military will surely usher in a new round of growth. This time the growth was even more rapid than during the Battle of Armagh. After all, Sevastopol is the first Russian city that France has occupied since 1815. It's basically true. Neil nodded and said to Magnate. With Neil's assist, even bankers who supported Count Argaux would not dare to oppose Bimini's appointment at this juncture. Among the elite politicians who can stand in the Imperial Council, who does not know the economic policy of Count Argaux? Once the Count of Argaux is chosen to limit all unnecessary expenses other than military expenditures, it is very likely that the military-affiliated system, for example, cannery, tobacco factory, steel factory, will be in a state of decline. If the army can't win the next war, then the financial conservatives, where Count Argaux belongs, will take the blame. Okay. Do you guys have any other opinions? Jerome Bonaparte asked everyone present. No one spoke. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte spoke again. Since you don't speak, then I will acquiesce that you all agree. Mr. Bimini, Your Majesty. Bimini quickly responded. From today onwards, you will take over from Count Argaux's position as the president of the Banque de France. But let's talk about the ugly. If there is any turmoil in the Banque de France, I'll only ask you. Jerome Bonaparte's expression seriously said to Count Bimini, please. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will do my best. Count Bimini responded. With Bimini's assurances, the royal meeting was also drawing to a close. Okay, let's end the meeting, said Jerome Bonaparte to the courtiers under the steps. Yes, Your Majesty. Maine and the others under the steps responded. Just as Maine was about to leave the Tuileries Palace, the head of the palace, Mocha, stopped Maine. Under the leadership of Mocha, Maine came to the door of a room. Your Majesty is inside. Mocha pointed to the door and said to Maine. Man had pushed open the door and saw Jerome Bonaparte in the room, and Bimini, the new president of the Bank of France next to Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty. Magnet, who was standing at the door, responded to Jerome Bonaparte in the room. Come here. Jerome Bonaparte beckoned to Magnet. Man had walked quickly to Jerome Bonaparte, only to hear Jerome Bonaparte sigh and say, if you put aside Argaux's own economic philosophy and don't talk about it, in fact, Count Argaux himself, he's still a respectable old man. We have also been favored by him in the past, but it's a pity, Your Majesty, for someone like the Count of Argaux. If the economic concept cannot be implemented, it is better to kill him directly. Magnet excused Jerome Bonaparte, rather than let him stay in France tormented. In the position of president of the bank, it is better to let him leave this position. Hey. Jerome Bonaparte sighed, and then asked Magnet and Bimini, do you know about the Bank of England's increase in discounts? No. Magnet and Bimini nodded to Jerome Bonaparte at the same time. What do you two think? Jerome Bonaparte gave them a slightly surprised look, and then asked Magnet and Bimini, Your Majesty, please be blunt. The Bank of England's interest rate hike is actually expected. Maine said calmly. Why? Asked Jerome Bonaparte. Recently, the Count of Argaux has withdrawn nearly £5 million of gold from the Bank of England. Maine said in a surprising voice. £5 million? Gold? Jerome Bonaparte said in a slightly surprised tone. That's right. The bank under the Count of Argaux slammed the sale of English bonds into gold in the English market, and the Bank of England was forced to increase discounts to recover losses. Magnet nodded and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Argaux didn't even tell me about this. Jerome Bonaparte said to Magnet, frowning. You reading www.urkanshu.com. After a long time of trouble, it turned out that the Count of Argaux, the president of the Bank of France, was dissatisfied with England because he exchanged too much gold. Perhaps Count Argaux has forgotten it. Manette slandered without expression. Forget it. Since Count Argaux has retired, let him enjoy a glorious old age. Jerome Bonaparte decided not to embarrass Count Argaux. Mr. Bimini, Your Majesty. Count Bimini hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Your first task now is to negotiate with the Bank of England to readjust the discount rate and make sure they reduce the discount to less than 5%. As for Count Argaux, Jerome Bonaparte paused. Wait a minute. I'll go over and talk to him in person. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.